Chapter 16. Benning hated deep dives. She hated them with every fiber of her being. The system's fall raced along an infinitely long passage beneath space-time without moving a single sim. An eternity passed as it flew the length of the bounded wormhole linking its departure point with its destination, but not a single second elapsed. The cruiser and its occupants existed outside of space and time, beyond the bounds of the normal universe, caught between the ring-shaped spatial singularity at one end of the tunnel and the formless temporal singularity at the other end of a mathematically endless passage. Crimson light bathed the bridge, painting it in bloody shades, but some part of her knew that she wasn't actually seeing it. Caught between instants of time, her mind couldn't process a single sensation, and were she not linked to the ship's negaputer, it would have destroyed her. The net fed her the sensory input her brain needed and processed it for her. Technically, during that endless moment, she only existed within the negaputer, her consciousness and awareness artificially maintained by the vessel. According to the stories she'd learned in Mars Academy, or the false memories of attending that academy that the system had given her, the first humans who'd managed to enter a wormhole hadn't survived it, their minds shattered by the experience. The light shifted to a brilliant orange that was somehow more orange than anything she'd ever seen, then to a blazing yellow that flooded every space on the ship, leaving no shadows behind. As the photons within the wormhole compressed, their color changed, flowing smoothly into hues of emerald and sapphire before shifting to rich violet. As the ship neared the end of the tunnel, violet deepened into a color beyond normal human sight, something that she could only perceive with the system's aid. The ship reached the temporal ring bounding the wormhole, and Benning and everything around her simply ceased to exist. For a moment, her awareness spread across the entirety of space-time, perceiving the vastness of eternity, its dreadful beginning and ultimate end at the same moment. Time stopped, and so did everything that could be considered Benning, as even the nearly omnipotent system found itself unable to maintain her existence. She ceased to be for a terrible moment that lasted forever, before she passed through the singularity and exited the other side. Reality slammed back into her as her existence resumed, dragged from every corner of the universe and crushed back into coherent shape. Pain ripped through her body as true sensation returned, and she shuddered helplessly as shivers raced along her spine. She could never remember that moment of non-existence, fortunately, but she knew she'd gone through it. And she recalled the horrific feeling of simply ending, becoming nothing and everything all at once. The horror of that instant rippled through her mind and body, and tears leaked from her eyes as she struggled to push past the trauma. A choked sob echoed in the silent bridge, and she glanced down to see Ensign Nashio curled into a ball, shuddering and shivering in the captain's chair. As a starship officer, the ensign had the ability, as it is, that allowed her to ignore most of the side effects of diving, but no ability could shield the mind completely from the horror of non-existence. Benning recalled her first few dives and how she'd been unable to stop crying after each. Now, after hundreds of deep dives, while tears leaked from her eyes, she remained in control of herself. But back then, she'd been as helpless as Mira Nashio was now. The ensign simply needed time to process what she'd experienced. Nothing Benning could do or say would make it any better, so she didn't bother to try. Instead, she turned her thoughts to the ship's net, pinging the galactic positioning system to update their location and clocks based on standard time. Deep dives had opened up the galaxy to the collective, allowing them to travel vast distances practically instantly. Her ship had just traveled 10 light-years in a matter of seconds, something that would have taken decades for the old sublight generation ships that colonized some of the closer star systems around Sol. Even by traveling in shallow dives, a 10 light-year trip would take nearly half a year to complete. However, the downside of deep diving was its lack of accuracy. The destination wormhole was subject to quantum uncertainty, and that meant it was impossible to predict exactly where it would exit. The trip before her last one deposited her 18 light days away from her exact target, meaning she'd have needed an additional 3 days traveling at max shallow dive velocity to reach her fleet's rendezvous point. Doing so would have been dangerous as well, since max V was only sustainable for so long, even with the space-time dampener she'd stolen from the fleet's battle frigate that lessened the number of KK particles diving created around a ship. Traveling that far at max V would have made impacting a massive particle fairly likely, so instead, she'd initiated another deep dive to get her closer to her target. That one, she saw, left her less than 3 light hours from the rendezvous point, 15 minutes away through rapid shallow dives or 20 minutes with time between dives. She instructed the negaputer to begin waking the rest of her crew from the deep sleep that protected their minds from the horrors of the wormhole, and plotted a course toward their destination that would get them there in half an hour. There was no need for greater speed, and Ignacio could use the time to recover. One by one, the crew returned to their duty stations, and once they were all settled, Brielle Caldwell initiated the course that Benning had plotted, sending the ship hurtling through psi space toward the rendezvous point. Ignacio was fully in control of herself by that point, allowing Benning to reach out to check on the status of the fleet, rather than focus on her ship. They'd all exited their deep dives scattered around their target area, as expected, but they'd already set course for the rendezvous. As they drew closer, her cruiser's hive mind linkage activated, connecting her mentally to the captains of each vessel as they neared, and allowing them to confirm their status.
"Looks like the fleet made the trip in one piece, Commodore."
Fodor Hendrick's voice echoed in Benning's mind as his heavy destroyer, the Grim Revenant, fell into range of the linkage.
"I wasn't sure this many ships would make it, to be honest."
"I never had a doubt, Captain," she replied. Her words were for the benefit of the other captains listening, though, not her actual feelings. She'd never taken a fleet as large as the 27 ships gathering around her into combat before, at least not outside training simulations. So many things could have gone wrong on the voyage. 2 ships could have emerged close to one another from a deep dive. The extra disturbances of psi space could have crippled a vessel with a massive particle strike. A ship could have come out near a gravity well and been damaged. She'd done her best to plot courses to minimize the chances of all those, and the vast emptiness of space made the first and last possible but very unlikely. But she'd learned that things that could go wrong tended to do so at every opportunity. Fortunately, this time it seemed that things had gone close enough to her plan as to make no real difference. The Fall reached the rendezvous point and eased back to a single talk to allow the rest of the fleet to rejoin it. As they gathered, Benning checked her readouts, scanning the target that still loomed several light hours away. Botros 47 barely qualified as a system. The brown dwarf that lay at its heart hurtled through space at over 40 light-years from Sol and was less than 4% of the mass of that body. About all that made it special was that it contained a much higher percentage of deuterium than the average failed star, enough to ignite rudimentary fusion at its core. That wasn't enough to make the star shine, but it radiated extreme amounts of infrared radiation that made it stand out from the cosmic background. According to Tiddly, when the star was first discovered millennia ago, some people thought that it was evidence of an alien civilization that shrouded their stars in Dyson swarms the way the Collective now did. Unlike Frostwise, Botros wasn't a popular fueling stop for ships. Deuterium wasn't as efficient of a fuel as regular hydrogen, being twice as massive without adding extra energy potential to KB or negmass plants, so the star hadn't been harvested for much in the way of raw materials. If it weren't for the massive dust cloud surrounding it, in fact, it probably would have been ignored entirely by the Collective. However, that cloud was rich in heavier elements that could be fused into the metals needed to build structures, so a small swarm of Dyson stations circled the dwarf, absorbing the radiated infrared energy, while a pair of stellar stations orbited it, one at 1/10 of an AU and one closer to 2 AU. Give me a reading on Station B," Benning finally said aloud, examining her screens as she did.
Station B reads as a small stellar station, Commodore.
Eldon Rush replied smoothly from his chair at communications.
I read 39 vessels docked there, 12 of them cargo haulers and the rest varying in size, from corvettes to 3 destroyers. I track 4 ships en route to Station A. An additional 7 ships are in transit around the station with no clear heading.
Ops, station defenses and armaments?
Typical for a small station, Commodore.
Jesper Shields answered in his usual lazy voice.
Neutronium armor with an EM shield and defensive shroud. 43 grazer arrays placed around the station, 31 missile launch bays, 62 plasma emitters for point defense, bays for 3 cutter squadrons.
Benny nodded as the 2 officers echoed what she read in her screen. Those images were hours old, of course, so she had no clue how accurate they were. However, she assumed they probably hadn't changed much, since the station wouldn't pick up the light from their dive splashes for hours more. If they could stay ahead of that light, they could catch the inhabitants by surprise. "Fleet, assemble into formation and prepare for rapid dives," she instructed. This was the most dangerous part of her plan, and the one most likely to go wrong. To successfully ambush the station, they'd have to race toward it in 12-minute dives that would get them ahead of the light from the dives they'd taken to reach the rendezvous point. To do that, they'd need to route most of their available power to the dive engines, leaving them without most of their weapons or ability to maneuver, but she needed to hit the station as quickly as possible. 12 minutes was about as far as her ships could safely dive, but doing so together would create a much larger disturbance in psi space, one that could damage or cripple some of her ships, especially with their EM shields down during the dive. However, she needed that disruption for her plan to work. If she lost a few ships, she hoped it would be worth it in the end. "Fleet, begin rapid dives on my mark. Ready?" She paused, taking a deep breath. "Dive." She watched as the 5th dimension swelled around her, flattening reality and letting her see in every direction at once. Her fleet hurtled through psi space at the maximum safe velocity, accelerating to a flank speed of 3 Toks as it swept through 12 minutes of space in a single minute of true time. The world rose back around her as her ship emerged from the dive with a splash of blue shifted photons, but immediately flattened once more as her dive engines powered again. Over and over, her ship rose from 5 space just to plunge into it anew, as light hours raced by in a matter of minutes. Her ship shuddered, and her left side burned as a massive particle struck the cruiser's hull and tore through it, but she ignored it. The cruiser was tough enough that only a truly titanic KK particle would have a chance of doing real damage, and if they struck one of those, well, she'd only know it when she found herself in her domain, awaiting respawn. "Weapons, prepare mass ejector," she instructed silently as they hurled themselves into psi space a final time. The weapon would need precise timing, and speaking her orders would take too long. The seconds passed, and just before they rose from their dive, she sent the order. "Fire!" The fall emerged from 5 space 2 lekins from the station, exactly as Benning intended. A blaze of blue light whipped out from them in a sphere, blasting in every direction but mostly aimed forward in their direction of travel. That was normal, and while the dive splash could damage the enemy station if she exited near it, she'd have had to come up less than a lekin from the station to affect it in any significant way. That close, she'd have been subjected to its point defenses and might have run the risk of crashing into it. The fall was tough, but not tough enough to slam into a 5 kim-long station at a third of the speed of light without turning to slag. However, the wave of black holes that sped away from her at nearly the speed of light were definitely not normal. The mass ejector had dumped half a power plant's worth of energy into psi space just before they'd exited their dive. Enough power to create dozens of KK particles and grant them true 3-dimensional mass. Each particle was denser than neutronium and had the energy of a black hole contained within it, and they hurtled in a spray toward the station and the ships connected to it. Fleet 1, Formation 34, she instructed silently. Target destroyer tagged as D1 and begin firing. Power to maneuvering and weapons, Nashio instructed aloud as Benning spoke. Formation 34, weapons, grazers on D1, narrow spread. The cruiser shuddered as energy flowed from the dive engines into the engines and weapons capacitors. Beams of gamma photons shot from the side, targeting the destroyer that was still docked at the station and essentially helpless. Her vessel curved away from the station as 8 of her ships moved to surround her in a complex pattern that kept the smallest ships close and the larger ones at the edges, allowing them to fire in a wider pattern than normal. In her screen, she saw Hendrix's 9 ships move into a similar but not quite identical formation and split off from hers, while Aviana Robal's Plasma Storm, a cruiser like Benning's, formed a 3rd fleet and peeled off to strike at the station from a different angle. Impact, Commodore! Charlo Herrick said excitedly from her weapons console as flashes lit Benning's screen. At the same time, a flare of heat bathed her right side as the station's grazers struck at them, washing over the entire fleet.
Direct grazer hit, Commodore.
Shields reported silently.
Minimal damage, but the station's got our evasion cone painted. We can't escape it at this range.
Damage report on the station, Benning directed even as her skin continued to burn from the constant barrage of gamma radiation. The fall was tough, and its upgraded shielding would keep its plant safe for a while, but a continual gamma bath would eventually get through any defenses. She needed to get the station's weapons offline as quickly as possible, which was the point of the mass ejector. The station was a hard target to crack, even with a fleet like hers, with enhanced armor, lots of shielding, multiple power plants to fuel weapons and defenses, and more weapons than half her fleet combined. Their point defenses and shielding wouldn't do much to protect them from strikes by baby black holes, though, and the damage caused when those particles gave up their energy to the matter they contacted in a single burst of radiation.
14 mass strikes on the station, Commodore, Rush replied. 2 of their power plants are offline. Hull is breached in 8 locations and they're venting atmosphere. Half of their grazer batteries are down, a third of their missile launchers, and 1 of their cutter bays was destroyed. The station is tumbling from the impacts at 0.04 RPM.
Tumbling wasn't as big a deal for a station as a ship's list, since the station didn't have to maneuver, but it would change the gravity field for all those within. The station would need to funnel power into its shroud and dark matter generators to compensate, and that was power that wouldn't be going into its grazer arrays and shielding. Fleet 1, missile battery on station, staggered fire, Benning instructed, and the ship shuddered slightly as its starboard batteries unleashed a storm of antimatter missiles one after the other. The other ships in her fleet did the same, and hundreds of tiny specks streaked toward the station. The station's commander seemed to have the same idea, though, and in return, a storm of warheads rushed from the station and arced out toward the 3 fleets. Countermeasures, Nashio ordered. Activate point defenses. Benning felt power surge as the dedicated power plant and negaputer assigned to her countermeasures came online. A swell of antimatter raced out from the cruiser toward the incoming missiles, and bolts of super-dense plasma lanced toward them. Mass drivers fired hundreds of 1-kig slugs at the warheads, and short-range X-razors lashed at their targeting systems. Her upgraded defenses destroyed 80% of the missiles heading their way and damaged another 10%, causing them to lose their targets and race harmlessly past, but that left dozens of missiles streaking toward her ship. The vessel rocked as fusion warheads burst all around it, each miniature sun battering the hull with blasts of radiation and kinetic energy. Benning's skin warmed as the impacts shook the cruiser, but she didn't feel the burning pain associated with hull ruptures or serious damage.
Destroyer D1's plant is offline, Rush reported. Multiple warhead impacts against the station. The man paused for a moment. They're hailing us, Commodore.
Ignore it, she instructed. Fleet 1, redirect grazer fire to station's hull ruptures. Fleet 2, target their engines with a missile battery. Fleet 3, target any ship that looks to be powering up and trying to leave. Benning watched as her assembled fleets circled the station, lashing out at it with grazer fire and missile batteries. The damaged station still had potent defenses, and 12 of her ships ended up falling out of formation as the constant grazer fire and missile blasts rendered them unable to fight. A squadron of cutters launched from the station and raced toward Robal's cruiser, but a flight of dozens of tiny two-person flyboats from the heavy carrier Dark Devil intercepted them. The station's point defenses struck at missiles and any ships that drew too near, but plenty still got through, slamming against its hull and tearing it open to space, allowing atmosphere to bleed away and exposing those within the station to higher and higher levels of deadly radiation. Robal's fleet struck at every ship trying to flee, hitting them before they could come to maneuvering speed. Power plants shut down as grazer fire overloaded them and threatened to send them photonic. Ships tumbled helplessly as missiles ripped holes in their hulls and shattered their engines. By the time the nearby patrolling ships moved to intervene, Robal had destroyed or disabled half the docked vessels, freeing her to turn and face the patrols without worrying about a second fleet hitting her from behind. Despite its impressive defenses, Benning knew the station was doomed. Her sensors showed that half of its interior was flooded with thousands of times the lethal dose of gamma radiation. Large sections of it lacked any atmosphere at all, having bled their air to space, and more of its power plants shut down as the radiation sent free neutrons slamming into the plants and overloading them. One by one, its arrays and batteries went offline. Its cutter squadron limped back only to find their landing bay an unapproachable tangle of shattered metal. One of its missile batteries exploded as a stray warhead slammed into it and detonated the weapons in the launcher, tearing a new hole in the hull. At last, the fire from the station dwindled to nothing, and the three fleets circled it, bathing it in neutrino blasts that would kill any humans near the outer hull, where Marines would most likely be setting up to repel any boarders. Her two troop transports, the Merry Messenger and Deliverance, moved forward to dock with the station and disgorge their contingents of Marines. The 100 troops she had wouldn't be enough to take the entire station, of course, but she didn't want the whole station. She only needed the command center and Negaputer Corps. The rest didn't matter. "Damage report on the fleets," she finally said aloud as her transports docked with the helpless station.
"We lost 3 ships, Commodore," Shields reported instantly. "The Incendiary, the Aftermath, and the Pahopa. 4 more are damaged to the point they'll need repairs before being able to dive. 14 with significant damage, but still able to dive."
Benny nodded. 3 ships lost wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible either. She'd expected something similar, considering the station's defenses. Fortunately, Botros was isolated enough that her damaged ships would have plenty of time to enact repairs before any sort of help could arrive. All in all, the attack was a resounding success as far as she was concerned. However, damaging the station wasn't the point. She'd come to Botros for a reason, and it wasn't to take another station. An hour later, the Fall docked at the pacified station, and she walked aboard with her Marine escort. The atmosphere in the docking ring was slightly smoky from the fires burning in the station, and its nanofield was too busy trying to repair vital damage to bother filtering the air. The deck shuddered and trembled beneath her feet as explosions rocked it. The command center was hers, but security forces still fought her Marines and engineering. She also suspected some of the station's inhabitants had turned on one another, trying to escape or hide from the invaders. Not that it would matter. She exited the docking ring and found a force of 8 of her Marines waiting for her, 7 soldiers and a citizen as their leader. That citizen snapped her a salute, hand pressed to their chest, and she returned it as they fell into step beside her. "Report, Corporal," she instructed the man as they walked.
"The command center is ours, Commodore," he replied crisply. "Engineering is still holding out, but we're advancing steadily, and we'll reach the core in less than 10 minutes.
As they walked, Benning swiftly hacked into the Marine's net and nanofield, gaining access to his weapons and armor. Uriel Santana was one of Benning's more recent recruits, a system marine who'd found that the fleet didn't give him the level of action and combat he craved. He'd joined Benning willingly for the promise of plenty of chances to advance his path and the thrill of real battle, and he held the rank of corporal, giving him command over a squad of Marines. He seemed eager enough, and a deep background check hadn't raised any flags, but he hadn't come close to earning her trust yet. If he tried to turn on her, he'd find himself weaponless and without armor before he could blink. And the rest of the station?
Mostly locked down due to damage and fires. We've set up barricades at crucial junctions to contain the rest. So far, resistance has been minimal and disorganized, but the lieutenant expects that to change soon enough.
She followed him through the station toward the command center, with Tiddly tracking their passage against a map of the station she'd downloaded from the local net. Once she had secure access to Santana's net, Benning turned her skills to the stations. The overtaxed system barely offered her any resistance, unable to divert resources to deal with the massive pinging attack she launched on it. The Negaputer, forced to choose between shielding itself from attack or trying to maintain the damaged station, defaulted to preserving the station, dropping its firewalls. From there, she had almost unfettered access to the entire net, and she used it to seal off some areas where the station's inhabitants were still trying to organize and to lock a significant number of defenders inside rooms in engineering, taking them out of the battle for the Negaputer core. The passageways showed signs of the recent battle, with burns and gouges in the walls and floor, and blood splashed about frequently. Bodies littered the corridors with the nanofield too overburdened to reclaim them, and several of those wore Benning's silver and crimson. She barely glanced at those. The simple fact was that in battle, soldiers and Marines died, and there was no way to avoid it. They passed through a shattered security checkpoint and a door that looked like it had been cut open with a plasma torch, stepping at last into the command center. More bodies lay scattered about the room, most wearing the light blue and deep green armor of the station's defenders. 2 armored figures knelt on the deck, both wounded and disarmed. They looked up with angry eyes as Benning and her escort entered the room, staring at the newcomers with obvious hatred. Benning sent out her scanning nanites to confirm the identities of both, then turned toward one of the armored figures, a woman with champagne-colored hair and bright pink eyes. "Karin Borden," Benning said crisply, "commander of the Triple Triads Mercenary Company."
"Yes?"
The woman spat angrily, her hands bound behind her back.
"Who are you, and what in the flork is the meaning of this?"
"My designation is Benning Kidd, Commander. I assume you recognize it?" The mercenary's eyes widened, and Benning nodded. "Good, I see that you do."
"Of course I do. That doesn't explain what the flork you think you're doing. Attacking a station unprovoked? Using prohibited weaponry? Slaughtering innocent civilians and merchants? The fleet is going to come after you hard after this."
"Not very likely," Benning laughed. "This system doesn't consider itself under fleet jurisdiction, so fleet regulations don't hold here. That's the trade-off. You don't have to follow their rules, but you don't get their protection either. At worst, I might get another fine." She glanced at the soldier standing beside the kneeling commander. "Stand her up." Borden hissed in pain as the soldier grabbed her by the hair and hauled her to her feet. She looked as if she were about to attack despite being bound securely, but a second soldier jammed the muzzle of their weapon against the back of the commander's skull, and she froze instantly. She took a deep breath, her face purple with rage, and turned to face Benning.
"Why did you do this?"
Her voice was cold but calm as she spoke, and Benning silently admired her control in the situation.
"Why are you trying to take my station? You know I'll never sign it over to you."
"Never is a strong word," Benning laughed, walking past the woman to one of the control consoles. "Trust me, if I wanted it, I could convince you to give it to me. I don't, though, or I would have taken it already." As she spoke, Benning used her access to activate the console, and it flared to life, sputtering and flickering as most of the station's resources continued to focus on trying to put out fires and seal holes in the outer hulls.
"What? How did you do that?"
Borden gasped, staring at the console.
"I locked it down." As I said, if I wanted the station, I'd already have it. Bening shrugged, not answering the woman's question.
Then what do you want?
The mercenary demanded. What do I want? That's simple. Bening's fingers flicked through the sputtering net as she spoke, unlocking layer after layer of the station's systems. She couldn't directly shut down the automatic defenses in place, but it took her seconds to access their friend or foe recognition systems and alter them to recognize her boarders as friendly and everyone else as hostile. You took a contract against me, she continued, still not looking at the commander as she spoke. Isn't that so?
I don't discuss contracts, Borden said shortly. NDA and all.
Don't worry, I know about the contract Malleus offered you. Bening's cyber warfare skill penetrated another layer of security, and she smiled grimly as she unsealed engineering, allowing her Marines access to its depths without needing to cut through doors. And now, you're going to repudiate it. The mercenary snorted in contempt.
Flork that! Triple Triads has never repudiated a contract. I'm not about to start now. Kill me if you'd like, but we'll still be coming after you.
I could kill you, Bening agreed. However, there are much worse things than death. She turned her gaze to the man still kneeling beside Borden. Elix Ramjeet, Marine Sergeant and second in command of the Triads. At least, you were. Bening reached out to the man and activated her deadliest and most unique ability, slip the net. Her nanites rushed forward and linked to his nanofield, hacking directly to the depths of his net, and the ability surged out of her. Her net filled his, altering and changing it, redirecting the energy field around it until it turned entirely inward, cutting the man off from the overnet completely. As she did, though, the deck seemed to lurch beneath her feet, and a wave of weakness flooded her body. Spots and flashes of light swirled in her vision, and a low pulsing hum filled her ears. She fought to stay erect as her balance swayed and shifted chaotically, and she closed her eyes in an attempt to block out the strange sensations.
Stop, Bening Kid,
Tiddly said, her voice high-pitched and desperate.
You're reactivating the virus.
Bening immediately withdrew her net from Ramjeet's, and as she did, her vision and balance quickly stabilized. Most of the weakness passed, but some remained, leaving her arms trembling as if from extreme exertion. The damage was already done, though, both to her and to the hapless mercenary. Ramjeet fell forward, catching himself with trembling arms that barely seemed able to hold him erect. His body convulsed and shook, and his eyes went wide with fear and horror. He tried to push himself up, but his body failed and he dropped heavily to the deck.
What did you...
He gasped as his entire body spasmed.
What the flork did you do?
Borden demanded, taking a step toward Bening before a rifle muzzle pressing against the back of her skull halted her. Bening would have answered, but she wasn't sure herself. What happened, Tiddly? She demanded silently.
Slip the net reactivated the virus,
the AI sighed.
I think linking your net to Elix Ramjeet's so thoroughly is what did it. I locked it back down, but it's progressed up to 21.8%.
She seemed to hesitate for a second.
And I think that you infected him in the process.
Bening watched as the man struggled to rise but failed, his body seemingly too weak to move beneath the weight of his heavy armor, feeling a growing sense of fear rising in her chest. Is this what will happen to me eventually?
I don't know, Bening Kid. I wouldn't think so. The overnet has protocols that should stop it from making you totally helpless, but there's no way to be sure. Unfortunately, he's not getting the benefit of those since you cut him off from the overnet.
Stop it, Borden demanded, her voice loud and angry. Whatever you're doing, stop! The woman's voice roused Bening from her introspection, and she pushed aside her fear and anxiety. No, she said simply, drawing her pistol from her hip. I suggest you take a moment and say goodbye to him. It's the last chance you'll ever get. What are you talking about? The commander asked, her voice high and frightened. This. Bening sighted carefully on the man,
It was hard to target him since her skills refused to acknowledge that he even existed, and she couldn't feel him through her nanofield. Fortunately, he was a mostly stationary target, and she didn't really need the system's help aiming at one of those. She pulled the trigger twice, and 2 red holes appeared in the man's skull. Twin gouts of blood, brain, and skull erupted from the other side of his head, and he dropped instantly to the ground as a red warning flashed in her vision. Permanent death alert. A citizen has died permanently in your vicinity. It is recommended that you leave this area as quickly as possible. Respawn in this area is no longer guaranteed. What the flork? Borden gasped as her eyes grew wide and unfocused. Benny knew that she was seeing the same alert, and the woman was bright enough to put the pieces together to realize what happened. You killed him! How? How doesn't matter, Benning shrugged, feigning nonchalance. What matters is that I can do the same to you if I want. You're not afraid of being sent to respawn and dealing with the penalties, Karen Borden, but are you willing to risk dying forever? Over a single contract? The woman stared at the man's body, which showed no signs of breaking down in the station's nanofield. It wouldn't, either. Cut off from the overnet, the corpse was invisible to that field and would never dissolve. It would eventually rot and decay, of course, but it wouldn't simply vanish to be repurposed by the station. It would have to be disposed of manually. At least, normally it would. Benning didn't intend to make that a concern for Borden. What do you want? The commander asked in a quiet voice. Simple. I'll let you keep ownership of your station in return for double the fees Malleus paid you for your contract. I'll also take half of your personal credits, plus 6 ships, 3 to replace my losses, plus 3 of my choice. You repudiate your contract with Malleus, and don't take another contract against me for a standard year. Flork that, Borden sputtered. That would cripple the company. She paused and glanced down at the lifeless corpse beside her as Benning shifted her pistol to point at the woman. She swallowed hard, then nodded. Fine. I agree. Good. Benning sent the woman a contract laying out the terms she'd stated, and it came back several seconds later signed by the commander. Excellent. I think we're done here. She looked at Santana. Corporal, is everything set in engineering? Yeah, Commodore, the man replied in a slightly subdued voice. She couldn't see his face behind his helmet, but even Benning could tell the man was shaken by what had just happened. She wondered if he'd ask to be released from his contract after this. She hoped not, but if so, she'd let him go happily. A Marine who couldn't handle the sight of death, even permanent death, was useless as a Marine as far as she was concerned. Excellent. Tell everyone to withdraw back to the ship. And the prisoners, ma'am? Leave them, she said simply. When the station goes, it'll take them with it. What? Borden demanded, taking another half-step toward Benning. What are you talking about? Oh, did I forget to mention that I rigged the station's negaputer core to blow once we're clear of the place? Benning shook her head. My mistake. However, when it goes, it'll take the remaining power plants with it, and the whole place will go photonic. That'll send you to respawn fast enough. No! The woman shouted, ignoring the muzzle pressed against her skull as she charged Benning. That wasn't the deal. You said I could keep the station. She dropped as Santana's rifle butt snapped out and cracked into her forehead, landing heavily on her side and moaning in pain. I said you could keep ownership of it, and you will, right up until it turns into free photons. Benning paused and stared at the purple-faced mercenary. You took a contract against me, Corin Borden. When you did, you made yourself my enemy, and I deal harshly with my enemies. I suggest you pass word of this to other companies that are working for Malleus against me. I won't wait for you to come after me. I'll simply take away your ability to hurt me. Understand? You're a florking monster, the woman breathed, her face growing pale and her one good eye wide. Benning shrugged. I am what I am. You can call me whatever you like. Just don't ever come after me again. Next time, I won't hold back. She turned back to Santana. Order the withdrawal. We're getting out of here.
I've got what I wanted, and I think I've made my point here."
"I flockin' hope so."
The corporal's whisper wasn't quite quiet enough in the hushed room to escape Benning's ears. She suppressed a smile. She hoped so as well, but she doubted it. She would have to set a few more examples like this before the other companies got the idea and backed off. She returned to her ship and ordered the fleet's withdrawal, watching as the station dropped away in the distance. Other ships moved in the system, heading for Botros B, but those would arrive long after Benning's fleets were gone, even towing 6 ships as they were. She wondered if they'd arrive in time to get caught up in the station's destruction. If they were within a few seconds of the place when it went photonic, they would likely join it. "Fleet, prepare to dive out of system," she ordered. "On my mark." Mark. The gathered ships raced away from the system through psi-space, plunging away before any pursuit could even hope to reach them. She doubted the system's defense fleets would chase them beyond the system's boundaries, but if they did, Benning would happily engage them. She could always use more ships, after all. She pushed that thought aside and turned her focus inward. "Tiddly, is the virus still contained?" she asked nervously.
"For the moment, Benning kid,"
the gnome sighed. "Do you think it will activate every time I use Slip the Net?"
"In all likelihood, yes. It'll probably be worse if you use it on yourself, in fact. The overnet is actually helping me contain it. Like I said, there are protocols that are supposed to shield you against this sort of attack, and I think it's deliberately slowing its progression to skirt them. Without those, it might overrun your net in a hurry."
Benning winced mentally. Slip the Net was a powerful ability, probably her most powerful one. Now, the virus had more or less cut her off from it. She wondered if Doheny had engineered it to do that purposely or not.
"Probably not, no. She'd have to know how the ability works to do that, and I seriously doubt that the system is going to give her that information. It definitely doesn't want that spreading around. It's probably an unforeseen side effect."
Or it's something the overnet is doing deliberately, Benning thought with a flush of anger. It saw a chance to stop me from cutting people off from it, and it took it.
That's
Tiddly sighed.
"That's entirely possible, actually. The system can't just prevent you from using the ability, but it can make you choose between using it and suffering a heavy penalty, or not using it at all. That sort of choice is something it offers citizens all the time."
"Commodore, a message came from the rest while you were on station." Eldon Rush spoke silently, tearing Benning from her internal dialogue and cutting off an angry retort. She quickly buried her swelling fury. Once again, the system seemed determined to hamper her despite its supposed neutrality. One day, she promised, she'd pay it back for its treatment of her. But until then, she would have to do the best she could with what she had. "What message, Eldon Rush?" "It's from Teresa Erdelli, ma'am. The Noble's Wrath. She's online and ready to go." Benning's anger faded, replaced with a grim smile. "Fleet, set course for the rest," she instructed. She'd sent a message to the mercenaries. Now, it was time for her to do the same to Lauren Doheny. The Wrath was just the thing she needed to do it. Chapter 17. Benning sprinted across the battlefield, weaving erratically as she ran. Earth packed into the hardness of concrete by the passage of millions of boots and things much heavier than humans thumped beneath her boots, and puffs of reddish dust rose with every step as her feet disturbed the powdery layer of rust coating everything for hundreds of kims. Hulks of smoking vehicles dotted the blasted ground, their shattered bulks hissing and groaning as fires slowly gutted them. Burned and broken bodies lay scattered all over, most missing limbs or with chunks torn from their torsos. She was glad for her helmet for more than one reason. Without it, the stench of blood and death would be overpowering. "Move it!" she shouted, leaping over a crater where an explosive shell had gouged the ground. "Get to cover! On the double!" She didn't spare a glance at the 3 Marine squads trailing her.
They would either make it or they wouldn't, and looking back would just make her likely to get killed instead. A red warning light flashed in her helmet and she screamed, "Incoming!" before diving into a blast crater. Seconds later, the ground shook and a pressure wave raced past her, slamming her into the ground beneath her and carrying a wave of dust, dirt, and human remains with it. Earth clods as hard as rocks pelted her armor with muted thumps, along with the sharp clang of armor shards and the soft splats of torn flesh. She sprang back to her feet and raced toward a tumbled hunk of metal that used to be some sort of assault vehicle. The wreck was large, 30 ms long and 12 wide. It had obviously taken one too many direct hits from the antimatter shells raining across the battlefield, ripping the top off it and opening its interior to the sky. But even defunct, it offered cover. Most of its neutronium shielding was still intact, and its torn hull would give them some shelter from the blasts still roaring all about them. She sprang onto the wreck and raced up its side into its interior, ignoring the bloody corpses decorating its warped deck. The thump of boots echoed around her as her squads joined her, and as she crouched down in the dubious shelter of the wreck, she took the moment to glance around. "Squads, report in," she ordered, her helmet relaying the order to each squad's leaders.
First squad, no casualties, ma'am.
The burly squad leader of First Squad reported in a gruff voice. "Second Squad, 1 casualty, ma'am," the woman leading Benning's second squad added.
Third squad, 1 casualty, ma'am.
The final squad leader said, his voice calm and even despite the maddened dash they'd just completed. Benning didn't reply. She'd expected some casualties in their race across the open field. The antimatter shells falling from orbit slammed all around both sides of the battleground, ripping apart metal and flesh with equal efficiency. Fortunately, both sides in this conflict wanted to hold the battlefield. Otherwise, they would have dropped much larger bombs that could incinerate everyone within 100 chems or more, and would leave the entire field nothing more than a glassy crater. Why they wanted the ground so badly, she didn't know, but it didn't matter. That wasn't her concern. She had her mission, and she intended to complete it. She glanced up over the edge of the hulk and peered at her objective. A tower of foam tungsten and neutronium rose from the blasted ground 100 ms ahead, commanding the field around it. Soldiers stood atop the tower, manning heavy cannons, grazers, and machine guns. The ground about that tower had been rigged with proximity mines, and someone strung neutronium cables attached to HGM posts about it that would hamper any assault on the place. Sadly, assaulting it was exactly what Benning had to do. A simple frontal assault, of course, was out of the question. The guns and cannons would chew her people up before they got within 50 ms of the place, assuming the mines didn't get them first. Her scanners could detect those, but dodging them and gunfire at the same time would get her killed in a hurry. She could snipe the defenders from her position, but in return, they could call an orbital strike on the wreck in which she hid. An antimatter shell striking inside the hulk would turn all of them into paste. What she needed was cover to reach the tower's base, which was why she'd come to this hulk at all. "Third Squad, you'll hold here," she ordered. "Provide covering fire. Keep the people on top of that tower down as best you can."
Yes, ma'am,
the squad leader replied swiftly. "Second Squad, leapfrog your way across the battlefield toward that wreck over there," she continued, pointing to a hulk 60 ms to her right. "Once you reach it, fire your grenade battery, then join Third Squad in providing cover fire." She looked at First Squad. "First Squad, on me. We're making for the wreck to my left. Stay spread out and stop for nothing." She took a deep breath. "Third Squad, hold your fire until we reach that wreckage. Understood?" The squad leader nodded, and she looked back at First Squad's commander. "Let's do this." Once again, she leaped from cover and began sprinting across the battlefield. Thumps echoed around her as rounds slammed into her armor, not penetrating at this distance, but making her struggle to keep her stride. She ignored them. The rounds weren't really dangerous to her unless she got closer or they focused their fire on her. The cannon's shells were, but if she took an 80 mm cannon round, she was done for, one way or the other. She leaped over piles of twisted metal and swerved around blast craters before finally diving behind the bulk of the wreckage. Another explosion echoed behind her, spattering her back with debris. But the blast did little more than rock her as she shifted into cover. She waited until the others joined her, noticing that they'd lost another of their number, then turned to the squad leader. "We give 3rd Squad 10 seconds of covering fire, then we make for the tower," she ordered. "Keep your formation loose and watch for mines."
Yes, ma'am,
the burly man grunted in reply. Benning turned away and watched as 3rd Squad opened fire, beginning with a grenade salvo that slammed into the top of the tower, then following up with accurate fire targeting any figure that rose from cover. She didn't expect the squad to inflict many casualties on the enemy, they were too fortified for that, but the gunfire and explosions should force them to keep within cover, which limited the tower's fire to automated turrets. Hopefully, 2nd Squad's assault would take care of those. She took another deep breath, then nodded to her squad leader. "Let's go." She leaped from cover, sprinting toward the tower across the 100 M's of open no-man's land surrounding it. Despite her squad's fire, the tower's defenders responded immediately, and bullets cracked and whined as they sped past her, their supersonic blasts sharp and high in the thin atmosphere. More explosions blanketed the tower's top, and the gunfire slackened for a moment, allowing Benning to hurdle the first line of neutronium wire safely. Her helmet flashed, warning her of a nearby mine, and she arced to her right to avoid it. That took her closer to a different mine, though, and she found herself threading a fine line between the pair, trying not to get too close to either. Which is exactly what the defenders want, she thought grimly. Those mines are designed to funnel us into a few approaches and limit our ability to dodge. As if they'd heard her thoughts, some of the defenders reappeared, one moving toward a heavy 80mm cannon and swinging it toward the attackers. The cannon flashed and a boom rolled across the field as an explosion burst from behind Benning. A second blast roared behind the first. The round had apparently hit a mine, or at least exploded close enough to detonate one. She ignored the blast and continued to weave forward. More explosions swept over the top of the tower, granting the attackers a brief reprieve. But the automated turrets kept up their constant fire, sending bullets screaming into Benning and her squad. Her side burned as a bullet tore through her armor and lodged there. But she gamely pushed forward, leaping over another fence and cutting left to avoid a mine. Another bullet lanced through her right arm, but she forced her body to keep going, drawing nearer to the tower with every second. Another set of blasts slammed into the tower, this one streaking from the wreck behind which 2nd Squad hid. Pulses of light rippled out from the tower's peak, and one by one the automated turrets slowed their fire. The EMP grenades 2nd Squad unleashed cut the turret's connection to the local net, sending them into an automatic mode where they fired at anything that moved. The gunfire fell silent for a moment before renewing with a frenzy. Bullets still swarmed toward Benning and her people, but far fewer rounds thumped into her armor as half the turrets shifted their fire to the friendlies surrounding them. With the turrets less of a threat, she leaped 2 more fences before pressing herself against the tower wall, out of the line of fire of the turrets and defenders. She watched as the remains of 1st Squad stumbled in behind her. Of the 7 who'd started the assault on the tower, only 4 remained. The squad leader wasn't among them. Those 4 set their back to the wall beside her, though, seemingly ready to follow her lead. "I'm acting squad leader," she said shortly. "Follow me." She moved toward the door to the tower, spending a few seconds unlocking it, then glancing back at the others. "They'll have a welcoming party set up for us. You, when I open the door, toss 2 grenades through, then get back. You and you, after the blasts, move in and take the right and left respectively. You, with me up the center. Ready?" She didn't wait for their reply before triggering the door. The soldier behind her stepped forward and tossed a pair of grenades through the open portal, and she quickly sealed the door shut as they moved back out of the way. The door rumbled as the antimatter grenades went off, and Benning popped the door open again, moving quickly forward to enter. The defenders, as she'd expected, had built a barricade, and 8 soldiers huddled behind it, weapons in hand. 4 of those, though, were down, wounded by the grenade blasts, and the remaining 4 seemed dazed and slow to recover. Benning rushed forward, her rifle at her shoulder, and poured precise bursts of fire at the huddling soldiers. 1 went down swiftly, their helmet collapsing beneath her fire. A second fell back as her shots tore a hole through their chest plate. A third dropped clutching a shattered right shoulder, their arm dangling uselessly at their side. Benning's soldiers followed on her heels, 2 moving to the flanks to deal with any attackers there, while the last 2 followed beside her, their rifles roaring in the enclosed space. The Marine to Benning's left dropped as their helmet imploded beneath a hail of gunfire, but the rest moved swiftly to finish off the wounded and dazed defenders, leaving the small room in silence. "Tower base is secure," Benning spoke into her helmet's comm. "Second squad, move in. Third squad, maintain covering—" Benning paused as a blast suddenly rocked the area outside the tower, and she moved to the door and looked out. The tower's defenders had done as she'd feared and called an orbital strike on Third Squad. The antimatter shell had hit its target precisely, and the battered hulk glowed with the heat of the blast. "Belay that. If any of you are alive, join Second Squad and move in." She turned away and looked at her squad. "Without cover, we can't count on the others reaching the tower. It's up to us to take it. You and you, right and left. You, eyes to the rear. Let's move out." The tower wasn't a complex building, fortunately. The lower floor had 2 bunk rooms for the inhabitants and a mess hall. The floor above was an armory and repair station. They only encountered 3 soldiers in those areas, and they took them out quickly enough. Benning and her squad continued to move up the stairs to the roof door, which Benning had to unlock. She tossed a pair of grenades through the door, a flashbang and an EMP, then waited until the turrets began attacking their own again, before rushing out and making her move. The covered rooftop was an open space with no walls or partitions to provide cover for those atop it. That meant her flashbang had caught more than half the defenders, and with the turrets unleashing a storm of bullets on them, they were disoriented and slow to realize the danger they faced. Benning had 3 of them down before they even mounted a defense, but after a few seconds, they reorganized and unleashed a concerted fire. Another of her Marines fell, and Benning took 2 more bullets, one in the side of her thigh that she thought cracked her femur, and one in her kidney. Finally, though, the last of the defenders dropped, and Benning raced over to the command console, quickly shutting down the tower's defenses. Simulation complete. You have completed the simulation Tower Assault successfully. Time elapsed: 41 hours, 19 minutes, 06 seconds. Survival rate, 20.83%. Battle tactics, plus 1.5. Conditioning, plus 0.5. Martial combat, plus 0.5. Weapons expertise, plus 0.5. The screen appeared before Benning's eyes as the blasted battlefield around her faded away, leaving her standing before a silver door that hung in darkness. She touched it, banishing the screen, and instantly her domain materialized around her. The faint pink lines in the sky now glowed an angry red, and the floor beneath her feet curved and warped oddly, making her footing uneven. The virus had continued to progress and was now up to 22.1%, enough that Benning's stats were now in the 10s and 11s for the most part, close to where she'd been way back at level 7. Benning Kid, Citizen Path, Stellar Marauder, Level 13, to next level 99%. Physicality 12.2, Coordination 11.8, Resistance 12, Acuity 11, Willpower 19.2, Social 10.8, Renown plus minus 135, Nano Defense 46.4, Virus Progression 22.1%. even worse, the virus seemed to leave her stuck at 99% path advancement for some reason. She'd gotten there when she destroyed the Botros station, and she hadn't advanced a point since then, no matter what she did.
Well done, Benning kid!
Benning closed her status and turned to see Tiddly standing nearby, bouncing excitedly on her toes.
You finally beat it! And look at that reward!
Benning forced herself to smile. It was the 9th time she'd run that simulation, and each time she'd either failed to reach the tower or been slaughtered within it. She'd lost her whole team to orbital bombardments, failed to account for the mined ground, been killed entering the tower, and even fell once to a random stray bullet as she charged toward cover. Each time, she gained a little bit to her battle tactics skill, as well as conditioning, martial combat, and weapons expertise. The win, though, gave her a much larger bonus, enough of one that 2 of her skills finally jumped over rank 30. Skill upgrades. You have achieved rank 30 in one or more of your skills. Rank 30 is a significant milestone, and this allows you to rank up the skill into a higher form. You can choose between 2 paths for your skill to follow in the future. Martial combat. You may choose between the following paths. Hammer of Doom. You are a devastating force when armed with a hammer or blunt weapon of any sort. You receive large bonuses to attack and damage when using a blunt melee weapon, but smaller bonuses with all other weapons. Battle Champion. You have chosen to master no weapon, but instead can use them all with terrible effectiveness. You gain moderate bonuses to melee attack and damage. Weapons expertise. You may choose between the following paths. Dread Sniper. Your rifle is feared for its deadliness and accuracy. Your enemies can neither run nor hide from your bullets. You gain large bonuses to accuracy, damage, and armor penetration with rifles, but smaller bonuses with all other weapons. Weapon Savant. You are the master of every combat situation but excel at none. Your foes fear you with any weapon in your hands. You gain moderate accuracy, damage, and armor penetration bonuses with all weapons. Once again, those were difficult choices. Benning had been using a hammer in combat since she'd seen how well Fodor Hendrix's weapon worked against her armor. But would she always carry that weapon? What if she changed her mind in a few years or even a century? She'd have to live with a penalty to her new weapon, and at best, she might be able to get a skill that offset the penalty at some point. Weapons expertise was a bit easier. While she did use grenades, pistols, and her cannon at times, she almost always defaulted to a rifle, and she couldn't see that changing any time in the future. Rifles were every Marine, soldier, and gladiator's primary weapon. It would still limit her, but not by all that much. After several moments of contemplation, she chose Battle Champion and Dread Sniper. Instantly, a new screen appeared before her. Skills upgraded. Martial combat has become Melee Mastery. Rank 30.5. Plus 3% times rank melee attack. Plus 3% times rank melee damage. Plus 3% times rank melee defense. Plus 2% times rank armor penetration with melee weapons. Titan's Armor. Your armor ignores armor penetration and attack bonuses for 30 seconds. All armor penetration and attack bonuses are twice as effective against your armor for 1 minute afterward. Weapons expertise has become Sniping. Plus 5% times rank attack rating with any rifle. Plus 5% times rank damage with any rifle. Minus 5% times rank enemy defense against your rifles. Plus 5% times rank armor penetration with any rifle. Bonuses are halved with any non-rifle firearm. One shot. Reduce a target's armor and defense ratings by 90% for a single shot. All attack bonuses are then halved for 30 seconds afterwards.
Good choices,
Tiddly said happily. They look powerful, Benning agreed, reading her new abilities once more. It looks like Titan's armor makes me invulnerable for 30 seconds, then weakens my armor for a minute afterward, and one shot will let me kill an opponent with a single round. Benning shook her head. Those seem far too powerful, Tiddly.
Well, they are pretty awesome, but maybe not as much as you think, Benning Kid. Titan's armor doesn't make you invulnerable, just a lot harder to hurt. If you look closely, you'll notice that it just lets you ignore bonuses to penetration and attack, not the base scores. So someone with a high level and great weapon can still hurt you. And one shot really weakens someone's armor. But if it would take you a lot of shots to get through that armor in the first place, you still might not penetrate it. Plus, there are other skills that could counter both of them. In fact, they kind of counter one another, really. So they're powerful, but they aren't going to win a fight for you.
Put that way, Benning couldn't help but agree. It usually took several bursts of focused fire to get through good armor, which was the point of the armor, so one shot wasn't a guaranteed kill. And while her armor was excellent, she knew plenty of weapons that could get through it even in the hands of someone who had no idea what they were doing. Plus, both abilities incurred nasty penalties afterward. If Titan's armor ran out in the middle of combat, Benning could be badly wounded very quickly, and if she didn't kill her foe with one shot, she'd probably have to try and avoid combat for the next half minute until the penalties wore off. She could see the utility in using both abilities, but they weren't game-changing. She closed her screens and shook her head. How far out are we?
You've got about 10 more minutes before your final deep dive.
Tiddly hesitated.
Are you sure about this, Benning Kid? Attacking Botros was one thing, but...
I'm sure, Tiddly, Benning said firmly. This is the next logical step.
You know it's going to have consequences.
Of course. Every choice does. I'll deal with them, just like I always do.
It's also going to be really dangerous,
the gnome pressed.
This isn't Botros, Benning. It's Ross Prime. It's an inner system, and it's a planet...
Which is why the new weapons designs will help. Benning cut the AI off. And the Wrath should be able to handle even a planet's defense systems. Tiddly looked like she'd respond, but Benning held up a restraining hand. Tiddly, we both knew we'd have to do this at some point. It's the only way to take the battle to Lauren Doheny. Hitting her cargoes and transports means nothing to her. I need to hurt her if I'm going to draw her out, and this is the way to do that. The little gnome sighed and hung her head, her bells tinkling as they moved.
I know, Benning Kid. It's just that this is a major escalation, and I'm not sure we're ready for it.
We're as ready as we'll ever be, Benning said firmly. Waiting isn't going to make things better. I'll just get weaker, and Doheny will have the chance to grow stronger. There's never going to be a better time. She knew that Tiddly still wanted to argue. What she was doing was dangerous, after all, but the AI knew that Benning was right. There wouldn't be a better time for this. Plus, if it worked, it would be more than just a setback for Lauren Doheny. It would be a serious blow, and the only real chance Benning had. After the attack on Botros, Benning returned to find messages waiting from Blake Thompson. The man had chosen 4 possible candidates to fill the role of Teresa Erdeli's assistant, who Benning forwarded to Erdeli. The woman was already angry that Benning chose her own recruiter and that she'd cut Erdeli out of the initial selection process. Benning hadn't really cared about that. As she saw it, either Erdeli's choices would be on Thompson's list, in which case there was no problem, or they wouldn't. If they weren't, then there was a reason for that, and that meant that those candidates wouldn't have been good ones anyway. However, letting Erdeli choose from the 4 candidates Thompson approved gave the woman back some control over the choice of her assistant, even if it wouldn't give her the independent agent that Benning thought Erdeli truly wanted. In the end, Erdeli chose a man named Manasa Tuwai, a moderately experienced station administrator who'd left his last position because it wasn't challenging enough to grow his path. Benning had met the light green-haired man before Erdeli did. He seemed knowledgeable enough about running a station, and he'd understood that he worked for Benning, not Erdeli, even though he would report to the other woman. Her administrator grumbled a bit at that, but there hadn't been much she could say in complaint. Benning got the feeling the woman was hoping to set up administration as her own private kingdom, one that she might be able to leverage against Benning one day. But Benning wasn't about to give her the chance. She and Erdeli weren't truly enemies anymore, but that didn't mean she trusted the woman. However, that hadn't been the important part of the man's message, at least not to Benning's way of thinking. He'd asked Benning to call him directly, and when she did, he appeared with a wide grin on his face.
Benning, kid, I think you're about to pay me a large bonus.
He opened the conversation.
A very large one.
I'm already paying you a large sum of credits, Blake Thompson. She shook her head. Why would I give you more?
Because I found someone you're going to love, and it wasn't even someone you were looking for.
The man gestured and his face vanished. A woman's face appeared instead, a woman with a wide chin and cheekbones, deep purple hair, only a couple sims long, and widely set electric blue eyes that blazed in her dark brown face. The woman's head rotated slowly and was obviously a holographic display, not the actual woman. So, who is she? Benning asked after a momentary silence.
This is Diane Tuktu,
Thompson replied, his voice excited.
Weapons engineer.
Benning shrugged. You've found me a lot of weapons engineers, Blake Thompson. Why are you so excited about this one? The man's face reappeared, displacing Tuktu's.
Because she's not a normal weapons engineer. She's an experimentalist, someone who designs the next generation of weapons, and she's exactly the type of person you'd want to hire.
Why? The man's face went vacant as he began to read off a screen only he could see.
Diane Tuktu, Level 13 Experimental Weapons Designer. That's the path specialization she chose, by the way. Employed for the past decade by Maison l'Industrie, the Starship weapons manufacturers in their advanced research department. Recently released and now looking to do freelance work.
Why was she released? Benning asked, letting her doubt show on her face.
For refusing to follow fleet regulations in her weapons designs.
He chuckled.
Apparently, she invented a series of weapons that use anti-plasma, KK particles, even 6-space event horizons, all of which are heavily illegal. Designing them was fine, but I guess she had a few built and tested, which is blatantly illegal and against company policies. Maison released her at once and notified the fleet of her actions. She's currently on the run from them and looking for somewhere to set up shop where the fleet won't follow.
He grinned.
She's been trying to get in touch with you, in fact.
Benning frowned, as she could think of a lot of reasons someone might want to contact her, and most weren't good ones. This sounds suspicious, Blake Thompson.
I thought the same thing, Benning kid, but I've been over her dossier with a fine-toothed comb and met her on multiple occasions. I spoke to people who worked with her previously and even sent a scout to Maison's headquarters to see if she'd actually worked there or not. Everything checks out. If she's not who she says she is, then she's been preparing this story for well over a decade.
He shrugged.
I can't see anyone going to that kind of trouble, even for you.
In the end, Benning had agreed to meet with the woman in a neutral location and ended up connecting with her in one of the wolf stations. As far as she could tell, Tuktu was exactly who she said she was, and she was exactly the sort of person Benning wanted to work for her.
Stupid fleet regs,
Tuktu had muttered in a surprisingly light, high voice that didn't match her face at all.
They forbid research into anything really fun or dangerous. You know what they wanted me to work on? Better antimatter warheads. That's it. Stupid florking antimatter warheads. To see if I could get another couple pigeons of energy out of the explosion.
Could you? Benning asked.
Of course. Most of the space in those warheads is taken up by modulators and redundant safety systems after all. Take a couple of those out and you can add 25% to the yield. Easy.
Wouldn't that make those warheads more likely to explode when you don't want them to? Benning asked.
You know what the failure rate of those systems is? Less than 1 in 1,000. That means that if you've got a single redundancy module, you'll have to fire a few million warheads before risking failure of one. Each warhead has 4 redundant systems. If you remove 2, it's still a 1 in several billion chance of something going wrong.
She snorted and shook her head.
That's not the point, though. The point is, for the most part, the only reason the fleet forbids this research is that they don't have easy counters to it. Anti-plasma will eat through standard fleet shielding. Fleet dampeners will reduce the effectiveness of 5-space weapons, but not 6-space ones. No power plant can shield against a KK particle appearing in their core. So, because they don't want anyone using weapons that might hurt them, they've forbidden their design and usage.
She gave Benning an appraising look.
I heard, though, that you don't much care about what the fleet says, and that you gave them a black eye. I'm betting that means you wouldn't have any problems letting me build and test my weapons, especially if you could use them to blacken their other eye if they didn't like it. Did I hear right?
Maybe, Benning hedged. Do your weapon designs even work?
The ones I got a chance to test it. They won't all, though. That's the nature of experimental weapons. Some work, some don't, and you'll never know until you try.
The woman leaned forward, her eyes sparkling.
I'm just asking for the chance to try, and in return, I'll give you weapons that will give those flocking fleet admirals nightmares. What do you say?
Benning had said yes, of course, and she'd put Tuktu to work immediately, turning the weapons designs she'd already tested into templates. Benning hadn't been sure if that would even work, or if the system would prevent her from doing so, but apparently, the system didn't much care about fleet regulations. She'd gained templates for 3 new weapons, and she'd had all of them installed on the Wrath. This would be their first testing, and she could only hope that they functioned half as well as the engineer promised.
It's time, Benning kid,
Tiddly said quietly, drawing Benning out of her reminiscences.
The ship just exited its final deep dive.
Good, Benning said with a confidence she didn't truly feel. It's time to make sure Lauren Doheny knows what a mistake it was to make me her enemy. Chapter 18. Ops, give me a systems check, Mira Nashio said aloud, glancing sideways towards the long operations console. Jesper Shields sat there, flanked by 2 other officers who each had their own screens. One, a man with bronze hair and deep brown skin who sat to Shields' left, ignored the newly promoted captain. The other, a woman with bright pink hair and light brown skin, didn't look up from her screen to Shields' right as she spoke in a sunny voice.
All systems reading normal, Captain. Engines are at peak efficiency, dive capacitors are powered, weapon systems all read green, and defensive fields are fully active.
Engineering, confirm all systems are green.
Confirmed, Captain,
a male voice that wasn't Grayson Barry's said.
All systems are within normal tolerances. Standby plants are at readiness and we're at 225% power reserves.
The somewhat scratchy voice belonged to the chief engineer's new assistant, Maxton Durchenko. Barry himself was far too busy handling the Wrath's extensive engineering section to reply. Excellent. Helm, distance, and heading to target?
2.7 light hours, Captain. Heading 207, 13 degrees descended.
Like Jesper Shields, Brielle Caldwell now occupied the central screen of a 3-person console, with a puce-haired woman to her left who'd spoken and a green-haired man to her right.
Com, local traffic?
Nashio asked, turning toward Eldon Rush's station. Unlike most of the other bridge stations, communications only had 2 people manning it. Rush and a silver-haired woman named Idal Maru, who spoke in a deep, almost hypnotic voice.
Standard traffic, Captain. The woman replied fluidly. I'm reading 8 separate patrols, all within diving distance of the target, plus extensive commercial and civilian traffic.
Any alerts about our presence?
None that we've picked up, Captain, but they won't be getting our image for a while yet.
Benning watched from her fleet command chair as the newly elevated captain performed her duties without too many mistakes. Asking about the alerts had been unnecessary. As Maru said, they'd stayed ahead of their ship's image, so the people in system wouldn't have any way to know about their presence yet. But there was no harm in it either. And it did serve a small purpose. They'd passed a few stations at the heliopause of the system, and it seemed that none had spread warning. Hopefully, that meant that Benning's spoofed ID for the ship was holding. Captain, commence attack pattern, Benning finally ordered.
Aye, Commodore. Helm, commence attack. Pattern 3, max V. Now.
The world flattened around Benning as the massive ship's dive engines powered up, unfolding 5 space around them and hurling them through the higher dimension. The ship's KK stabilizers pulsed as they sent energy into the void around them, trying to smooth the ripples in space-time the ship made and to cancel any nearby concentrations of energies that might form a massive particle. With those stabilizers in place, the ship could race across a light hour in a single dive with no real risk of a relativistic impact, and the massive battle frigate shot forward far faster than a lesser ship could have managed. While Benning's eyes focused on the display before her, her thoughts flitted through the powerful vessel surrounding her. The Noble's Wrath was a beast of a ship, 4 kims wide and bristling with weaponry. Its powerful engines gave it over 5,000 Gs of thrust, and it had dozens of power plants, enough to not only power every system on the vessel, but to provide spare standby generators that would go online in case an active one failed. It had been fitted with reactive armor, but Benning spent a couple thousand credits to upgrade that to the same sort of interactive armor she wore, boosting its defensive rating. This single ship was, in terms of sheer numbers, stronger than one of her fleets, and she felt that power racing through her veins as better captain than crew let her sense the ship around her. Of course, it wasn't that simple, as she well knew. While the battle frigate was theoretically stronger than one of her fleets, in a true battle, she'd put her credits on the fleet over the ship. A well-trained and disciplined fleet of smaller ships was far stronger than the sum of its parts might imply, and under the command of a skilled commodore, it could take out vessels that should be too strong for it. The Wrath was proof of that fact, as her then much smaller fleet had fought it to a standstill when it was a fleet vessel, giving her the chance to board it and capture it. Her mere possession of the ship was a sober reminder that it wasn't invulnerable, and that a crafty enemy could still overcome it. The Wrath was powerful, but it wasn't close to invincible, especially alone, without a supporting fleet to screen it. Unfortunately, the ship needed to be alone for what she wanted to do. Her mind flitted through the ship's status again, rechecking its beaconed display. CSS Ticonderoga. Class, Battle Frigate. Owner, Collective Fleet, Admiralty. The world ballooned back around Benning as the ship burst forth from its dive, racing ahead at 3 talks, and she closed her screens immediately and refocused on her display. The map updated instantly as it received more timely light from its target. 2 large, glowing red cylinders hung before the ship, 10 lekins distant and a 1/10 of a lekin apart. Another floated a 1/10 of a lekin to starboard, while a 4th pulsed the same distance to port. 2 dozen smaller red dots swarmed 5 lekins away between the Wrath and the orbital defense platforms, the cylindrical objects in her display. 8 of those ringed the planet and provided it with a powerful defense against exactly what Benning was trying to do. Realistically, Benning's attack run should have been doomed from the start. Each platform was almost as powerful in its way as her ship, except that it was locked in high orbit around the planet and thus predictable in its movements. The presence of 4 such platforms in visual range made that predictability meaningless, though. If Benning focused her fire on one station, the other 3 would work together to tear her apart. The standard strategy for dealing with planetary defenses was to hit them from far away, linnets if not light hours. Her ship could win that sort of battle against the stations easily. The platforms with their paths locked in place could be easily targeted by a long-range battery of missiles and mass drivers that would eventually tear through their armor and open them to space. In return, at 3 linnets distance, the battle frigate's evasion cone stretched tens of millions of kims long and thousands wide. Even assuming the ship stayed in some form of orbit around the planet so it could keep targeting the same platforms, that cone was more than a lekend long. Even all 4 stations working together couldn't blanket a space that large. The planet's defense fleets made that tactic unworkable, though. While Benning hung back to bombard the defensive platforms, the fleets could close and strike at our ship with near impunity. She'd have to shift her focus to fighting them first, and that would give the platforms the advantage. The fleets could cordon her vessel, forcing it into a narrower evasion range that the platforms could hammer mercilessly. To counter that, she should have brought her own screening fleet, but that would have given away her intentions. Fortunately, she wasn't counting on sheer firepower to win this battle. If she had been, she'd have lost, without question. Even with the Wraith, Benning lacked the raw strength to attack an inner system planet. Of course, she'd never win with pure strength. Her enemies had far more of that. So she had to rely on other advantages. Her plans relied on surprise, unconventional tactics, skill, and sheer ruthlessness as they usually did. She could only hope that it was enough. "Fire flare bursts," Benning ordered. "Anti-plasma battery target S1. Evasive pattern 14. The ship shivered as its forward launchers spat forth a cluster of missiles topped with oblong warheads, while the starboard launchers unleashed a volley of more normally shaped warheads. The missiles streaked forth, quickly accelerating to over 9 Toks, and raced toward the interdicting fleet and the rightmost station. Those targets should be blissfully unaware of her attack. She'd stayed ahead of her image, and the ships would only see her dive splash and missiles being fired a second or so before impact. Even so, those seconds were plenty of time for the ship's countermeasures to activate. That was fine with her. The flare bursts shouldn't much care about those countermeasures. "Grazer battery on target S2, narrow focus," Benning ordered, pressing her attack while she still had the advantage of surprise. "Singularity battery, full spread on fleet. Give me damage readings as they come in." She guessed that the fleet would be aware of her presence at that point. The stations and planet would a few seconds later. And while they might not react at first, they would once her weapons hit. Hopefully by then, it would be too late. "Damage reports, Commodore." Oron Siuli, the man beside Jesper Shields, said aloud in a dry, clinical voice as a series of brilliant flashes lit Benning's screen, temporarily obscuring half of the distant ships. A moment later, a half-dozen more flashes followed as ships succumbed to her new weapons. "Significant damage to the interdicting fleet. 7 vessels went photonic, 10 more are listing heavily, 5 are drifting on a ballistic orbit." Target the ballistic ships with antimatter batteries, grazer blasts on the listing ships. Give the rest another flare burst volley. "Helm, close to combat distance," Nashio ordered. "Flank speed." "Aye, Captain. Moving to 3 lekens distance." The Wrath soared forth, curving in its flight path to move into a random orbit about the planet below, and closing with the fleet as another volley of Tuktu's weapons soared forth. The flare bursts were dimensional weapons. Each one simulated a ship entering and exiting a 6-space dive. Unpacking the additional layer of psi space required significant energy. But when that layer closed, it gave back that energy in exponential form, as 6D matter converted into 3D energy. The blast of blue shifted photons that resulted looked like a dreadnought's exit splash and slammed into every ship within a lekend or so. Shields and armor weren't meant to withstand that sort of blast, which was why this sort of weapon was prohibited by the fleet. The remaining ships would quickly overpower their shields to protect their vulnerable plants and engines, but that would reduce the energy available for weapons and thrusters, making the fleets less of a danger. That was the whole point. Benning wasn't here to fight these ships, or even to tussle with the defense platforms. They were just obstacles she had to overcome to get to her true target.
Damage report on target S1, Seuli added. 5 direct anti-plasma strikes. S1 is open to space and tumbling in orbit. 2 RPM.
That was the danger of anti-plasma blasts, Benning thought with a grim smile. Antimatter was effective at eating through most substances, but it had little effect on neutronium, which lacked electrons with which the antimatter could interact. Antiplasma was superheated anti-helium nuclei, though, and it shredded neutronium and regular armor with ease. The process created regular antimatter that caused even more damage, especially if it breached the inner hull of a vessel or station. Antimatter inside an environment with an atmosphere almost instantly turned into gamma radiation and high-energy electrons and neutrons that wreaked havoc on living and electronic systems alike. Give them a singularity battery targeting the hull breaches. Tear it open and knock it out of orbit, Benning instructed. Second antiplasma battery on target S2. As Benning spoke, her skin heated up as grazers swept past her hull. Rumbles shivered the massive ship as fusion and antimatter warheads exploded all around them, trying to bracket their evasion cone. The enemy ships had rallied at last into a fleet, and they worked together to paint her evasion cone with low-intensity grazer fire.
Commodore, interdicting fleet has formed into 2 fleets, labeling F1 and F2.
Eldon Rush spoke up in his smooth voice.
We're being hailed by the planet below.
Ignore them. Ops, damage from that last blast?
Light grazer hits to the hull, several warhead explosions within 2,000 kims. No damage.
Frankel Hales, the woman beside Jezber Shields, replied in her bright voice.
Helm, evasion pattern 4.
Nashio instructed as the blast lit up her display as well. Belay that. Benning overrode her order. Pattern 11, Helm.
Commodore, that pattern might take us into their warhead blasts,
the captain protested. Not likely, Captain. Watch and learn. Nashio bit her lip but watched as the next flight of missiles exploded, not even shivering the ship's hull at their distance. Had the ship followed Nashio's command, though, and maneuvered to thread a path between the previous warheads, they would have taken at least a couple of those second blasts at close range.
They were bracketing us,
Nashio said, nodding her head in understanding. Exactly, and we're about to do the same to them. Weapons, flare burst volley at target F1, box pattern, followed by singularity battery, starburst pattern.
Commodore, 3 hits on target S1. She's venting atmosphere badly, and her power levels are down 58%,
Hale said.
Tumble has increased to 6 RPM, and she's drifting off orbital path.
Good. Repeat anti-plasma strike on S2, grazer blast on S1, pinpoint focus. Antimatter battery on F2, staggered pattern. Launch cutter strike on F1's most damaged ships. Let's make a hole. The battle frigate hurled its weapons at its foes. 2 bays opened in the side, releasing a swarm of 30 small cutter-hulled ships that streaked out to engage the first enemy fleet. Antimatter warheads exploded around the second fleet in a random fashion, trying to break up their formation. Streams of highly focused gamma rays bathed the tumbling station, pouring waves of energy through the torn hull into the interior, while more anti-plasma warheads lanced into the second station, ripping holes in its armor and hull. In return, the defense platforms hurled hundreds of warheads at her ship, filling the space around her with fusion explosions that rocked the vessel. Grazer fire painted her ship constantly, eating slowly into its shielding. Guided torpedoes streaked toward her at half the speed of light, and while her point defenses shot most of them down before they could be dangerous, a few exploded close to her hull, weakening her armor. Enemy flyboats clustered around her, unleashing their own much more focused grazer fire and forcing her to launch another cutter strike to deal with them. The two enemy fleets split up and rotated around her, hitting her from every direction and forcing her to spread out her attacks. The enemy commander was good. They knew how to fight with a fleet, and they knew how to engage a larger, more powerful vessel. Unfortunately for them, she was good too. Singularity battery, spiral pattern on F2, followed by an antimatter torpedo strike, wide sphere, and a grazer blast, full dispersion. Keep their formation loose. Flare burst strike, tight box on F1. Pinpoint grazer fire on S2. Her missiles shot forth and exploded in a ring of collapsing black holes that almost unfurled the fabric of psi-space around them. The enemy ships shifted to avoid the blasts and found themselves painted by grazer fire. They shifted again to evade and moved right in the path of her torpedoes, which slammed into the ship hulls and exploded in blasts of energy.
3 ships went photonic, Hales reported. F1's flagship is without power and moving on a ballistic path.
Finish her, then hit F2 with a starburst AM battery. Report on S2?
She's tumbling off her orbital path, Commodore, and is down to 37% power.
How are we doing?
Armor is at 83%, Commodore,
Hales responded.
Plants are between 74 and 88%. Engines are still at max.
Good. Prepare the dropships and drop an orbital bombardment on the primary target below. Nashio, you have the ship. Keep them broken up and out of formation, and don't stray too close to the other stations, and you'll be fine.
Aye, Commodore.
Benning rose to her feet and jogged off the bridge, toward the transport tube that would take her to the Marine Bay. Part 1 of her plan was complete, but that was the easy part. The hard part would come when her boarding party reached the surface below. That was where the real fun would start. Chapter 19. Benning had never done an orbital drop before, and she had to admit that it wasn't her favorite method of transport. The capsular dropship was little more than an armored pod with a shroud generator. It had no bridge or helm. The vessel could go up or down, and that was it. Inside, the ship had several decks, each of which was nothing more than a ring of padded seats with arm and headrests facing outward toward the exterior hull. Vertical gun racks set into the wall yawned emptily as Benning walked inside, with a ring of crimson light set into the ceiling above those racks and ringing the entire space. She quickly removed her weapons and attached them to the nearest rack, then sat down facing them. Her chair was soft and yielding, forming itself around her body and supporting her completely. Straps wrapped around her chest, arms, and legs, pulling her securely against the seat. Only her head remained free, and she felt a brief surge of panic at being so tightly bound. She couldn't move anything but her head, hands, and feet. The rest of her body was immobilized, and some part of her screamed that if an attacker came for her at that moment, she would be helpless to stop them. She closed her eyes and took a deep, calming breath, forcing the panic away. She was on her ship, surrounded by her Marines. There weren't many places in the galaxy that would be safer for her. A tone sounded in the capsule, and she opened her eyes to see that the ring of light above her had shifted to yellow. 2 protrusions slipped out of her headrest, one to each side of her head, and enfolded her skull, binding it in place as well. A feeling of pressure settled onto her chest as the ship's shroud activated, its gravity pressing her into her seat so snugly that breathing required a small effort. She watched as the yellow band darkened to gold, then to chartreuse. Finally, it flashed to green with a loud buzz, and the floor dropped out from beneath Benning's feet. At least, That was what it felt like as the ship's gravity reversed inside the drop bay, spitting the dropship out into space to be captured by the planet's gravity well. For a moment, Benning felt weightless as she fell freely, but only for a moment. As the planet's gravity captured the ship, the vessel's shroud activated, increasing its downward acceleration. Benning felt herself rising, her shoulders and thighs pressing against the straps and the artificial gravity holding her in place, as the dropship swiftly gained speed and hurtled toward the planet's atmosphere. It was the ship's most vulnerable moment. At that point, it moved with relatively slow velocity and a predictable curve, and any decent negaputer could target it. The ship rumbled as something did just that and something exploded near its hull. It shook again, more strongly this time, then rocked crazily as a blast impacted the hull directly. The ship wobbled and spun like a top, and Benning closed her eyes as she was flung about. Another explosion slammed into the ship, and only its armor kept it and its occupants from going to respawn. The capsule accelerated, and the blasts weakened as the cannons or missiles lost their firing solutions. That peace lasted for only a moment until they reacquired the dropship and slammed ordnance into it. Benning endured the crazy, tumbling ride as best she could, ignoring the gorge trying to rise into her throat from the spinning and the brief surges in acceleration as the ship tried to break free of the bombardment striking it. The vessel suddenly stabilized, and a nearly crushing weight settled on Benning as the ship slowed rapidly. Its velocity bled off quickly as the shroud reversed, counteracting the planet's gravity and swiftly slowing the vessel. But it still struck the ground hard. The impact rattled Benning's bones, and only her clenched jaw kept her from biting her own tongue. The pressure on her vanished as the shroud released her, and the straps holding her in place dissolved beneath the ship's nanofield. Benning lurched unsteadily to her feet, the world still spinning around her, and gamely staggered to the racks to yank free her weapons. She followed the others to the exit and slid down a ramp to land on the ground below. She didn't stop to look around. Another explosion rocked the ground not far from the dropship, and she quickly turned and raced across the ground toward her target, a large, low building with a familiar symbol on the front. A transparent wall of micro-thin windows sealed the front, but that splintered into fragments as a grenade slammed into it. This building was meant for show, not as a defensive emplacement. Bullets cracked into Benning as she leaped through the broken window into a wide-open lobby and found herself facing a line of 20 armored soldiers crouched behind a hastily emplaced neutronium wall. Turrets dropped from the ceiling and jutted up from the floor, swiftly targeting the invaders and hurling rounds at them. Her Marines flowed in around her, their weapons firing as they targeted any head that popped up above the wall, and she quickly activated her helmet's comm device. 4th and 5th platoons, move to flank, she ordered. Get around the edges of the barrier. 2nd and 3rd platoons, target the automated defenses, EMPs and gamma bursters. 1st platoon, on me with grenades and heavy guns. Keep them down. As her Marines scrambled to obey, she dropped to a knee and pulled out her meteor. She sighted on a body that the weapon's scanner showed her and pulled the trigger. The cannon roared, and a hole appeared in the barrier as her round punched through, tore into the figure behind it, and exploded, killing her target and wounding the 2 soldiers to either side. A grenade flew out from behind the wall and exploded, rocking Benning, but her armor's gravity boost held her in place, and she fired again, targeting a different part of the wall. Bullets spanged and whined off her armor, but its interactive module held them out. Her own round tore through the wall and burst, wounding and killing more enemies. A soldier beside her fired a cylindrical grenade that soared behind the wall and exploded, tossing bodies about like leaves in a storm. Blasts of magnetic and gamma radiation swept the lobby, and the automatic fire slackened for a moment before renewing, targeting random humans on both sides of the battle. A bullet burned through Benning's right shoulder, and another tore into her left ankle as the sheer volume of rounds overcame her armor's abilities. But she ignored the pain and kept firing. Each blast killed an enemy, but more importantly, it forced them to hunker down, allowing 4th and 5th squads to surge around the edges of the barrier. As her Marines began attacking the enemy from behind, Benning rose to her feet, putting away her meteor and pulling her new war axe from her thigh. Her hammer was a potent weapon, of course, but it could also mark her true identity, so she'd purchased a new one and trained with it relentlessly. "First through 3rd squads, stand and charge," she ordered before sprinting forward herself. The pain in her ankle a distant thing as she activated For Fame, Flurry, and Heart of the Savage. Her axe felt light as a feather in her hands, and she hurdled the barrier effortlessly, swinging her glowing axe at the nearest figure. The blade bit down into the soldier's shoulder where it met their neck, and she jerked the weapon free to unleash a spray of blood. She spun and slashed low, cutting into the back of another foe's knee, then spun and buried the rear spike into an enemy's throat. Pain surged in her side as a bullet ripped through her armor, but that just lent new strength to her attacks as she cut and slashed at her foes, clearing a space around her. Her Marines flowed into that space and began fighting outward, the boost from her command skill and into the breach making them far more dangerous than the defenders. Gunfire roared around her. Men and women screamed and cursed as they died. Explosions rocked the air and battered her armor. Turrets sparked and whined as they shattered and collapsed. Through it all, Benning fought, her axe whirling and spinning with a deadly grace as she chopped through her foes without mercy. Her blows lacked the power and speed they once had, even with her abilities activated. Her body felt clumsy and uncoordinated. She held the axe awkwardly in her hand. Even so, she cut through soldiers with ease. Her training and experience supported her when her strength no longer sufficed. She dodged blows rather than parry them, aimed for weak points instead of tearing through armor, and used every trick she knew, tricks it seemed the soldiers had never learned. At last, her axe slashed through a soldier's throat in a fan-shaped crimson spray, and the lobby fell silent. Benning glanced around to make sure the place was truly empty, then looked at her 5 squad leaders. She'd lost 8 Marines taking the wall, and 4 more slumped against that barrier, too badly wounded to fight. But that still left her with almost 90 soldiers, more than enough for her plans. "First platoon, stay here and secure the lobby in case they send someone to investigate," she ordered. "Second platoon, R&D labs. Make copies of what you can, destroy everything else. 4th squad, living quarters. 5th squad, corporate offices. Kill everything that moves. Everyone here is an enemy combatant, no exceptions. 3rd squad, reactor control. Set the charges to detonate in 45 minutes from now. Everyone, be back at this point for withdrawal in 30 minutes. If you're too late, you'll have to find your own way back. Understood?" She watched as her Marines moved out, guided by the blueprints she and Tiddly had already downloaded for the building. She nodded to the leader of 1st Squad, who began ordering her troops to repair and reinforce the barrier they'd overcome, getting it ready to fight off any enemies who came visiting. She turned and jogged away, activating her infiltrator suite as she did and retracting her armor. Within moments, she resembled a woman with ivory hair, reddish-brown skin, and dressed in light blue and teal. She reached a door hidden in one wall of the lobby and stood before it, hoping that her spoofed identity would work. "Greetings, Misa Kinvig. Welcome to Malleus Nanotech's Ross Prime Research Facility. Access granted. Warning, this facility is currently under assault. All personnel report to shelter immediately." Benning closed the screens as the hidden door slid open, breathing a sigh of relief. Malleus's database was secure from remote access, but its personnel records weren't. Benning could only read those files, of course, but that was all she needed to copy the identity of a researcher senior enough to have access to every part of the facility. Her simple spoof wouldn't hold up for long. Even a cursory check would reveal that Misa Kinvig was currently in a system 62 light-years from Ross Prime. But in the midst of this sort of attack, the facility's security had bigger things to worry about than checking individual identities. She would pass a simple scan, and hopefully that would be enough. She slowed her jog as a group of armored soldiers appeared around a corner, but they took one look at her outfit and ignored her, pushing past her toward the main lobby. She resumed her run, slowing only when she neared the first security checkpoint. Only a single soldier stood there, and they gave her no more than a cursory glance as she passed through the scanner. Silently, she exulted. Her identity seemed to be holding, and with the security forces occupied elsewhere, no one gave her a second glance. She passed through 3 more checkpoints as she ran through the facility, following Tiddly's directions and moving unerringly deeper into the complex. At last, she burst through the door into the negaputer room, where 2 soldiers spun to face her, both swiftly lifting their weapons. Weakened as she was, had this been a fair fight, they probably would have taken her, judging by how quickly they reacted. Unfortunately for them, she didn't believe in fighting fair, a fact she demonstrated by triggering the flashbang grenade she held at her side. The soldiers reeled as the pulse of energy attacked their helmet sensors, blinding and deafening them. They both opened fire blindly, but Benning had already moved out of the path of their weapons. Her armor snapped into place around her, and her axe lashed out as she snatched it from her hip and swung at the right-hand soldier. The blade caught the soldier's arm and sliced through the elbow, leaving a bleeding stump behind. She ducked and spun, and the blind burst of gunfire from the other soldier flew over her head as she buried her axe's spike in their thigh. She twisted sideways, avoiding another blast of fire from the one-handed fighter and slicing her axe into their side, then spun and kicked at the other, crashing them backward. She grabbed the one-handed soldier's remaining arm and jerked them forward, burying her axe in their back as they flew past her, then pulled out her faux hammer rifle and unloaded a long burst into the center of the other's chest, ripping through their armor. Her rifle swung to the now paralyzed soldier and spat 3 rounds into the back of their helmet, punching through and flashing their aura instantly to black. Benning replaced her rifle, recovered her dropped axe, and moved swiftly to the pedestal controlling the station's negaputer. She unleashed her nanites, hurling them toward the pedestal and linking them directly to it. The virus had hit her cyber warfare skill harder than most, weakening it significantly, but the nano-link compensated for that. The negaputer's system seemed to unroll before her as her nanite's physical connection bypassed most of the system's security, and she quickly moved through it, granting herself admin access in less than 2 minutes. Are we ready, Tiddly?
Yep. The data file's all prepared, Benning Kid, and so's the module you created. You just have to upload them both.
The gnome laughed.
I can't believe it. I think this is going to work.
I hope so. She took a deep breath, then dove into the system, sinking all the way into its root structure. Alarms flared around her, but with all the other alerts flashing in the system, she hoped her penetration would go unnoticed. Even if it wasn't, though, she hoped no one would find her alterations. They weren't the sort of thing most people hacked into a secure system for, after all. First, she located the facility's personnel directory, then uploaded her data file into it. It was a large and elaborate file that contained full profiles for 10 separate identities, all fully fleshed out with biographies, transaction records, employment histories, and even disciplinary measures taken against them. She opened the file and added it to the negaputer's registry. She didn't know if she'd ever use those identities, but having them in place could be useful. Plus, it was likely that Malleus's system engineers would discover at least a couple of them, and that would give them a reason for her penetration. If they found that, they might not look for what she was about to do. As she moved through the files, something caught her eye. One of her fake profiles had to be added to the new acquisitions portion of the database, and out of habit, she scanned the designations in that list to see if she recognized any. To her shock, one leaped out at her. Emmett Oswald. The surprise caused her to utter the name aloud and made her reel for a moment. Anger followed soon after, though, burning away her stunned surprise. That piece of plan trash. No wonder I couldn't reach him. He's gone to work for Malleus.
It might not be what it looks like, Benning Kid,
Tiddly suggested.
He probably didn't know that Malleus was your enemy.
Then why hasn't he returned any of my communications, Tiddly? He'd have no reason not to answer me unless he was afraid of what I'd say to him. Benning's rage burned in her at the thought of the nano-engineer's betrayal, but she pushed it aside. It wasn't important. She'd find a different nano-engineer to work with, and she'd make sure to sign a contract with them that would punish something like this. She'd also find Emmett Oswald. The personnel file marked his location as unknown, but her tracking program should hunt him down easily enough and make sure he understood the error of his ways. She pushed aside her anger as she closed that section of the system and returned to the root. This time, she opened a trash directory, one that looked like no one ever accessed it, and uploaded her module into it. The module was a simple tracking program, one that would let her download reports about pretty much anything the corporation did. She locked it in place with a rolling encryption system that she hoped would be nearly impossible for Malleus's systems engineers to find and crack. She returned to the root one last time. Everything else she'd done was useful, but this was the real reason she'd come to this place and risked so much. If this worked, it would all be worth it. If not... Okay, upload the bounty notice into it, she instructed Tiddly, watching as the notice and its attendant seal both appeared in the system's files an instant later. Now, let's open it and see what happens. She accessed the letter, and instantly she ran into the same firewall she'd struck over and over, the noble encryption that held her out no matter what she did. A surge of disappointment lurched through her, but it faded as the system triggered a new algorithm, one she hadn't seen in the root directory before. She tracked the algorithm as the new process swept across it, and a moment later, the entirety of the notice appeared before her, totally unlocked. Suppressing a triumphant laugh, Benning dug into the hidden algorithm, unearthing it from its secure location and downloading it into her net. That would give her time to reverse engineer it. Doheny's secrets wouldn't remain secret for much longer. She closed the hidden process and, after a moment's thought, shifted her tracking program into the same location as the secret algorithm. There was no way that Doheny would give her admins access to that location, so even if they realized there was a tracker, they'd never find it. She shut down the screen and detached from the pedestal, then walked out of the room, removing her armor and resuming Misa Kinvig's identity. It didn't take her long to make her way back to the main lobby. The halls and security stations she'd passed through before were empty now as the facility's guards mobilized to defend against her Marines. She ordered the withdrawal, then led her surviving Marines back to the dropship, breaking through a defensive cordon that sprung up around the facility's entrance. The journey back into orbit was no more fun than the descent had been as the ship's shroud dragged it out of the gravity well, and it took one of her cutters 10 minutes to grab the dropship and bring it back to the battle frigate. The moment she was aboard, she triggered her comlink. "Wrath, commence bright matter bombardment, targeting my tracker," she ordered, then called up her view screen to watch the results of her orders. Glowing trails appeared in her vision as her ship fired a battery of specially designed missiles down the gravity well to impact with the ground below. The spherical warheads exploded on impact, unleashing a burst of bright matter, the antimatter form of dark matter. Like almost every station and rocky body in the collective, the planet below was hollow, its core mined out from materials and replaced with a sphere of dark matter that gave it Earth-standard gravity. The bright matter explosions passed harmlessly through the shell layers of the planet, but crashed into that sphere, instantly converting a large chunk of it into photonic energy. The Malleus facility below simply ceased to exist. It vanished as a blast of blue-shifted photons at least 30 kims wide ripped through the planet from below, opening its depths. More explosions ringed the blast as nearby power plants failed and joined the conflagration, obliterating everything around them. For a moment, that side of the planet seemed swathed in a bath of brilliant light, and when that light faded, a massive, gaping hole 100 kims wide yawned where once a solid surface had been. Benning stared at the image in awe. That blast had been far larger than she'd been expecting. She'd just wanted to wipe out the Malleus facility, not tear a hole into the heart of the planet. Still, she couldn't complain. That blast would have destroyed most of the records of what she'd done, and while it was more destruction than she wanted, an investigation would make it look like the fleet struck at Malleus, not Benning herself. People might suspect the Marauder, but there would be no proof, and that was all that mattered. Besides, the destruction was worth it. She had the key to Doheny's lock, at last. Once she figured out how to use it, she would be able to rid herself of the hole-bound virus, and maybe hurt the noble even more directly. One way or another, she was going to flush Doheny out. It was just a matter of time now. Chapter 20.
Your ridiculous quest is getting out of hand. End this, Lauren Doheny, before it ends you.
Lauren kept her face impassive as she looked at the holographic image before her. Normally, she would have responded to someone speaking that way to her with fury at best, promises of retribution at worst. After all, she wasn't just a noble. She was one of the most powerful and influential nobles in the entire collective. Even other members of the nobility had to step carefully around her. At least, most of them did. Deshane Silva wasn't most nobles, though. The man before her was the owner of Isilon Armorers, possibly the single largest corporation in the entire collective. A full 80% of all firearms manufactured in the collective came from Isilon templates, and he could probably buy and sell most of the nobility outright if he wanted. He was powerful even by noble standards, and few nobles could afford to anger him. Lauren could afford that even less these days. She'd gotten the news of the attack on her Ross Prime facility almost the moment it happened, of course. She'd ignored it at first. It wasn't the first time a rival had tried military action to steal her secrets, or hamper her production, after all. Her bases were as secure as she could make them, guarded by orbital platforms, defending fleets, anti-orbital weapons, and squads of soldiers. She'd even upped their nano-defenses, so a disassembler attack wouldn't do more than cosmetic damage. She could weather an attack by the fleet itself and be fine. At least, so she thought, until the reports started pouring in. The attack wasn't pirates or a rival. It was a Florkine fleet battle frigate, the Ticonderoga, and it was armed with weapons she'd never even heard of before. It smashed through her defenses, taking some damage in the process, then bombed her anti-orbital emplacements and dropped 100 troops on her facility. Those Marines fought their way into the facility and slaughtered everyone they found. They left 30 standard minutes later, and 15 minutes after that, half the damn planet exploded. Lauren's fury had been a terrible thing at first, fueled by the senseless nature of the attack. The fleet would never dare assault a noble's facilities, but if they did, they certainly wouldn't destroy a large chunk of a planet to get it. They'd have seized anything they thought was contraband, captured anyone they wanted to testify, and then held the facility as long as necessary to complete their investigation. The whole thing was absurd on its very face. At least until Lauren had a chance to speak with Ifan Abafoa, her administrator. "The facility is a total loss," the man told her, his face pale as he spoke. "It will have to be rebuilt from scratch, I'm afraid." "Why?" she demanded. "The nanofield should be more than sufficient to enact any repairs." "The nanofield is gone, ma'am. So is the facility's net. Whatever they did reduced the whole place to photons, along with everything for 50 chems around it, including the ground and microthene shells. There's nothing left to rebuild with or on." She took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. "Very well. We'll rebuild it. Make it a priority." "Yes, ma'am." The man hesitated. "However, it's also possible that someone penetrated our system before the explosion." "Impossible," she spat. "Malleus's system is totally secure." "To most hacking, yes, ma'am. According to one of our systems engineers, though, someone with a direct physical connection might have gained access to it." He grimaced. "After I heard that, I ran a systems check, and it seems like someone accessed the system right before it was destroyed." "What?" Lauren knew that her rage was barely controlled, and from the fear in her administrator's eyes, she knew that her expression had to reflect her fury, but she didn't care. "What did they access?" "As far as I can tell, just the personnel files. They accessed a dozen or so personnel records, then closed out the system. I checked those records, but there doesn't seem to be anything special about them." "They had to have done more than that," she fumed. "Run a deep systems scan. I want to know what they did." "It's in the process of running now, ma'am. I'm also assuming that they accessed more than that, and they opened random personnel records just to make us investigate the wrong direction. I'm focusing the scan on R&D, obviously, but it's running all the way into the root directory. We should have a result in 3 standard days." Of course, that scan hadn't shown anything untoward. All it had revealed was that some of the accessed personnel files were fraudulent, forged identities that would have given someone using them access to most of her facilities. Abafoa thought that was the point of the breach, giving the fleet access to her facilities. And he'd flagged those records so that if anyone used them, it would alert both Lauren and him immediately. Lauren didn't believe that for a moment. She knew that somehow someone had gotten into her R&D network, probably looking into her research on the new 6-space nanites. She was even sure she knew who it was, or what it was, more accurately. She had no proof, but she didn't need it. This was the drone's doing, she was sure. That the creature penetrated into her system so easily and without a trace infuriated Lauren, but it also slightly terrified her. The more it learned about her, the more dangerous it became to her, after all, and to her corporation. While Lauren wasn't particularly vulnerable, Malleus was, and it seemed the drone had realized that. It wouldn't take much for one of her competitors to overtake her, and several setbacks like the one she'd just experienced would be more than enough to turn Malleus from the premier supplier of nanotech in the collective to just another company struggling to keep up. Lauren needed allies to help her secure her position, and Silva was one of the few she could generally count on. "Things aren't quite that dramatic to Shane Silva," she said, forcing a light laugh in response. "No. What do you call that fiasco on Ross Prime? It looks like the fleet came and destroyed one of your facilities. 10 arcologies were obliterated, Lauren Doheny.
over 4 trillion citizens died, and the planet will take at least 8 standard months to finish rebuilding. And because it looks like the fleet did it, the system's administrators have barred fleet investigators from launching an inquiry and declared themselves free from fleet law, meaning no one is likely to be punished. How is that not reason for concern?
"I'll rebuild," she said nonchalantly. "And I have reason to believe it wasn't the fleet that perpetrated that."
"Of course it wasn't," he snorted. "It was obviously the drone. She went after one of your most heavily guarded facilities and destroyed it. She's put you on notice that Malleus is in her sights now, and that if she can hit Ross Prime, she can hit you anywhere."
"Actually, I think it was an act of desperation, Doheny Silva."
"Desperation?"
He shook his head pityingly, and Lauren felt her anger flare again.
"She's not the one who should be feeling desperate. Do you know that there was another permanent death?"
"I heard, yes. A mercenary. That makes what? 2?
3,
he corrected.
The body of one Berith Konishi was delivered to a station in Chalawan system. It was badly eroded, probably from a nanite attack of some sort, and the station's nanofield refused to reclaim it. It had to be burned almost completely before the station connected to it enough to reclaim the ashes.
3, then, she shrugged. There are quintillions of citizens in the collective, sextillions even. 3 hardly matter.
3 permanent deaths, when even 1 should be impossible, Lauren Doheny. Each one weakens the entire system and threatens us all. What if word gets out? If citizens find out that they could die permanently? What do you think will happen?
Honestly, Lauren could see a number of different reactions to the citizens of the collective realizing that true death was a possibility. Some would refuse to believe it, of course. Some humans always chose to ignore the data in their scans, no matter how sure it was. Others might even welcome it. Those citizens who'd given up on the collective and retreated to their domains to either pass a virtual existence or to simply sleep away the centuries might very well see true death as a release. A very few would see it as a challenge. Those who spent their days surfing event horizons, plunging into stellar cores, and making orbital paradrops just for the thrill might see the risk of actual permanent death as the ultimate ride. Most, though, would be deeply unsettled if not frightened by the possibility. Discontent would arise, and that could lead to unrest or even open rebellion. The fleet would have to clamp down on the populace to maintain control, and if things got bad enough, the system itself might have to intervene. Its entire purpose was to make humanity grow and develop, and a population suffering extreme unhappiness ran counter to that goal. If that happened, there was no way to know what the outcome could be. Even so, letting the drone exist ran an even greater risk, one that it seemed only Lauren could see, and one that the system wouldn't allow her to articulate. All she could do was try to convince her fellows of that danger, and so far, she was failing miserably at that.
"I can see the possibilities as clearly as you," she sighed. "However, it's a calculated risk, and one that's paying off." "Paying off?" he asked with obvious disbelief. "Lauren Doheny, I think we have different ideas of what that means.
So far, you've lost the equivalent of 500,000 credits in ships and cargoes, and now the cost of an entire facility to the drone's attacks. More than half of the mercenary companies you paid to try and capture her have repudiated their contracts, eating the penalty to their accounts and their renown in order to avoid conflict with her. The Triple Triads lost their station to her, and rather than blaming her, they're telling everyone that it's your fault. How is this paying off? Because, despite all that, the drone's days are numbered, Doheny Silva. Lauren practically purred, thanks to a little project of mine. A project? His eyes took on a spark of interest. What project? A nanovirus. A very special one, in fact. The interest faded from his face, and he made a dismissive gesture. And what is it supposed to do? He asked with barely concealed disdain. It can't be too dangerous. The system very strictly regulates that sort of thing, after all. It slowly weakens its victim, dragging their stats and skills down until they're essentially level 1. It also corrupts the leveling and training processes, so they can't improve those stats. They're simply stuck. Until they go to respawn, you mean? Then they'll come back at full strength. He shook his head. That's not much of a weapon. It wouldn't be, except it carries through respawn. Lauren laughed. Once you're infected, you stay infected, and there's no counter to it. Silva stared at her for a moment, his gaze hard and narrow. The system wouldn't let something so dangerous and permanent be created. He shook his head. It's not possible. Every one of the system's protocols has a loophole, Doheny Silva. I took advantage of a few of those. She laughed again. I'm not going to tell you what its weaknesses are, of course, but there are enough of them for the system to allow it. That's all that matters. He gazed at her for long seconds in silence. Assuming I believe what you say, you still have to find a way to infect the drone. She has significant defenses, Lauren Doheny. That was how she defeated your tame nanomancer, remember? Not against this. Lauren shook her head. It's specifically designed to get around the nano defense skill. She grinned. And it's already done. It's infected. You're certain? He asked, the interest swiftly returning to his face. Very. It happened during a tournament. One of the mercenary companies you so disdain delivered it to her during a battle, disguised as a pain amplifier. I'm certain that's why the thing attacked my facility. By now, it's probably close to level 1, as far as its stats are concerned, and it was probably looking for a counter. Not that one exists. With it weakened, it'll be a simple matter to have it captured, and I'll spawn camp it back until its actual level matches its stats. Then, I'll imprison it as long as the system allows me. But even when I let it go, it won't matter. It'll be stuck at level 1 forever, and eventually it'll give up trying and retreat into its domain. It's the only possible outcome at this point. If that's true, then why did you ask for this meeting? the man asked curiously. Because I need you to understand that I've already won. The drone is done. And you want me to spread word of that to the others, he said slowly, before any of them decide that you're weak and vulnerable. He paused for a moment, then shook his head. No, I'm afraid I'm not willing to do that, Lauren Doheny. Why? She demanded. Because you continue to let your hubris blind you. The drone has accomplished the impossible twice that I know of. If she does it again and overcomes your virus... I'm not afraid of a drone, Deshane Silva, she scoffed. If somehow this fails, I have other plans. One way or another, the drone will fall. So you've said, and yet she's still here. The man touched his chin. Do you know who Berith Konishi was, by any chance? No, should I? Not really. He was once the owner of Frostwise System, and the station the drone currently commands. He betrayed the drone and tried to deliver her to the fleet. At your urging, as you may recall, and she promised vengeance upon him. He hid from her and hired one of the top bodyguards in the collective, plus 2 full mercenary companies to protect him. The drone found him, laid waste to the mercenary fleets, and killed the bodyguard, supposedly effortlessly. So, she snorted, he wasn't a noble. My point is that the drone has a way of overcoming whatever obstacles are put in front of her, Lauren Doheny. If this fails, then it's likely that you'll simply be the next challenge for her to overcome. Only time will tell, and I'm simply not willing to gamble my reputation against the drone's ability. Capture it, hold it, and I'll happily speak to the others on your behalf. Until then, consider my support in this matter fully withdrawn. The man's face blinked out, leaving Lauren staring at empty space. Despite her seeming confidence, the man's words chilled her. The drone did have a habit of performing the impossible. It shouldn't have been able to face down the fleet, or steal a fleet ship and keep it, or defeat her designate. It shouldn't have been possible to destroy her facility or access her systems. It certainly shouldn't have been able to kill a citizen permanently. Whole. It shouldn't have been able to rise to citizenship in the first place. She should have been sure that the thing's time was at an end, but instead, she felt a twinge of doubt. She wouldn't wait for the drone to be fully weakened, she decided. She would strike first. She would lure the creature into a trap, then watch it as it slowly shriveled into something worthless and useless to the system. That would show Silva. It would show them all that the mistake couldn't possibly exist in the collective. To do that, she needed bait, of course, but she had an idea for what might work. It would take time to arrange in a way that didn't arouse suspicion, but she thought she could do it. Even as she laid her plans, though, a worm of fear burrowed into her mind. Would she truly be the next impossible challenge to be overcome? It seemed unimaginable. The system itself shielded her from harm, after all. But as she sat in her secure room alone, staring at the emptiness, that shield felt flimsy and thin indeed. Chapter 21. Benny ducked as Fodor Hendricks swept his heavy, spiked mace toward her skull, then shifted sideways as the man redirected his blow and sent it hurtling toward her exposed back. She lifted her axe with 2 hands, catching the blow on its haft and trying to push the man back.
With her weakened stats, though, she lacked the strength she needed to move him. And while her armor's gravity mod kept her from being flung backward, she couldn't shift the man in the slightest. He stepped back, disengaging, and swept in, raining mace blows toward her that she barely managed to dodge or block. He drove her inexorably back, then spun and swept a low blow at her feet. She skipped back, but the mace cracked into one of her ankles, knocking her off balance. She recovered swiftly, but not in time to block the follow-up smash to her chest that hurled her off her feet. His mace came to a rest against her helmet, and he tapped it against the microthene with a shake of his head.
"You're dead, Benning Kid,"
he said disapprovingly.
"Again."
He lifted his mace and reached down a hand that Benning took, allowing herself to be pulled to her feet.
"I know,"
she sighed, examining her armor where his mace had struck. The impact hadn't pierced the breastplate. He hadn't been trying to actually kill her, after all, but it could have if he'd been using his weapon's antimatter enhancement. If that had been a real fight, she'd have actually been dead.
"What the hole's wrong with you?"
he asked her curiously.
"I haven't knocked you around like this since we first started sparring. Are you holding back for some reason? I know you're stronger and faster than that."
"No, I'm not holding back." She shook her head before hesitating. She hadn't told anyone about the virus infecting her net, but then Fodor Hendricks wasn't just anyone. He already knew her deepest secret, that she was originally a drone. She didn't think one more would matter. "It's a virus," she finally explained.
"A what?"
he asked, stepping back away from her. "A nanovirus. I'm pretty sure Lauren Doheny infected me with it. It lowers my stats and makes my abilities less effective. I'm currently about the same as I was at level 5.
"Holy scrit! Can't you get it scrubbed? Emmett Oswald
is working with Malleus." Hendrix's eyes narrowed, and the flash of anger that appeared on his face felt strangely gratifying to her. "So he obviously won't help, and couldn't be trusted anyway. And I can't remove it myself. Believe me, I've tried."
"What about going to Respawn? That should fix it."
"No, it's in my domain, Fodor Hendricks, so it'll carry with me on Respawn. I've got it quarantined so that its progress is slowed way down, but I'm afraid that if I go to Respawn, it might break out and weaken me even more."
"Flork."
He lowered his mace and retracted his helmet, revealing a face creased with concern.
"So, why are we still sparring, Benning Kid? If it's weakened you that much?"
"Because I can't stop being me just because of this virus, Fodor Hendricks. I still have to fight, but I'm going to be fighting people stronger and faster than I am as the virus gets worse. It was hard enough in the Ross Prime facility against ordinary soldiers. If I were facing a real fighter, I'd have lost, badly. I need to figure out how to beat someone like you the way I am now." He nodded.
"Okay, that makes sense."
He rubbed a hand over his face.
"I don't really like this, though. It doesn't seem very fair."
"It's not, but then when is anything about the system fair?" Benning stepped back and lifted her axe again. "Believe it or not, Fodor Hendricks, you're helping me here."
"Fine."
His helmet snapped back into place and he lifted his heavy mace.
"But I don't have to like it."
He came at her again, and once more she quickly found herself on the defensive. She twisted and ducked, dodged sideways and leaped backward, barely avoiding his strikes. She tried to gain the initiative, but his attacks came too furiously for her to do anything but defend, and eventually a blow slipped past her defense and she found herself on the ground again. She rolled to her feet and found the man already coming for her, his mace cutting through the air as it streaked toward her helmet. They went through another series of exchanges before his weapon cracked into her back, knocking her forward, then swept her leg out, hurling her to the ground again. "Again," she gritted, rising to her feet and preparing herself for his attack. The virus weakened her, certainly, but she refused to let it control her. If she couldn't beat it, she'd find a way around it. She was more than her status sheet. more than the system declared her to be, and she wouldn't let the overnet decide how dangerous she was. It could say she was weak. She didn't have to agree with it. She slipped back into a defensive mode, but this time she abandoned any attempts at offense. Hendrix was stronger and faster. The system was aiding his blows more than it did hers. He had all the advantages, from an objective standpoint. She had only one thing he didn't. She'd fought a lot more life-and-death battles than he had during the last few years. There had to be a way for her to turn that into an advantage. She just needed to figure out how to do it. She watched the man closely as they fought, focusing solely on her defense. Again, he knocked her down, but again she rose to her feet and challenged him. She needed time to think, to analyze, and to put her experience to use. Her body fought automatically, moving and blocking without her conscious direction as her senses focused on her opponent. Hendrix was a skilled and experienced fighter, a man who fought coolly and calmly and rarely made mistakes. He never let himself fall into a pattern. He never overextended himself. He controlled his blows and feints, keeping the battle firmly in hand and giving Benny no openings for an attack. He feinted low, then swept his mace upward, but she ignored the false strike and batted aside his slashing mace. She ducked as his weapon flew overhead, then shifted sideways to let it slip past her. She stepped back as he went low again, this time a true blow, then moved forward and sideways as he rushed past her, trying to bowl her over with his sheer mass and strength. Her axe swept out almost of its own volition and cracked against the back of his armor, and he stopped, stepping back and lowering his weapon. "Nice hit," he said as his helmet retracted. "That was a lot better. You were keeping up with me that time, and I couldn't get you off balance. How did you do that?" Benny lowered her axe and frowned, also sliding her own helmet back. I'm not sure," she admitted. "I was just fighting defensively and watching you, and it just came to me." Her eyes narrowed, and she slipped her helmet back into place. "Let's try that again." "Fine with me." His helmet snapped up and he rushed forward, his mace swinging. Once again, Benning fought defensively, watching him carefully, letting her body fight without her conscious control. His mace thrust at her face, trying to force her to step back, but she ducked low instead and brought her axe up to block the follow-up strike to her body she knew was coming. As she slid the blow over her, she skipped sideways, allowing his overhand smash to slice the air and miss her helmet, then leaned back to let a backhand strike flash past her, a strike she anticipated before he'd even begun it. "How did I know that, though?" she thought silently.
"Because you're seeing it, Benning Kid. You just don't realize what you're seeing. Try looking closer and really watch every detail."
She focused her senses on the man and noticed his left elbow lifting slightly. Her axe slid upward to block the rising strike to her side that she sensed coming. His right foot shifted, and she stepped sideways to dodge the downward blow to her right knee. His hips twisted, and she ducked below the sweeping smash she knew it foretold. That, she realized, was how she knew. Every tiny movement of his body showed her his next attack as clearly as if he'd been shouting it at her. She'd fought with him so much and trained so hard to learn to read body language that she simply knew what those movements intended, and that meant that she knew what he was about to do before he did it. She suppressed a surge of excitement and kept her focus on the man. She blocked a quick slash and ignored a feinted kick at her knee, focusing on the twisting blow that followed. He swarmed toward her, but she countered each attack easily, moving before he even began his strikes. He was still stronger and faster than she was, but the extra warning allowed her to keep up, and with that knowledge, she managed to bat aside one of his strikes, then reach down with her axe and hook it behind his leading knee. She yanked forward and he stumbled toward her, off balance and fighting to stay erect. She slipped the axe free and ducked his hasty swing toward her head, bringing her weapon up and around to slam into his back again. Already off balance, he fell forward, ducking his shoulder to turn the motion into a roll, but her axe hooked under his arm and she jerked hard, crashing him face first onto the deck. She rested the axe against the back of his neck with a triumphant grin. As she ended the battle, a series of notifications began blinking in her vision, and she glanced at them curiously. Skill unlocked. Combat prescience. Advanced martial skill. Error. This skill requires a prerequisite career path that you do not possess. This skill requires the prerequisite skills, combat senses, and martial meditation. Protocol. Actions speak louder, enacted. Exceptional demonstration of a skill or ability trumps the need for prerequisites. Requirements waived. Skill unlocked. Skill unlocked. Combat prescience. Advanced martial skill. Plus 10% plus 1.5% times rank to melee attack and damage. Plus 10% plus 1.5% times rank to melee defense. You gain a bonus to melee attack and defense equal to half your acuity score. As this skill is an advanced combination of the skills combat senses and martial meditation, it begins at rank 10. Current rank, 10. What's this, Tiddly? She asked silently.
It's what I was telling you about when I showed you that list of skills,
the AI responded in an awed voice.
You earned a skill through demonstration, and it's a really good one. Combat prescience is an advanced skill that's normally only available to citizens who take a purely melee path, like Weapon Saint or Devoted Warrior. You usually have to have combat senses and martial meditation and get them both to rank 10 to get it. But you showed that you understood it at a fundamental level. That forced the system to give you the skill, even though you don't qualify for it.
She whistled softly.
It's pretty powerful.
Benning didn't know how powerful it was, but it would certainly help offset her weakened stats. She could investigate it later. For the moment, she had a victory to savor. You're dead, Fodor Hendricks, she said with a faint note of triumph as she closed her screens and slid her helmet open. I am, he laughed, rolling onto his back and holding up a hand to let her pull him to his feet. That's more like what I was expecting. How did you do that? I could just tell what you were about to do, she shrugged as she yanked him up. Once I realized that, it was easy to defend myself and turn your attacks against you. She grinned at him. And I got a new skill out of it. Combat prescience. His helmet slid open, revealing a dissatisfied expression. Never heard of it. I'll have to look into it and see if I can get it too. He sighed loudly. It's kind of a shame. I was really enjoying knocking you around the way I always used to. I wasn't, she replied, although it did turn out to be pretty useful. Sounds like it. He glanced at her. So this virus, what are you going to do about it? I'll find a way to get rid of it, of course. Until then, I'll have to rely on my skills to offset my lowered stats and weaker abilities. I can still train those up, at least. I can tell. What's your martial combat skill at now, anyway? It's not martial combat anymore. It's melee mastery, she corrected him. And 31.3. He stared at her, his eyes wide with obvious surprise. Wait, you got it over 30 and specialized it? He demanded. When? A couple months back? She shrugged. Only I didn't specialize. I chose to keep my skill base broad. Is that why you're using that axe instead of your hammer? She nodded. I figured that if I'm not going to specialize, I might as well start learning other weapons, just in case one is better than my hammer, or if I need to disguise myself. Everyone knows that I fight with a hammer, after all. I've got this axe and a partisan, just in case. A partisan? I don't know that weapon. It's a spear with 2 small axe blades on the sides, more or less. It's longer than my other weapons, better at thrusting and getting through heavy armor, and the side blades mean I can chop with it if I have to, although it's not all that effective at that. She took the 20-sim rod from her left thigh and activated it, elongating it into a 3M-long shaft with a 50-sim spearhead on the end, and 2 rounded 10-sim wide axe blades flanking it. The point of the weapon glowed with the pale sheen of contained antimatter, and the 2 side blades pulsed with a bluish haze of plasma.
That's a nasty weapon, he observed. If someone gets past it, though, you're in trouble.
It retracts, she replied, demonstrating by shrinking the shaft down to an M long and the blade to 20 sims. Still, in close, I'd use the axe or my hammer.
I would too.
He glanced down at his mace and shook his head.
That's not a bad idea, having more than one weapon just in case. Why didn't you use it, though?
Because the whole point was to figure out how to fight someone stronger and faster than me. I think I could have held you off with the partisan, and that would have defeated the purpose.
Makes sense. You'll still want to train with it, though. Never rely on the system to give you your skills.
I know. That's why I've been practicing it with Geraldine Dickerson, Kiana LaCroix, and Madeline Mansour. Dickerson is like you, faster and stronger than me these days, but LaCroix and Mansour have close to the same stats as I do, so fighting them is more about learning to use the axe and partisan well.
Mansour? She's the new security officer on the Wrath, right?
Yeah. She's a Marine sentry, so her martial combat skills are pretty good. And she's got all sorts of perception bonuses that make it hard to trick her or use feints against her. Fighting her is a different experience.
I would imagine.
He ran a hand along his head.
Grab a drink with me.
She hesitated and he rolled his eyes.
Come on. I just wasted an hour helping you get a free skill. The least you can do is buy me a drink in return.
Benning wasn't certain about the logic of that statement. After all, she paid Hendricks a lot more than the cost of a drink already, and it wasn't like he had anything else to do that day. But she shrugged. Fine, just one though. I've still got a lot going on today, and you're scheduled to go after that convoy.
Deal.
The upper deck was relatively crowded as Benning and Hendricks sat down at a table with Benning's escort surrounding them. People eyed the two of them a little uneasily, but no one said a word of complaint as her Marines cleared a space around their table. What will you have? She asked once they sat down.
Stygian blood ale, thanks.
She placed the order using the tablet's holographic menu, then looked back at him. Done.
So, what else do you have going on today?
He asked, leaning back in his chair. I've got a meeting with Teresa Erdelli later to evaluate her new assistant's performance so far. Benning sighed. I'm not looking forward to it. Hendricks chuckled.
She's still mad at you for not letting her do the hiring.
And for picking my own recruiter, yes.
Why? It seems like Manasa Tuai's been doing a fine job.
He has. She'll try to find fault with him, though, to convince me to fire him and let her choose the next candidate. I won't, so she'll be unhappy.
Maybe it's time that the two of you took a look at your arrangement then, he suggested. If she's going to act like plan trash every time she doesn't get her way, do you really want or need her around? Especially now that you've got someone who can do her job for her, and a recruiter who can find you another replacement if you need it.
He paused as a bot wheeled over, carrying Benning's usual smoke brew and a foaming tankard filled with crimson liquid. They took their drinks from the bot, and he sipped his, then sighed in obvious satisfaction.
That's good.
I can see why it's called blood ale, Benning noted, taking a sip from her Syrian smoke brew and savoring the sweet, savory flavor of her favorite drink.
Actually, it's not just the color. He shook his head. It's made from a fermented protein that's found in human blood, which also happens to give it its color.
You're drinking actual blood? She asked in disbelief.
No, not really, he chuckled. You're thinking of hemoglobin. This is a very small part of that molecule. It doesn't taste or smell like blood at all. It just has the same color.
And they call me bloodthirsty, she muttered, sipping at her drink.
Benning kid, was that an actual joke? He laughed. I didn't even know you had a sense of humor.
Of course I do. I just don't see the point to it most of the time.
They used to say that laughter is the best medicine, you know. He chuckled. Of course, that was long before the overnet and nanofields.
He sipped his drink again.
So, about Erdelli.
Benning grimaced. You might be right. The problem is, she's good at what she does. And as long as she keeps doing it well, I don't much care if she likes me or not.
You'll care if she finds a way around a contract, or someone like Lauren Doheny makes her a designate. Do you think if a noble offered her that, she'd turn it down?
No, but I don't think most would, Benning snorted. Would you?
In a heartbeat, the man shrugged. Wouldn't even think about it.
She gave him a disbelieving look. Really?
Of course. First, I'll bet being a designate isn't all it's cracked up to be. Sure, you get a lot of power, but you also get a lot of rules about how you can use it, and you're basically a noble's most trusted slave. Second, anyone who offered it to me would be doing it to strike at you, and I won't be part of that, no matter what they offered.
He shook his head.
So no, I wouldn't take it, and neither would any of your other inner circle.
A pleasant warmth filled her at the man's words, and she couldn't help but smile at him. I appreciate that, Fodor Hendricks.
You should. If it were anyone else, I'd take the title without thinking twice.
He sipped his drink again.
So, what will you do about Adele?
The simplest thing is to tell her all this, I suppose. To let her know that I'm considering ending our agreement unless she can show me that she can do the job without regard to her personal feelings and train Tuai properly.
What if she refuses, or demands that you let Tuai go?
Then she's of no use to me, Fodor Hendricks. There's nothing wrong with Tuai except that he's loyal to me, not to her. If that's unacceptable to her, then I can't trust her to look out for my interests anymore, and I'll fire her.
Okay, so that's the stick.
He nodded.
What about the carrot? What will you offer her to get her to do a better-than-minimal job? You should, you know.
I know, and I thought about that. If she does a good job training Tuai, I might be willing to bring in another administrator as well and shift her to expanding my enterprises rather than managing them. That would make her a lot more credits for less work overall.
Smart. You should also compliment her on the idea of hiring a recruiter. Blake Thompson's been working out well, it seems. The Wrath is almost fully crewed, isn't it?
87%. We also have 3/4 of the Marines we'll need. And yes, hiring a recruiter was a good idea. But so was yours to find my own.
I have good ideas occasionally,
he laughed. Occasionally, she nodded with a smile. She opened her mouth to reply, but before she could speak, a spray of red erupted from the side of the man's skull. Brain and bone blasted outward, splattering the table and spraying onto Benning's arm, and Hendrix's head dropped forward as his aura crisped to black in her vision. Benning kicked away from the table as screaming erupted around her, her helmet snapping around her head as her escort moved to surround her. "Move!" she shouted at them, whipping out her arc bar and shouldering past one of the soldiers. Something flared red in her sight, and she dropped to one knee as a bullet cracked past her.
"Sniper, ma'am!" one of the Marines shouted over the screaming. "We have to get you out of here!"
"Stand down," she ordered, lifting her rifle. Anger burned inside of her, a cold fury that coiled in her chest and radiated through her. Someone had tried to kill her, and they had killed Hendricks. The image of his stunned face as the bullet tore through his brain replayed itself in her mind, and her anger redoubled. Whoever killed him was going to pay. "Tiddly, run a scan for me," she ordered. "Anyone on the station with a high enough weapons skill to make a shot like that."
"On it, Benning, kid,"
the gnome said quietly. Another flare lit up Benning's vision, and she rolled sideways, landing on her stomach, and sighted with her rifle. Whoever was shooting was firing from higher up, likely the next deck, but they were in cover and she couldn't make out anything. Even as she watched, her vision flared red, and something slammed into her helmet without her catching a glimpse of movement. Benning gritted her teeth and moved, letting another bullet fly past her. The sniper was in too good of a position. They could see her, obviously, but she couldn't see them. The flares of warning in her helmet weren't enough to pinpoint the assassin's location, not precisely enough to find them, and if she retreated, they would do the same and come for her another day. What she needed was to flush them out, to force them to leave their hiding spot. She grinned viciously as she accessed the station's controls, reached out, and set the gravity field in the promenade to negative 0.1 G. More screaming erupted as people rose from where they huddled on the deck. Tables and chairs floated around her, and shouts of alarm echoed as people all over the promenade found themselves lifting into the air, slowly but inevitably falling upward. Benning ignored the outcry and clamor and focused on the opposite end of the promenade, her armor's gravity mod holding her firmly in place. A figure rose into the air, floating in a prone position and scrambling wildly, as if they could swim or fly out of sight, and Benning's rifle flew to her eye. She sighted quickly, the system helping her account for the odd gravity, and fanned the trigger. The distant figure spun and twisted as her bullets slammed into them, knocking them sprawling, and quickly rose to her feet. She could kill them now, she knew, but that wasn't what she wanted to do. They'd attacked her, killed Hendricks, and she wanted to make them pay for that. She ran to the edge of the bar and leaped, adjusting her armor's gravity to perfectly zero as she did. She soared outward, heading toward one of the pillars rising up along the promenade. The figure spun to face her, and they leveled their rifle, firing a round that ricocheted off her shoulder and set her spinning slightly as well, but she ignored the rotation as she reached the pillar and shoved off, stabilizing herself and flying toward another pillar closer to her target. Their rifle swung toward her again, but she spiked her gravity upward for an instant and soared over the bullet that lanced forth. She hit the pillar at zero gravity again and pushed toward the assassin. They spun around to face her once more, but as they did, she restored the promenade's gravity to normal, and they plunged down and crashed onto the roof of a building. Benning landed atop the roof a moment later, yanking out her hammer and rushing toward the figure while activating her suite of abilities. The assassin dropped their rifle and produced a heavy, wide-bladed sword. They leaped toward her and swung, slashing low toward her legs, but she dove over the strike and spun on one knee, sweeping a blow at her opponent's leg. They slipped away from her hammer and responded with a lightning-fast thrust that parried to one side before driving the spear point of her hammer at the opponent's thigh. To her surprise, they danced out of the way and set themselves waiting for her. They were no stranger to melee combat, she realized, and with the virus affecting her, they were likely stronger and faster than her as well. Benning lengthened her hammer to 2 M's and grasped it with both hands, then moved in cautiously. Her rage drove her to pummel this person, to shatter their bones and pulp their organs, and she intended to do just that. She'd seen their speed, though, and that sort of skill demanded her respect. She would still defeat them. She'd just do it by fighting smart, not angry. She thrust with her hammer, and her foe danced aside as she expected. They slid forward, jabbing the glowing tip of their sword at her, and she batted it aside. They twisted their wrist and cut at her, but she slipped past their strike and cracked her hammer's haft against their elbow, then stabbed at them again. Once more, they leaned sideways and let the blow pass, then stepped back to disengage. Back and forth the pair fought, their blows swift, short, and cautious. Benning thrust more than swung with her hammer, using its reach to stay in striking range of her foe. They did the same, rarely cutting at her, trying to keep her back and force her to make a mistake. She renewed her abilities as they ran out and fought cautiously. She waited for her moment. But when it refused to come, she realized she'd need to make one. That was dangerous with a skilled opponent, but it was that or retreat and try to shoot them down, and she wasn't sure she could win a sniping battle against the assassin. She sped up slightly, fighting more aggressively, and as she did, she let herself fall into a pattern. She thrust, hooked with the back spike, struck low, and slid back to repeat the sequence. On the third repetition, her foe finally anticipated the sequence and struck, slamming their sword down on her hammer's haft as she struck toward their side, then lunging forward to plunge their blade into her exposed chest. At least, that was what they attempted. When Benning dropped her hammer and snatched up her axe, they realized their mistake. Without the resistance of her hammer, the assassin's blow went wide, pulling them out of position. They twisted to bring the blade back up, but Benning was already moving, and her glowing axe streaked up and crashed into the fighter's wrist. They screamed as her blade carved through their armor and severed their hand, and they stumbled backward, cradling the stump against their stomach. She darted forward, following them, and feinted a low slash that they tried to parry one-handed. She jerked the axe back and slashed downward, the blade slashing into their other hand and severing 3 fingers.
"Wait!"
the figure shouted as Benning stepped forward, her axe held high.
"I yield!"
"I don't care," she growled, slashing once more. The assassin howled as her axe severed their foot, dumping them on their back, missing 3 appendages and essentially helpless.
"No!"
the figure said.
"Wait! I surrender!"
"I heard you the first time. Like I said, I don't care." Her axe flashed again, and the assassin screamed as their other foot flew free. She hacked and chopped with her blade, cutting into the person, slicing off bits of their arms and legs as she worked off her fury. At last, her rage was spent, and she stood over the nearly limbless figure that sobbed and begged at her feet. She sent her scanning nanites out, confirming his identity, and turned her thoughts inward. "What do we have on him, Tiddly?"
Zayden Valoa, level 17 mercenary assassin.
The AI answered promptly.
Looks like he came in on a merchant ship as a bodyguard.
"Retract your helmet, Zayden Valoa," she ordered, watching as the man's helmet slid back to reveal deep brown skin that had gone somewhat pale and curly dark red hair. "Why are you here?"
"I'm on a job,"
he replied, his voice pained and his breath panting. "To kill me?" She shook her head. "You aren't very good at what you do, then."
"No, not you. Your companion. You were a secondary target of opportunity. Nothing more."
Her eyes narrowed, and another surge of anger rolled through her. "And who hired you for that?" He shrugged.
"Anonymous, but the system approved it, so they're good for it. That was good enough for me."
"And did you have any other jobs?"
"I only take one job at a time. Helps me stay focused and keep from making mistakes."
He grimaced at his words.
"Didn't work out for me this time."
He looked back up at her.
"I can tell you, though, that there are marks out on pretty much everyone close to you, and I didn't come here alone."
"Who else is on my station?" she demanded. He shook his head.
"Not my place to say. Sorry. Kill me if you want, but I'm not about to turn—"
His eyes suddenly widened, and he began screaming as Benning's disassemblers soared forth and attacked his left eye. His cornea dissolved swiftly, followed by the deep blue of his iris. Clear, glassy fluid oozed out as her nanites shredded the white sclera, and stopped, leaving half his eye still intact. Thick retinal fluid dripped from the pink gaping hole, and the shiny pink of his retina gleamed dully in the station's light.
"What the flork did you do?"
he screamed, trying and failing to close his eyes to shield them.
"My eye!"
She stepped forward and slammed her boot into the center of his chest. "The same thing I'm going to do to your other eye, Zayden Valoa," she said in a voice colder than the void. "And your ears, what's left of your limbs, even whatever you've got down between those legs. I'll shred your body slowly, making sure you feel every moment of it. Like this." He screamed again as her nanites swooped down to the stump of his right arm and began ripping it to pieces. Thick brown fluid spattered to the floor, pouring out of his armor along with clots of blood and muscle that fell free. After a few seconds, only the web-like tendrils of hanging nerves remained, exposed to the air and no doubt shrieking in the man's mind.
"Stop!"
he screeched, trying vainly to wriggle away from her. An impossible movement with his truncated limbs and her foot on his chest.
"No! Please!"
She shifted her focus to his left ear, and it bubbled and shifted as it sloughed slowly away, splattering on the deck and again leaving the web-like tendrils of nerves behind. The man's screaming rose in volume and pitch, and he thrashed wildly beneath her. She let him for several seconds, before her disassemblers severed the exposed nerves and he fell silent, whimpering in agony and terror. "Who else is on my station?" she demanded. "Who are they hiding as, and who are their targets?"
"I'll tell you,"
he sobbed, tears spilling onto one cheek and pouring into his ruined half eye.
"Please, I'll tell you. Just no more."
"Here's the deal, then," she told him. "First, you'll tell me what I want to know. Second, you'll give me a copy of your contract for this job. Third, you'll pay me twice whatever you're supposed to get for killing Fodor Hendricks and swear not to take a contract against any of mine for a solar year. When you've done that, I'll round up the others on my station, and once I have, then I'll send you to respawn. Do you agree?"
"Yes,"
he panted, nodded furiously.
"I agree."
"Good. Then start talking, Zayden Valoa, and make it good. If I even think you're lying to me or holding back, this will start all over again." As the assassin began blubbering, spilling the designations of his co-conspirators and the identities under which they hid, Benning only half listened, trusting tittily to memorize the man's words. Her thoughts focused on the contract that appeared in her mind, hidden behind the now familiar seal of Lorne Doheny. "Can we break it?" she asked silently.
Not yet, Benning Kid, but we're close. With this as an extra example, though, it should go faster.
Good.
You know what this means, Benning Kid, right?
Tiddly asked in a soft voice. That Doheny's trying to get to me through my people. Her attempts on me have failed, so she's going after them instead.
What are you going to do about it?
The sight of Hendricks dying flashed in her mind once more, and she couldn't help but imagine the same thing happening to the rest of her council. Avayana Robel, Savi Baguna, Rael Muckley, Bertella Holland, even Teresa Erdeli. In her mind's eye, she saw them all dying, and she knew that even if this attack failed, eventually, her imaginings would become reality. Rage swelled again in her chest at the thought of Doheny striking those Benning most counted on, the few people she trusted and who trusted her, and she let it burn. She wants to take from me, Tiddly? I'll show her what it means to take, and I'll make it hurt more than anything she could have done. Trust me. Chapter 22. Imri Tishepo was bored. That wasn't new, really. She was almost always bored, and she had been for the past, well, as long as she could remember. But lately, she'd been a lot more bored than normal. And the standard cures weren't working as well as they were supposed to. Watching arena fights felt monotonous. Trips to pleasure houses provided brief respite that faded quickly. Even playing the immersion games wore thin. At best, her attempts to stave off ennui worked for a short time before it settled back in, and the tedium of existence slowly overtook her. The problem, she reasoned, was that she'd made a series of foolish errors early on in her career. She'd chosen the path of a starship captain, after all. No one forced her to take it. After growing up as just another piece of plan trash on Vukub, the only planet in the Hanupu system 40 light-years from Sol, she'd been eager to escape the planet and get out into the galaxy. The collective, while expanding, was still small compared to the Milky Way, and she wanted to see places that no planet-bound human ever could. She wanted to watch stars implode into supernovae, feel the magnetic power of a neutron star, and see the shroud around a black hole with her own eyes, and commanding a starship seemed like a great way to do all that. She'd found out how wrong she was quickly enough. Her first berth was aboard a megacruiser, a massive luxury vessel whose owners touted it as a way to see the galaxy. To a certain extent, they were right. At least, for the passengers. They got to see all sorts of amazing things. Emery, the most junior ensign on a ship with thousands of ensigns, saw nothing but the endless corridors of the ship as she ran errands, dealt with complaints, and handled minor problems before they could disrupt the passengers. It was a dull, monotonous job, and she hated it with every fiber of her being. When her contract ended, she bailed the whole out and went hunting another berth, only to find that nobody was offering what she wanted. Very few companies had any interest in sending ships out to the edges of the collective. There wasn't much profit in that. Those that did sent massive colonizers, 4 chem-wide ships that carried all the people, supplies, and materials to reach a distant star, set up a few Dyson stations, and began lifting it, or mining its planets and dust clouds, for the materials they needed to turn the system into a working corporate hub. Those ships had billions of people on them and took solar years to reach their destinations. They would be worse than the megacruiser. The few companies that sent out true scouting missions to explore anomalies and investigate new planets hired entire crews at once, groups that were well-seasoned and knew how to work together. Those groups occasionally brought on new members, but the competition for those limited berths was fierce. She'd ended up signing on with Malleus Nanotech. The credits were good, and there was practically a guaranteed path from ensign to captain for anyone who stayed long enough, since the turnover rate was decent. She'd planned to do the job for the base contract of 5 standard years, save her credits, and use them to buy herself a junker ship of her own. It would probably barely run, and she'd have to make crappy cargo runs to make ends meet, but at least she'd be her own boss, and she'd get to travel wherever she wanted and could afford. When her contract came up, though, the re-signing bonus Malleus offered was too good to pass up. With those credits, she could buy a decent ship instead of one that barely ran. She'd re-signed immediately, promising herself she'd only do one more contract, then get the whole out. "Ops, give me a systems check." The command was more to have something to do than because it was necessary, and the response that all systems were green was exactly what she expected. An anomaly would have been a welcome bit of excitement, so of course, everything was normal. She'd made that promise 7 contracts ago. For a while, she'd taken the new contracts because the company's offers kept growing. They offered more credits, a berth on a nicer ship, promotions, and all sorts of other benefits if she stayed. After 3 more contracts, those offers got less tempting, though, and she quickly learned why. She'd spent over 2 decades working for Malleus, and now she was a corporate officer, as far as other captains were concerned. No one but another corporation would have her, and few crews outside of the corporations wanted to work with her. She had experience, but she honestly knew how to navigate the minefield of corporate politics better than the trade routes of the collective. So most of what she knew simply didn't matter to running a starship. She'd become a captain and now a commodore, commanding a fleet of 16 ships, and she'd never once had to lead them into battle with anything more than a handful of pirates or corporate raiders. She hadn't leveled in 3 years, and she doubted she would in another 3. She knew how to command in theory, but in practice, she let her captains run their ships as they wanted, and mostly dealt with corporate officials, fleet officers, and system admins. It was mind-numbingly dull, and she found herself dreading leaving her domain to do her job each day. "Com, traffic in the area?" "In-system traffic is normal, Commodore. We've got a convoy passing near system, Carrick being escorted by 10 warships." "How close?" she asked, not really interested but needing something to do. "They'll pass 2 light hours from the heliopause, ma'am. It looks like they altered their course to brush near it, in fact." "Probably hoping to stay close enough to take advantage of our protection, ma'am," the ship's captain offered. Emery simply nodded. That was the most likely thing. Most caravans hopped from system edge to avoid pirates, since most systems wouldn't allow a convoy to be attacked near their defensive envelope. It looked bad, and it might make tourists and traders nervous about approaching their system. The brief flicker of interest she had in the convoy faded, and the tedium set in once more. Once, long ago, she'd looked at washouts, citizens who'd given up on advancing and retreated into their domains with contempt or scorn. Now, she understood. The problem with eternal life was that you had all eternity to appreciate your floor-cups. Technically, that almost meant you had all eternity to try and repair them, but realistically, it was a lot harder to fix mistakes than to make them. It would be so easy to just stay in her domain, abrogate her contract, and suck up the penalties, and never deal with any of this scrit again. Of course, things weren't really irreparable. She knew how to fix them if she wanted. She could refuse her next contract, take the thousands of credits she had squirreled away and buy a nice frigate, and pay a hiring agency to find her a crew. It didn't matter if they were the best crew, they just had to serve. She'd have to replace them every so often, but after a few years of actually commanding a ship, she'd earn enough renown to get a good crew. Then she could finally live her dream, scouting out new systems, seeing things that Plan Trash never got to see. This is my last contract, she thought firmly. I can't do this anymore. I've got one more year, then I'm out. For a moment, hope flared in her, but it swiftly died. She knew that she would accept the next contract. Buying a ship and taking it out was risky. No two ways about it. Plenty of pirates would love to capture and salvage a frigate, and the farther one got toward the edges of the collective, the smaller the fleet's presence became, and thus the more thickly pirates swarmed. If she ran afoul of a group and lost her ship to them, she'd have nothing, and she'd have to come crawling back to Malleus to beg for a new contract. Assuming they gave her one, it wouldn't be anywhere near as good as the one she'd get by staying. She'd be lucky to get a captaincy and not have to work her way back to command of a ship. Once, she thought she would have taken that sort of risk, but she'd realized over the years that no, she wouldn't. That was her greatest mistake. She'd played it safe, made the easier choices. The corporate world was designed to trap people with easy choices and credit-lined paths, and she'd strolled blithely into it. Now, she was well and truly stuck, and she saw the day when she simply refused to leave her domain rapidly approaching.
Captain, we have multiple dive splashes.
The panic in the pilot's voice roused Emery from her spiraling thoughts, and she sat up straighter in her command chair.
I count 11, all within 4 seconds.
The ship rumbled, and Emery's skin burned as warhead explosions and grazer blasts struck the hull.
Fleet, evasive maneuvers, she ordered at once. Ops, what are we facing? I'm reading 2 heavy destroyers, 4 destroyers, and 4 fast frigates, ma'am.
The man hesitated.
And a battle frigate.
Scrit, she thought as her ship shook once more beneath blasts of exploding antimatter and burned under a wave of gamma radiation. That was no convoy. It's a raiding fleet, and a powerful one. A battle frigate alone could probably tear up this fleet.
Fleet, concentrate all fire on the battle frigate, she ordered. Paint her evasion cone and grazer fire and bracket her in with warheads. If we take her out...
A flare of white light burst in Emery's mind, and sharp pain ripped through her side and back as something exploded just behind her ship. The stabbing pain told her that her outer hull had been breached, and the swirl of nausea warned her that her ship was listing. Hard.
What the hole was that?
It was a dive splash, Commodore,
Helm replied.
A huge one.
I'm not reading any additional ships, ma'am,
Com said with a frown.
Incoming warheads,
Ops half shouted.
Initiate countermeasures. Activate all point defenses.
Emery cut off as more blasts rippled across her screen. The pain in her body doubled as fire spread across her chest and legs, accompanied by a deep burning that she realized must mean a full breach.
Commodore, we're open to space,
Ops said, the man's voice truly panicked now.
Commodore, orbital defense platforms 6 and 7 have been disabled,
Com added in a shocked voice.
Enemy fleet is making an attack run at Facility 413.
What?
Emery demanded. They're attacking the facility?
I'm reading 220 antimatter warheads planet-bound, ma'am, Ops said in a hushed voice. And 76 warheads I don't recognize.
Bright matter bombs, the weapons officer offered in a hoarse voice. Planet busters.
Call it in, she ordered. Maybe they'll have a chance to evacuate. Imri stared at the swarm of tiny dots filling her screen in shock. She knew enough strategy to know what the results of the attack would be. There was no way the facility could defend against that sort of bombardment. They might shoot down a few dozen, but that was if they were lucky. They'd never be able to evacuate either. The missiles would enter the atmosphere in less than a minute. Even if they tried, where the hole would they go? The conventional warheads would rip a hole in the planet below. Then the bright matter would shatter the core. The blast radius would cover the entire horizon, basically obliterating that part of the planet and possibly cracking the entire crust open. The resulting radiation would wipe out plants across the planet, causing explosions and catastrophes everywhere that would further shatter weakened crust and microthene shells. Quadrillions would die. It would be the worst tragedy Imri had ever heard of in her long years in the collective, and it would be her fault.
Commodore, I'm trying to alert Malleus, but no one's acknowledging, Com said, the woman's voice stunned as she spoke. It's a madhouse.
What's happening? Imri demanded.
The network is exploding with chatter, ma'am. I'm getting reports of 3 other attacks just like this one on facilities across the collective. They're too busy to respond.
Imri's mind reeled as her ship shuddered again, and more pain flared in her stomach. This wasn't a corporate raid. This was a dedicated attack on the entire company. Someone was trying to take it down, and doing a whole-bound good job of it. If each attack was like this one, tens of quadrillions would be dead. Could even the overnet respawn them all? What would this do to Malleus? Would the company even survive an attack like this?
Commodore, we're losing shielding in the plants, the voiceover engineer announced shrilly in her ear, jarring her from her thoughts. I'm trying to shut them down, but...
The flare of pain that surged through Imri was blessedly brief. And as the wash of light as her ship went photonic swept past her, she found herself smiling. She didn't know who had attacked her or how they'd taken out her ship so quickly, but she knew one thing. It hadn't been boring. Chapter 23.
Holy screet, Bending Kid,
Teresa Erdeli breathed as she read through the reports.
You hit 4 planet-side Malleus facilities at once? How?
Good planning and solid execution. Benning shrugged in reply, looking at her captains and lifting her chin to each of them in turn. Great job, everyone.
I don't know if I'd call anything about that great, Benning Kid.
Fodor Hendrik shook his head. Benning wasn't sure what the man meant. As far as she could tell, her attack had been very close to perfect. Planning a coordinated strike on 4 systems separated by dozens of light years wasn't a simple task. Relativistic effects made precise timing problematic at best, especially since the overnet restricted direct communication over that sort of distance to avoid paradoxes. If even one of her fleets had struck too early, the warning would have heightened security on the other facilities enough to doom the coordinated attack. Only their exceptional training made the strike even possible, and she was shocked that it worked as well as it had.
What do you mean, Fodor Hendricks? She asked curiously. We successfully destroyed all 4 facilities, 5 orbital platforms, and 17 enemy vessels while only losing 5 ourselves, and we captured ships to offset that loss. How is that not a great job?
Have you read the casualty reports, Benning Kid?
Erdeli asked quietly.
11.2 quadrillion deaths. Quadrillion! That's the population of a small system.
So? Benning shrugged. They'll all respawn.
Not for years.
She turned to the screen, her face grim.
Those bright matter bombs did a number on the planets. You cracked the crust of 2 of them, which caused extensive collapsing in the micro-thin shell layers. An entire third of Nobility collapsed and is considered uninhabitable. Between that and the radiation unleashed, you wiped out most of the local respawn chambers and damaged a sizable percentage of the power plants on all of the planets. So, even the chambers that survived aren't fully powered, meaning they can't bring people back even if they want to. And if they did, they'd have nowhere to put them. You wrecked 4 planets, Benning Kid.
And? The administrator stared at Benning with an expression that Benning couldn't read but Tiddly interpreted as shock.
Doesn't that bother you?
No. Why should it? All our ships beaconed as fleet warships, so they'll be hard-pressed to pin it on us.
I'm sure that's a comfort to all those citizens stuck in their domains,
Erdeli said crisply. Why would I care about them? All they've lost is time, and that's meaningless to a citizen. Within a year or so after they respawn, they'll be back to where they were before their death, if they want. She leaned forward, her eyes intense as she spoke. But the damage to Malleus nanotech is much, much worse. They lost the equivalent of almost 4 million credits. They lost 2 manufacturing and 2 research facilities, all of which will have to be rebuilt from scratch. And in a year, as you said, it will be like it never happened, Erdeli said caustically, mimicking Benning's words.
I don't think so,
Aviana Roble spoke up, her voice subdued but firm.
I'm an engineer by path, and I can tell you that what we did isn't something they can just shake off. As you said, Teresa Erdeli, the infrastructure on those planets was badly damaged, and every spare resource on each of them will have to go toward repairing that, not rebuilding. They'll be lucky to have those facilities rebuilt in 5 or 6 years, not 1.
And if they do, who will they staff them with? Hendricks asked. A lot of those people waiting years to respawn are Malleus employees, after all. Will we be doing it again? Real Muckley asked gruffly, since it worked so well this time.
No, Benning shook her head. I've been monitoring Malleus's communications, and they're doubling the defenses on their facilities. We might be able to hurt them again, but without the element of surprise, we'll take unacceptable losses. She smiled. Besides, it doesn't matter. We don't need to do it again. We already got exactly what we needed.
What? Another warrant from the fleet? Erdeli asked.
No, although that wouldn't surprise me, and I'm just waiting for it to happen. Benning's grin turned predatory. Lauren Doheny is coming out of hiding.
What?
The administrator gasped, her eyes going wide.
Why would she do that?
As Aviana Roble and Fodor Hendricks pointed out, the damage to the planets was so extensive that their administrators refused Malleus's request to prioritize their rebuilds or respawning their executives. Doheny is traveling to make those demands herself in person.
She'll send her designate. She won't go on her own.
No, my information is that she's doing this in person.
And she'll be heavily guarded.
Erdeli shook her head.
She'll have fleet protection.
Of course, but they'll be guarding against raids from other companies or a pirate attack. Not 2 of our fleets plus the Wrath. I'm not sure even a battle cruiser could defend against that.
And all we have to do is hold them back long enough to take out her ship, Hendricks said, tapping his chin. If we sent her to respawn, that would be a major blow against Malleus.
We're not going to send her to respawn, Fodor Hendricks. Benning shook her head. We're going to capture her.
That's absurd,
Erdeli spluttered, her face going red.
You can't capture a noble Benning Kid. They can order the system to kill you if you try. Besides, Lauren Doheny has to be a ridiculously powerful nanomancer or nano-engineer. She'll kill you herself.
I have a plan for dealing with her abilities, and I think I have a way to stop her from using the system against us." Benning glanced at Fodor Hendricks, whose face grew troubled as he realized what she meant. That might actually work," he said slowly. "At least, to keep the system off us."
"And if it doesn't?"
Erdeli demanded. Benning shrugged. "Then we go to respawn and our fleets send Doheny to the same place. Either way, we win, because I'll bet that respawn hurts her a lot more than it does us."
"Are you sure about your information, Commodore?"
Roble asked hesitantly. "As certain as possible. Nothing's 100%, of course, but the entire Malleus network believes that Doheny's on the move. It's the best chance we're ever going to have at her." Benning leaned forward, eyeing her captains in turn. "If we can do this, this whole thing ends. We can stop worrying about Doheny and start focusing on expanding our power base, maybe even taking an entire system of our own. We've already convinced the fleet to leave us alone. This will convince the nobility to do the same." She rose to her feet and began walking around the table as she spoke. "Yes, she'll have fleet protection. But so what? We've already beaten the fleet, and now our ships are at least as good as theirs, and we've had more training and experience. Yes, she'll have Marines and soldiers guarding her, but our own Marines are better than anyone she can send against us. She might even have the system itself defending her, but we haven't let the system stop us yet. Lauren Doheny is a noble, and nobles can't be touched. We know it, so does she. That means she'll never be expecting us to strike at her directly. That surprise is all we need to take her and teach the nobility that even they have to walk carefully around us."
"The hole with it,"
Hendricks said with a loud sigh, leaning back and rubbing his eyes.
"I'm in. I didn't think you had a chance against the fleet. I'm not making that mistake again."
"So am I," Roble said with a smile. "I've learned not to bet against you, Commodore, even if it means betting against the nobility instead." One by one, her captains voiced their agreement, and Benning sat back down with a satisfied expression. "Good. Now, we'll only get one shot at this." They spent the next 2 hours planning, and at the end, Benning spent a little extra time speaking with Erdeli and Hendricks privately. Finally, the Marauder returned to her room, lay down, and sank into the depths of her domain. She opened her eyes and stretched, looking up at the broken sky. Streaks of dark pink streamed through the cracks that raced above her, and the floor under her feet rolled and warped beneath the growing effects of the virus, which had advanced up to 30.5% already, dropping her stats back to their level 5 equivalent.
"Yeah, it's gotten pretty bad."
Benning looked to her left and saw the gnome appear, looking somewhat haggard and worn. "Are you okay?" Benning asked the AI.
"I've been better. The virus doesn't affect me directly, but it's starting to make it harder for me to communicate with local nets. I'm having to use a lot more resources to get anything done, Benning kid."
Benning nodded and moved to the pedestal. "You said that having the second notice might help. How?"
"Well, the problem I'm having cracking this encryption is that the overnet's protecting it. Whenever I get close, the encryption flips to a new method on me, and I have to start all over again."
"The algorithm I downloaded doesn't help?"
"Oh, yeah, it does. Without it, I was getting to about 30% and then having to give up. Now it's closer to 75%. However, the overnet still locks me out when I get too close."
The AI smiled at Benning.
"That's why I need your help."
"What sort of help?"
"I need your skills, Benning kid."
The gnome took a deep breath.
"Now that I'm cut off from the overnet, I don't have all the knowledge I need to do this."
She laughed brightly.
"Of course, if I wasn't, I wouldn't be able to help you at all, so this is definitely better. However, I can't hack this myself. I need you to help me."
Benning nodded and moved to her pedestal, activating it. "Show me what you've tried so far. she instructed.
Okay.
A copy of the original bounty notice appeared above Benning's pedestal, hanging in midair.
Thanks to that algorithm, I know the key to access the encryption. The problem is, it's encrypted in linked layers. So once I reach a certain point...
Benning watched as the AI activated the algorithm, peeling the layers of the encrypted seal back one by one. When it reached a certain point, though, the seal collapsed back in on itself, rotating as it fell, and returned to its original state.
That happens.
Benning nodded. Is it always the same layer?
No. That would make it easier, wouldn't it? Each time the seal resets, the trigger does as well, so I never know where it's going to happen.
The seal began to unfold again as Tiddly worked at it, more slowly this time.
There's also a time limit. That's what was getting me before. If you don't unlock a layer in a timely fashion...
The seal collapsed back down again, and Tiddly sighed.
You can see why I'm frustrated, Benning kid.
Benning didn't bother to reply. Instead, she accessed the algorithm she downloaded from Malleus and began applying it to the seal. Just as it had for Tiddly, the seal unfolded to a point, then collapsed. Benning repeated the attempt several times, watching the results carefully as she did. As Tiddly said, each time, a different part of the encryption triggered the collapse, and there was no way to predict which one it would be. She pulled up the second notice and began attacking it as well, then ran both of them at the same time. Both seals collapsed at different times, and there seemed to be no pattern to them, or none that she could determine. She attacked them from the front and back, trying to unlock them in reverse, but nothing she did could unbind the seal. The problem is, it can't be decrypted piecemeal, she mused, staring at the glowing seal. Each layer has to be hit at the same time or it'll trigger the collapse.
I thought about that, but I don't have the resources to try. I was hoping that attacking two at once would be enough to keep them both from collapsing, but obviously, it wasn't.
She sighed.
I kind of wish there were more of me right now.
There are two of us, Benning said confidently. That'll have to do. I know what to do, but I'm going to need your help to do it. The virus has weakened my skills too much to do it alone. She quickly explained her plan, and Tiddly looked at her uncertainly.
I don't know, Benning kid. I mean, I think I can do that. But it'll take all of my resources, even the ones I'm using to hold back the virus.
You mean the virus will get worse if you help me?
Yeah, and if this doesn't work, I'm not sure if I can get it back under control again.
Benning paused and considered for a long moment. If we don't try, my only other option is to capture Doheny and force her to remove the virus. The thing is, I'm worried that might be exactly what she wants me to do. What if she can accelerate it, or use it to incapacitate me?
That's probably pretty likely,
Tiddly agreed. Then we have to try. Otherwise, there's no way we can risk trying to capture Doheny. In that case, the virus is going to end up like this anyway, eventually.
Okay,
Tiddly sighed.
Let's do it then. I'm ready whenever you are.
Benning took a deep breath and focused on the seal she'd chosen. She began to build the algorithm again, but this time she touched it to the seal and held it in place without triggering it. She repeated the process again and again, and as she did, the ground beneath began to surge and roil beneath her. Her thoughts swam, and she forced them to focus. Her vision blurred, and crimson light flooded everything around her. The ground roiled and twisted beneath her feet, and the horizon of her domain tumbled crazily, but she ignored it and focused on building her algorithms. Her knees trembled as weakness flooded her body, and she struggled to focus as her mind felt fuzzy and unclear. She wished that she hadn't needed Tiddly's help, but the simple fact was the only way she could see to unlock the seal was by hitting it from two directions at once. If she simply attacked each layer of the seal at once, the last layer would have triggered and collapsed it. With Tiddly attacking the seal on the second document from the opposite direction, though, there would be no final layer. It could all drop at once. Before the virus, she might have been able to manage that on her own, but weakened as she was, she had no chance at all. She suspected that her stats were back to their original level 1 numbers at this point, everything but her willpower. That hadn't wavered, and it was all she needed. She didn't have to understand the algorithm to use it, she just had to keep holding the connections in place, keep linking them together until at last there was nowhere else to attach them to. Ready, Tiddly? As slow as her thoughts and body felt, she couldn't risk trying to speak aloud in case the AI misunderstood her.
Ready? Benning, kid?
The gnome's voice was odd and metallic sounding, warped and inhuman, but her words were clear. Benning took a deep breath and triggered the cascade that would cause each algorithm to fall on the seal at the same time. The seal flared golden as the tandem attack slammed into it. Its layers unfolded like the petals of a flower, spreading out before Benning. 60, 70, 80%. It kept unlocking, displaying layer after layer. At 90%, it shuddered, trying to halt, but Tiddly's assault slammed into it from behind, and its final layers expanded until it lay bare before her. Tiddly fell silent as her form wavered and spun, shimmering like it was barely real. The AI vanished, but the shuddering around Benning stilled. Energy flooded her body as the ground beneath her smoothed, and the bloody light bathing her faded. Her thoughts cleared, and she straightened as her strength returned.
You did it, Benning kid!
Benning felt a wave of relief as Tiddly appeared before her, her appearance normal once more and her voice the same light, airy one Benning had gotten used to. For a moment, she'd been afraid that the virus had damaged her companion, maybe even destroyed her. She'd come to depend on the AI, and the thought of continuing without Tiddly made Benning's chest ache. No, Tiddly, we did it. I couldn't have done it without you. Benning sighed and gave the gnome a genuine smile.
I'm always here to help,
Tiddly replied happily.
Now, I just have to figure out how to disassemble the virus so that it's free of your nanofield. Don't worry, it won't take long.
Actually, Tiddly, Benning said slowly as an idea occurred to her. Can you isolate it without destroying it?
I suppose. But you know that if I do, it's possible that Lord Doheny could reactivate it.
I know, but now that we can remove it, that's not that big of a threat. Plus, I might have some use for it. I don't want to toss aside a powerful weapon just because it's dangerous.
That makes total sense.
The AI paused.
By the way, you can level up now.
I can? I thought the virus had me locked at 99%.
It did, but the overnet still tracked your growth. It gave it all to you at once, plus the training gains you should have gotten.
Benning took a deep breath, concentrating on leveling up. A moment later, a golden light flooded the domain, and a spike of ecstasy rushed through her body. Congratulations! You have leveled up in the career path of Stellar Marauder. Your new level is 14. As a Stellar Marauder, you gain the following with every new level. All stats, plus 0.2. All path skills, plus 0.5. 3 standard credits. 3 skill credits. Skill credits must be spent before leaving the overnet, or they will be randomly assigned. Move ever forward, citizen. Abilities gained. As a Stellar Marauder, you gain lesser versions of abilities from the paths of Starship Captain, Arena Gladiator, Cybernaut, and Nanomancer, although you will not receive every ability from all of these paths. Dire Vengeance. You gain a bonus of plus 50% to all skills and abilities against any person who has previously harmed or attacked you. This bonus lasts until you or the foe dies. Skill upgrades. You have achieved rank 10 in one or more of your skills. With this increase, your skills achieve a new tier, and you can use them in unique ways. Nano resistance. Rank 1.5. Nano defense now uses 75% of your willpower as a base. Nano defense has half normal effectiveness against abilities or skills designed to penetrate or ignore such defenses. Current nano defense 63. Benning Kid. Level 14 Stellar Marauder. Physicality 16.1. Coordination 15.7. Resistance 15.9. Acuity 14.7. Willpower 19.5. Social 14.3. Renown plus minus 136. Nano defense 63. The leveling euphoria swept through Benning, but she ignored it as she dropped her skill credits into cyber warfare, fleet tactics, and nano resistance. She was honestly too caught up in her own dark joy to care about the system's dose of pleasure. She'd done it. She'd needed Tiddly's help, but together, the two of them had not only beat the virus, they'd unlocked Doheny's seal. She'd drawn the noble out and found her weakness. Now, it was time to put her down for good. Chapter 24. Commodore updated reading on our target, the pink-haired Valeria Garatu said from her position beside Brielle Caldwell at the Wrath's helm. I'm reading a convoy of 25 ships escorting a single Lux cruiser. 3 heavy destroyers, 9 destroyers, 12 frigates, and a single large carrier. Are they moving in formation, Helm? Benning asked. Yes, ma'am. Each heavy destroyer seems to be the flagship of a fleet of 3 destroyers and 4 frigates. The carrier seems to be detached from those formations, though, and is remaining close to the Lux cruiser. That's a mistake, Benning thought idly as she watched the display that circled before her eyes. A carrier alone is a terrible support and defense vessel. Any other readings nearby, Com? I'm reading a barge at heading 083, 6 degrees inclined, distance 10.7 light hours, ma'am. Idal Maru replied in her fluid voice. I've also got a convoy of 2 clippers being escorted by 3 frigates at heading 194, 10 degrees inclined, distance 14.8 light hours. Nothing else within a light day that I'm picking up. Headings on those contacts? The barge has a heading of 351, 1.5 tox velocity. The convoy has a heading of 273, 2 tox velocity.
Looks like they're heading away from us, Commodore,
Miranaccio suggested. It does, Captain. Benning watched the dots on her screen for several seconds. All of the images were hours old, of course, meaning the barge was probably half a light day past their target by now, and the convoy was likely even farther behind it and moving steadily away from it. Benning wasn't worried about the convoy in the slightest. Even if it turned out to be hostile warships, 5 more ships added to the fleet of 25 didn't matter. The barge interested her a little more. Barges were massive ships, 30 kims long and half that wide, large enough to act as their own stations. They were typically heavily armed and armored since they carried hundreds of K-cubes of cargo, each a cubic kim or a billion cubic Ms. But they also typically had escort vessels guarding them. While a barge could probably tangle with her fleet and make a challenge of it, every cargo vessel's preferred method of handling attacks was to dive out of danger while their escorts screened them. Losing a small warship was cheaper than risking damaging thousands or millions of gigs of cargo to a wayward missile strike. Her fleets had been tracking their target for 2 days now, from distances ranging from light days to light hours. She'd tried using that information to backtrack Doheny's point of departure, and that would make things much easier, but the convoy wound about through space, hugging system envelopes to enjoy the benefits of their defensive envelopes, meaning that her only clue was that the noble's ship had departed from somewhere in the outer 6th octant, which covered hundreds of systems and was no better than having no information at all, really. By then, of course, The target had seen her as well, but they weren't reacting to her presence. Her ships beaconed as a convoy of fleet warships, a patrol moving lazily along at 2.5 Toks, avoiding systems and cruising near any interstellar body they passed. The fleet performed these patrols every so often, hunting for pirates or illegal settlements hanging between the stars. They weren't common, but they weren't unheard of either, so their target seemed to have taken no notice of them. That would change soon, of course. But for the moment, everything seemed placid enough, which in her experience meant it was all about to go to the hole. "Target's distance to rendezvous?" she asked aloud.
4.9 linnets, ma'am, on current course and heading, assuming their dive pattern was held.
Valeria Garatu replied. Benning took a deep breath. "Com, keep an eye on that barge. Captain, prepare for rapid dives."
Aye, Commodore,
Nashia replied.
Helm, plot attack course to rendezvous point Max V. All hands prepare for rapid dives, max distance. Repeat, prepare for rapid dives, max distance.
As Nashio issued her orders, Benning repeated her commands to the rest of her fleet and sent a separate message to Fodor Hendricks, commanding his own fleet. Her eyes didn't waver from her screens as the world flattened around her and her ship plunged into 5 space. The battle frigate flashed through millions of kims in seconds, hurtling through space-time. The universe swelled around her, but flattened again instantly as the Wrath plunged back into the higher dimension. Each dive covered a light hour's distance, but that meant the fleet would need 6 dives to reach their target. Without the Wrath's space-time dampeners, a trip that far and deep would be suicidal for a fleet this large, and even with them, there was a small risk of impacting a massive KK particle. She hadn't been willing to get any closer to her target, though. She didn't want to spook them and force them to scatter. As her fleet plunged into the final dive, Benning spoke without glancing around. "Weapons. Ready string drivers. Fire 2 seconds before exit. Activate sinkhole generator on exit."
Aye, Commodore,
Raelle Muckley said excitedly, the way the woman always was when she had a new toy. "This is going to be florking great." "Or a total disaster," Benning added silently. Diane Tuktu swore that her latest creation would work, but they hadn't had time to test it. If it simply failed, Benning thought she could still handle the fleets protecting the Lux cruiser, but it would take time. And she wasn't completely sure that Doheny's ship couldn't circumvent the normal limitations of a sinkhole. That would violate the laws of physics, but Benning could see the overnet leaving an escape path for a noble. The ship shuddered and rocked as the string drivers fired. A burst of gravitons and negative energy erupted from the cannons, unfolding small pockets of 6 space and dumping gravitational waves into them. The 6D space-time rippled and twisted, forming cosmic strings, twists in space-time that had the density of a black hole but no width. The looped strings blasted forth, twisting and unfolding size space all around them as they passed. Benning's skin burned as errant KK particles created by the strings slammed into the Wrath's hull. The dampeners were designed to handle random ripples in 5 space, not 6 space twisted so much that it almost tore a hole in reality. The barrage on her hull ended as the universe ballooned up around her, and her screen erupted with dots and flashes as her scanners read the updated light from her target. That screen shrank almost instantly as the sinkhole generator fired, enclosing a bubble of space-time from which there was no exit.
"Target is at heading 085, 2 degrees descended, 2.8 lekins, Commodore,"
Maru said with a slight tremor of excitement in her voice.
"Enemy fleets are scattered, Commodore,"
Garatu added.
"They've lost their formations and none of the ships are moving faster than 1/10 of a Tok."
Benning suppressed a grin. The string drivers had worked. The cosmic strings they generated hadn't damaged any of the ships. A weapon that could have done significant damage to that many warships would also have obliterated the Lux cruiser after all. Instead, the gravity they generated stripped the momentum from everything in their path, draining their energy into 6 space and locking the ships down for a fraction of a second. The intense gravity had also frozen them in place, slowing their clocks so much that from Benning's point of view, they were basically stopped and unable to respond as her fleet exited its dive. The 60 ripples shifted the fleets about, tumbling them randomly as they were hauled through psi space and dragged behind the strings for a nanosecond or so. She imagined from the enemy's perspective, it would seem that her ships had simply appeared from nowhere, while their own ships suddenly jumped into random positions and basically floated along very close to a ballistic trajectory. Designate closest heavy destroyer H1, next closest H2, Benning ordered. Fleet, target H1 and H2 with singularity batteries, cluster formation. Target nearby destroyers with grazer batteries, tight focus. With the ships moving at 1/10 of a talk, their evasion cones were less than 10 kims long and only a kim or so wide. A single fusion warhead would blanket the entire cone in its blast radius, much less a far more powerful singularity explosion. That cone would probably be even narrower as the ship's captains poured every ounce of acceleration they had into regaining their velocity, meaning that they were traveling fairly close to a ballistic trajectory, a straight line that would let Benning's ships target them easily. Rumbles shook her ship and explosions lit her screen as her foes returned fire. Fusion and antimatter blasts flared all around her without coming close. The scattered fleets couldn't concentrate their fire in a way that made their missiles dangerous to the battle frigate, and until they regained some velocity and returned to their formations, they had no choice but to fight as individuals, not coherently. In response, thousands of tiny dots streamed across Benning's screen as her fleet's warheads raced forth towards ships that could barely move to evade them. More flashes burst in her vision as those warheads slammed into hulls or exploded kims from their targets. The tightly packed warheads were more vulnerable to countermeasures, but when they exploded, their overlapping blasts ripped into their targets from all directions.
Direct hits on H1 and H2,
Max Dinderchenko reported from his station at Ops.
H1 is open to space, and her plants are offline. H2 is listing, 84 RPM. Her plants are spiking. She's going photonic.
Another flash lit Benning's screen as the heavy destroyer's plans failed catastrophically, erupting with a blast that turned the whole ship into a bath of photons and electrons. Ignore target H1. Designate remaining heavy destroyer H3 and target with a singularity battery close cluster. Maintain grazer fire on destroyers. Fire torpedo battery heading 090 wide dispersal. Exempt the Lux cruiser. Benning watched as more dots appeared on her screen. The smaller ships were starting to recover, angling to move into a rough formation, but they were simply moving too slowly to reach it in time. Hundreds of torpedoes soared forth, the guided projectiles streaking out at 5 talks. Normally, a ship at flank speed had plenty of time to shoot down the relatively slow-moving warheads, but at less than a talk, the enemy had no time or ability to evade. The warheads raced out, each choosing a random target besides the Lux cruiser and chasing after them. Explosions flared all over the screen as antimatter warheads impacted against hulls, ripping holes in them and bathing their interiors with intense radiation. More explosions rippled across her screen as ships went photonic, their explosions adding even more radiation to the mix. A new flare of light suddenly burst in Benning's vision, a sphere of photons that washed outward, bathing her ships in its radiation. A new dot appeared in her screens, this one much larger and vaster than any other, even her battle frigate.
Dive splashes!
Brielle Caldwell called out.
It's the barge, Commodore!
Reading an additional 30 vessels appearing, Commodore,
Garatu added.
3 heavy destroyers, 12 destroyers, 15 frigates.
She hesitated.
No dive splashes, though.
Where did they come from?
Nashio asked. The barge was carrying them, Benning said shortly. The ship rumbled and shook, and Benning's skin burned as explosions burst all around her. Fleet, designate barge B1. Target B1 with all fire. Evasion pattern 22. Benning's ship shook as more missiles streaked forth from the massive barge and exploded all around the Wrath. The warheads were simple fusion ones, but the huge ship unleashed thousands of them, and even her fleet's point defenses were being sorely tested. Explosions rocked her hull, and her skin warmed and stung from the blast waves slamming into the ship. Heat swept across her back as a grazer briefly painted her before losing her evasion cone.
Captain, plans and engines are holding, Jesper Shields announced. Minor hull damage, but we're not venting.
Continue fire on B1, Benning ordered. Singularity battery, starburst pattern. Grazer battery, medium dispersal. Paint her cone. Her ship shuddered as more explosions rocked it. The smaller ships were attacking her as well, and part of her wanted to order the ships in her fleet to intercept them while she handled the barge. She resisted that urge, though. The Wrath could take a beating, and if they didn't take out the barge, obliterating the smaller fleet wouldn't matter. Besides, she already had a plan to deal with it, and deviating from the plan could be disastrous.
Commodore, we're getting a hail from the barge, Eldon Rush said. They're asking for you specifically.
Put it through, Benning said shortly. A man's face and shoulders appeared in her vision, smiling almost arrogantly at her. The man's light blue hair was long and held back from his face in a braid, and his skin gleamed light brown in the holographic image. He inclined his chin toward her.
Benning Kid, is it not?
He said in a slightly rough voice. Who are you? Benning asked coldly.
My designation is Baron Flamberge, captain of the Bronze Blades Mercenary Company.
The man laughed.
And the person who finally caught you.
Caught me? Benning looked around exaggeratedly. I don't appear to be caught.
Oh, it's over, and we both know it. The Titanic might or might not be able to take your battle frigate in a fight, but with 2 fleets backing me up, there's no doubt.
I think you might need to recount, Benning snorted contemptuously. Most of your escort fleet is disabled or destroyed. You've got maybe 25 ships to my 18, and my ships are better than yours, as are my crews. My fleet could tear yours apart without trying.
He might be right, except for the Titanic. I've crammed every armament I could into her hull. She may look like a cargo holler, but she's more like a battle station or orbital defense platform.
He laughed again.
There's no way you can take her and my ships at the same time. Surrender and I'll spare your vessels.
Those are the terms you're offering? I surrender and you let us leave? Benny knew there had to be more to it, but she was curious to see what the man would offer.
No, not you, just your ships. You surrender yourself into my custody, and in return, I'll let the rest of your ships leave the battle. That's simple.
No credits? No reimbursement for the ships I've destroyed?
Nope. The payment I'll get for turning you into Malleus is more than anything you could give me, trust me.
He chuckled.
So many companies have abrogated their contracts that Malleus upped the offer to the rest of us significantly.
He leaned forward.
You don't really have a choice, Benning Kid. If you don't surrender, I'll take your fleet and I'll get you anyway. At least this way, you get to keep...
Captain, dive splashes! Garatu's voice interrupted Benning's conversation, and she glanced at her screen to see 16 spheres of light expanding outward, flashing across the sinkhole space and warming her skin slightly. A moment later, the ship's beacons appeared in her vision, and the assistant pilot added,
It's the plasma storm, ma'am. Their fleet's arrived.
Benning smiled at the stunned-looking face of Baron Flamberge. Fodor Hendricks had come through for her as always, and it was almost time to play the final piece of her plan. As I said, Baron Flamberge, I think you need to recount. I'll get back to you with the terms of your surrender in just a minute. She closed the communication, ignoring the captain's sputtered objections, and opened a line to Fodor Hendricks. The man's dark-skinned face appeared in her vision, and she felt a sudden surge of relief at the sight of him.
Did we miss much, Commodore?
The man asked with a wide grin. A bit, but you got here in time for the best part, Captain, she replied. Can you handle the mercenary fleet?
Of course, if you can keep that barge off us.
Consider it done. I'll see you when this is handled, Fodor Hendricks.
See you soon, Benning Kid.
His image vanished, and Benning returned her focus to her fleet. Fleet, flare burst strike on B1, she ordered. Weapons, introduce them to a subspace tunneler. Let's see if that barge is really built to warship standards. Benning watched as the flare burst volley raced toward the distant barge, followed by the larger missile of the subspace tunneler. She hadn't dared to use either before. She didn't know exactly when Fodor Hendricks would arrive, and inside the sinkhole she had no way to find out. Her universe ended at the sinkhole's boundaries, and no communication method she knew would let her reach beyond. Now, though, she was free to unleash her best and most prohibited weapons without fear of damaging her own ships by accident. The flare burst exploded in globes of brilliant light that washed across the barge's evasion cone, slamming into and blinding it to the true danger. The tunneler exploded a moment later, ripping open a path into psi-space and dumping neutrons into it. The neutrons raced through psi-space and flooded everything around them, dropping back into force space in the middle of the barge's hull.
Commodore, B1's engines are at 48%.
Frankel Hales said from Ops.
Plants at 67%. She's venting gas in 6 places.
Grazer blast medium dispersal. Paint her hull. Benning ignored the rumbles that shook her ship as the barge's weapons returned fire and peppered her fleet with fusion explosions. Torpedo battery with an antimatter screening volley 2 seconds behind.
Commodore, the Slim Pickings is requesting to leave formation, Maru announced. Her engines are at 28%. The Flattery's engines are down to 43%, and the Andrew Reed is listing at 9 RPM.
Oren Seuli added from Ops. Tell the Pickings to take rear position but continue firing, Benning instructed. If her engines drop below 20%, she can drop out of formation. All other ships maintain fire on the barge. Singularity missiles streaked forth and slammed into the barge, each creating a miniature black hole that collapsed and unleashed energy from psi-space that blasted the ship. Gamma radiation bathed its hull, pouring in through the increasing numbers of rents in its protection and dumping even more neutrons into its plants and engines. A wall of antimatter missiles exploded half a lekend from the barge, doing no damage, but blinding its scanners for the second or so it took for her torpedoes to streak past and target the vessel. The blinded point defenses responded slowly, and more than half the torpedoes erupted within a few hundred chems of the hull, tearing new holes in it and allowing some of its atmosphere to pour out into space. Despite what Flamberge had said, the barge wasn't a warship. It was just a weapons platform. A massive hull layered with basic armor and stuffed with as many weapons as its owner could cram inside. Weapons alone didn't make a ship dangerous, though, any more than strength and levels made Benning dangerous. What mattered was how that strength was used, and the barge had no ability to use its overwhelming power. Its attacks were scattered, trying to hit her whole fleet. Its net couldn't handle the sheer number of threats Benning could fling at it. Its armor meant nothing once she'd torn a hole in it. Strength without skill was wasted, and power without the will to use it was impotent. Benning had all those, and she didn't hesitate to unleash them against her enemies.
Commodore, Baron Flamberge is hailing us again, Eldon Rush said.
No doubt to offer us another chance to surrender,
Nashio muttered quietly. Ops, damage report on the barge, Benning instructed.
Her engines are at 31% and her plants are at 38%, ma'am, Jesper Shields announced. Her shielding's down, she's listing at 13 RPM, and she's venting atmosphere. 60% of her emitters are offline, and her missile salvos have dropped by 2/3.
And their fleet?
They've lost 7 ships, and 8 more are badly damaged or drifting, including their heavy destroyers. Fodor Hendricks lost 2 ships and has 3 more out of combat for repairs.
Benning nodded. Come, put him through. Benning waited until the no longer smiling face of Baron Flamberge appeared in her vision. Baron Flamberge, I take it you're here to offer your surrender?
Yes, Benning kid, he sighed. Name your terms.
Standard terms? Benning shrugged. You and your ships leave the Lux cruiser to me. I take replacement ships from your fleet for any I lost today. You pay me whatever Malleus paid you for this escort duty, plus half of what they paid for the original contract, and you agree to take no contracts against me for 1 standard year.
What we were paid for this job is fair, but half of the original contract is too much. He shook his head. I'm not giving you my ships.
Then I'll take that barge of yours. How many of your ships will that strand out here with no deep dive engines, Baron Flamberge?
How did you know that? He gasped.
It makes sense. Why put deep dive engines into each ship if you can carry them all inside that barge? We're 2 light years from the nearest system, Baron Flamberge. It'll take your ships months to make that, assuming they dive constantly, and you don't lose any to KK particles or blown dive capacitors, which you will. She leaned forward, her eyes narrowing. Consider yourself lucky. I could board that barge and capture you personally. If you're at all intelligent, you did your research on me before taking this job. You know what I do to captured enemies. His face paled and his shoulders slumped.
Fine, I accept your terms. He sighed. The other company captains told me I was a whole-bound idiot to take a job against you, Benning kid. It seems they were right.
They were. Her voice and face grew cold as she spoke. You were just doing a job, Baron Flamberge, so I'm willing to be merciful. This time. Next time, I'll take your barge, destroy your fleets, and leave you with nothing. Understand? Don't ever cross me again. She cut the communication and leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes for a moment. The first part of her plan was a success. She'd captured the Lux cruiser, which meant it was time for the next part to commence. This was the riskiest part of the plan, the one with the most chance to go wrong, and the one where the most depended on her people. If anything happened... She pushed that thought from her mind and rose from her chair. You have the ship, Miranaccio, she said without a hint of the hesitation she felt coloring her voice. I'm going to go have a chat with Lauren Doheny. Chapter 25.
The entry hatch is locked, ma'am.
Uriel Santana's voice was calm as he stood at the end of the boarding tunnel that linked the Wrath's troop shuttle to the exterior hatch of the Lux cruiser. Capturing the luxury liner hadn't been difficult. The ship was fast and maneuverable, but its captain had made the typical mistake of running for the boundary of the sinkhole to escape the battle. That gave them more room to maneuver, but the closer the ship got to the sinkhole's edge, the more twisted space-time became, and thus the slower time ran for them compared to those in the center. It also drastically cut a ship's maneuverability as every path led back toward the center, curving their evasion cones inward. That made it easy for Benning's fleet to hit the ship with glazer blasts, the focused graviton beams dragging at the vessel and slowing their time even more. It was a simple matter for the Wrath to draw close enough to the liner to launch the shuttle, and the small transport reached the enemy ship swiftly, docking to it and binding the 2 vessels together. Benning frowned at the sealed hatch. Typically, boarding hatches were kept unlocked so that boarders didn't have to cut their way inside. The ship's nanofield could repair that sort of damage, of course, but during a boarding action, it usually had plenty of other things to occupy it. That meant that if the ship wanted to make a quick escape, it would have to dive with an open hatch that would bleed atmosphere into psi space, air particles that could turn into massive KK ones that would likely cripple or destroy the ship. No captain locked their ship unless they were certain they could repel boarders and escape without diving. Cut it open, Benning ordered.
I tried, ma'am. The door and hull are magnetically shielded. The plasma will cut through, but it'll take a long time.
Benning's frown deepened. Anti-plasma would probably slice right through the shielded door, of course, but Benning didn't have portable anti-plasma. She would have to talk to Diane Tuktu about it, but for the moment, they were cutting through the door with plasma. Blowing the door was a possibility, but they would have to withdraw the boarding tunnel to do that, and if the charge bent the door rather than breaching it, they might have to cut through it with heavy weapons. Of course, Benning had another way to get through the door. Her nanites would tear through it in seconds, and the ship wouldn't be able to repair it afterward, but she hesitated to use it. By now, Lauren Doheny almost had to know about her disassemblers, and the woman was certainly a high-leveled, powerful nanomancer or nano-engineer. Benning wouldn't put it past her to have set a trap of some sort on this door, one that would activate only if Benning's disassemblers touched it. Fortunately, she had another option. "Take 3 steps back, Corporal," she ordered as she pulled her axe off her side and extended it to an M's length. Santana obediently stepped back, moving the others aside as well, as Benning hefted her weapon and activated the antimatter on it. The magnetic shielding would repel the antimatter just as it did plasma, but Benning could put a lot more force behind her axe than a plasma projector could. She triggered 4 fame and brought the weapon around, behind her back and overhead. She slammed it into the door, feeling the resistance of the shield trying to push the weapon back but failing, and the blade bit through the outer armor into the bolt, sealing it in place. Another blow severed that bolt, and she repeated the attack on the lower bolt, sealing the door shut. Once she cut through it, she stepped back and Santana rushed forward, jamming a pry bar into the door and tearing it open. The corporal stepped back and raised his fist. "Go, go, go!" he ordered. Benning's Marines poured into the breached door, leading with a volley of EMP grenades and bearing M-square sheets of neutronium-coated foam tungsten. Benning waited until the last of her troops rushed into the ship before joining them, her meteor on her shoulder. Bullets thumped against her armor as she entered the airlock, cracking against her breastplate and helmet. Red flared in her vision as a row of automated turrets, cut off from the ship's net by the grenades, fired at everything that moved, including one another. A transparent microthene wall separated the airlock from the entry hall, an ornate and luxurious affair that housed a squad of 10 Marines, hidden behind a barricade and blasting the airlock with grazer rifles. Gamma radiation bathed her, filling the airlock but mostly held out by her armor's shielding, but not for long. She moved to the side and ducked behind the wall her Marines had erected with the plates they carried, then triggered her comm system. "Focus on the turrets," she ordered her troops. "I'll handle the door." She didn't wait to see if her orders were followed. These were her Marines, the ones she'd trained with the most, and she knew they would follow her lead into the hole if necessary. She popped up, and bullets began cracking against her helmet, as at least one of the turrets targeted her movement. She ignored the gunfire and lifted her meteor, aiming it at the HDM door, sealing them in the airlock. She aimed carefully and pulled the trigger. The 40mm shell exploded from her weapon and tore through the lower part of the door, exploding on the other side and ripping the hole wider. A second shell ripped through the door near the top and shattered the lock, holding it in place. "On me!" she commanded, switching out her meteor for her faux hammer rifle. She rose and leaped over the barrier, triggering 4 fame as she did. She ignored the bullets that pattered wildly against her armor as her movement drew fire from the few remaining turrets. They didn't matter. Once she'd cleared the airlock, they'd either shut down or rip one another to shreds. She slammed into the door and grabbed it with one hand, hauling on it. With the locks shattered, the door slid open easily, and she rushed through, her weapon tight against her shoulder. Enemy Marines popped up and more bullets clattered against her armor, but she responded with short, focused bursts from the faux hammer. The weapon's dark matter-injected bullets raced forward with far more momentum than they should have possessed, and they cracked faceplates and sheared through weak points in her foe's defenses. Pain flared in her hip as a bullet managed to pierce her armor. A similar stab of agony sank into her opposite side, and fire burned in her shoulder. Her enemies must have had top-of-the-line weapons to pierce her defenses so easily, but she expected no less from a noble's bodyguards. Fortunately, her weapons were just as good, and her upgraded rifle skills made her deadly with the faux hammer in her hand. A soldier cried out and dropped as her 3-round burst shattered his faceplate and hurled platinum slugs into his brain. Another dropped heavily with 3 neat holes in the direct center of their chest. She punished every Marine that appeared to fire at her with swift, accurate shots, forcing them to trade accuracy for speed and giving her Marines a chance to swarm over the barricade and strike at their foes from all directions. Benning slapped her rifle against her thigh as her hammer dropped into her hand. While her axe was a great weapon, her hammer still felt more comfortable to her. She triggered Heart of the Savage. Combined with 4 fame and the boost she got from strength from pain, her physical stats were boosted over 18, and she struck with terrible ferocity. Her hammer slammed into a soldier's knee and crumpled it, hurling them to the floor. She whipped the weapon back without turning and punched the back spike beneath the armpit of a Marine behind her, then smashed the weapon down on the helmet of the one she'd first crippled. A Marine swung a spiked mace at her, but she blocked it and responded with a kick to their chest that knocked them sprawling before slamming the top spike into their throat. A bullet tore into her upper back, nicking her lung and making her gasp for breath, but she spun and buried her hammer in the attacker's helmet, collapsing it and crushing their skull. Her Marines swarmed around and over the attackers from the edges, driving them back from their barrier and pushing them toward her. She stopped killing her foes and focused on crippling them, shattering joints and bones with brutal efficiency. Her fighters mopped up those she wounded, putting them down for good. Within minutes, the entryway fell silent as the last enemy fighter dropped, their elbow crushed by her hammer and their chest plate shredded by bullets. Benning glanced at her resistance bar, which hovered at 41%. She'd been more badly wounded than she thought, but those injuries boosted her stats by 30%, so she wasn't too upset. Still, she triggered a dose of Metagel and watched as her resistance slowly crept up over 50%.
I've never seen you fight in a boarding action before, ma'am.
Benning turned to face Uriel Santana, who stood a couple M's away. The man's armor was pierced in a few places, but none of the injuries looked serious.
That was impressive. I've never heard of a commander leading a boarding like that.
I'm not like most commanders, Corporal, she shrugged.
No, ma'am.
He straightened.
What are our orders?
First squad, take the bridge. Second squad, engineering. Third squad, hold this position and make sure we have an exit.
Which squad will you be joining, ma'am?
None, Corporal. I have my own mission, one that only I can do. She hesitated. If I give the order to retreat, get the whole back here and off the ship, no matter what. Do not wait for me. Understood?
Aye, ma'am,
the corporal said, standing straight and pressing his fist to his chest before turning to the Marines.
You heard the Commodore's orders. Move out! First squad, on me!
Benning tuned the Marines out and headed for a wide, sweeping staircase. Such a thing would have been an absurdity in a warship or cargo carrier. Ladders took up far less space, as did elevators, but it fit in with the image of luxury the liner exuded. Lush carpet covered the deck beneath her boots. Crystalline chandeliers hung overhead, glowing with an orangish light that reminded her of fire. The walls looked to be paneled in dark wood. Flowering plants grew everywhere, adding splashes of color that caught her eye. The entire display was probably very expensive and, as far as Benning could tell, terrifically wasteful. None of it served a purpose that she could fathom except to look nice, and that seemed a massive waste of credits. How sure are you of her location, Tiddly? Benning asked silently.
Almost positive, Benning kid. It's the best suite on any Lux cruiser. Where else would a noble be staying?
Benning moved cautiously up the stairs. Lux cruisers weren't all that large. The ship was only about 100 Ms long and 50 wide. Unlike most ships, the capsular vessel's decks ran horizontally, the length of the ship, rather than in nested layers. The engines, bridge, negaputer core, and storage were all in the lower half of the ship. The rest consisted of passenger quarters, dining halls, and entertainment centers for the passengers. The design was far more open and airier than most warships, which made it hard to lock down in case of an attack. That didn't mean it was safe, though. A red flare flashed in Benning's vision, and she dove sideways as a bullet cracked through the air where she'd been standing. She dropped her faux hammer and pulled out her arc bar as she rolled, coming to one knee and sighting on the area she'd seen the flash. The compartment she stood in was long and narrow, with a hollow screen ceiling that she guessed would have shown the stars outside had the ship not been stuck in a sinkhole. The space was thick with wide-leafed plant life, and several pools of steaming water gleamed between those plants. Another red flare flashed in her vision, but Benning didn't dodge this time. She watched as a rifle barrel slid out from behind a screen of plants and aimed a few sims above that barrel before fanning the trigger. A bullet slammed into her helmet, leaving a web-like crack in it, but a figure stumbled into view as her shots cracked into them. The figure wore relatively light armor and an odd shade of dark gold mingled with rosy pink. They lifted a long rifle, but Benning fired first, and the figure dropped as she unloaded 3 quick bursts into the center of their chest. She resisted the urge to run forward in case the sniper had a partner and scanned the room, glad she did when another red flash burst into view. The world rocked around Benning, and she felt herself hurled sideways as the grenade exploded less than an M away from her. Pain throbbed down her right side, but her resistance had only dropped by 5%, meaning the blast hadn't breached her armor. She rolled to her stomach and sighted on the area she'd seen the red warning flare, switching her arc bar for her meteor cannon. A cylinder shot up into the air, heading for her, and she rolled swiftly sideways. The blast battered her, slamming her into the deck beneath her, but it only dropped her resistance by a single %. She lifted her cannon, targeting the low wall from where she'd seen the grenade fly, and the weapon's scanners revealed an armored figure crouched behind the wall. She aimed and pulled the trigger, and the heavy round tore through the wall and exploded. The attacker cried out and fell back as the shell ripped into them, and she followed the shot with a second aimed at their helmet. The wounded figure dropped as the round tore into their helmet and exploded, and Benning turned away, using the rifle to scan the room for more threats. The weapon's scanners showed her 2 more figures in hiding, and she flushed both of them with cannon fire, then finished them with a blast from her arc bar. At last, her scanner showed the room as clear, and she rose to her feet and moved forward, her arc bar in her hand. The next room was smaller, with a single large pool of water that didn't steam, but did stretch the width of the room. A group of fighters in gold and pink waited for her there, hiding behind a barricade at the far side of the pool. Bullets flew from that barricade, streaking toward her, and Benning responded by yanking an antimatter grenade out and flinging it past the barricade, then ducking back into the previous room. The grenade exploded with a roar and a flare of light, and Benning rushed forward, heading directly for the pool. As she reached the edge, she cut her gravity and leaped, soaring through the air toward the barrier. A few bullets spanged against her as she flew, one of which pierced her upper arm. But they lacked the momentum to slow her down as she arced across the pool. As she passed over the barrier, she spiked her gravity down hard and slammed to the deck behind it, yanking out her hammer as she landed. Her grenade hadn't killed anyone, it seemed, but it had left the 5 Marines in a somewhat battered, confused state. Her hammer whipped out, slamming into weakened armor and crashing through cracked helmets. The rear spike punched into chests and abdomens. The top spear plunged into throats and faces. She crushed limbs and shattered weapons, leaving her opponents helpless. In less than 2 minutes, she stood amongst the quintet of battered, broken corpses, breathing a little heavily with her resistance below 50% again, but otherwise, fine. She shook her head at her attackers' foolishness. They had several advantages: numbers, firepower, and knowledge of the terrain. They hadn't really used any of them well. Instead of clumping up together where one grenade could injure or kill them all, they should have spread out around the room. They could have rigged explosives at the entrance or had a grenadier targeting it when she entered. If they'd hit her with an explosion, then concentrated fire on her from 5 different directions, she would have been forced to retreat, assuming she got the chance. She moved forward again, into a space that looked like an ornate dining hall or restaurant. Another force waited for her behind a barricade, but she'd prepared for that, and her meteor ripped through their wall and scattered the defenders, allowing her to easily finish them off with her faux hammer. Beyond that, she moved into a hallway with several doors on each side. She opened each, finding the rooms beyond empty, then paused before the door at the end of the hallway. She tried the door and found it locked. That wasn't a huge barrier. She had a plasma cutter for just that purpose, after all, but using it would broadcast her presence. Her nanites would be quieter and faster, but she still suspected that Doheny was just waiting for her to use those. She pulled out her meteor and activated its scanner, peering through the door. Several figures crouched in the space beyond the door, spread out around the room and probably behind protective barriers. She stepped back from the door and went to the nearest room, slipping into the empty space. She swept the walls with her scanners, showing nothing in the space beyond, then pulled out a plasma grenade and attached it to the center of the wall. The grenades didn't pack much of an explosive punch, but they shifted the air in a wide radius into plasma at several thousand Kelvin. That wasn't enough to do much against most armor, but it would be devastating to a simple micro-thin wall. She triggered the grenade, then ran out into the hallway, slamming the door shut behind her. The door burst open as a blast of superheated air swept through it, then crashed shut with a boom as that air cooled and swept back inward. Benning yanked the door open and found the room beyond a scorched ruin, with a gaping hole 3 Ms across melted through the wall. She raced through the smoking hole and found herself in a room whose walls were all hollow screens that flickered and flared in the aftermath of the blast. Sofas and chaise lounges lay tumbled on the floor, all blackened and smoking, and a haze of smoke filled the air, slightly obscuring vision but otherwise harmless as Benning's helmet filtered it out. Her arc bar roared as she stormed into the room, hitting the stunned defenders from behind. The fighters had formed up facing the door, crouched behind a semicircular wall that probably would have done a good job containing her. Now, though, it left the defenders pinned against their barrier as she rushed forward, pouring accurate streams of gunfire into them. 2 dropped, their auras flashing to black as her bullets shredded their chests. Another fell back with a cry as she shattered the woman's helmet, wounding her badly enough to drop her aura to deep crimson. The other 2 scrambled back over the barrier to try and recover, but Benning swarmed over them, her hammer flying. She crashed into them before they could regain their defensive positions, knocking aside their rifles. One fell as she crumpled their knee, the other screamed as the rear spike shredded their shoulder. Both fell back, trying to raise a defense, but she gave them no chance to retreat and swiftly put both down, one with a crushed skull and the other with their throat pulped. She replaced the hammer with her arc bar and moved to the lone door in the room, finding it open. She pushed it open with the rifle's barrel and stepped back, dropping to a knee in case someone waited beyond. When no bullets came flying through the doorway, she slipped forward, rifle up and eyes sweeping the room for threats. The compartment beyond the door was the most lavishly appointed Benning had yet seen. Artwork hung from the walls, its meaning lost on Benning, but no doubt very valuable. A massive bed stood in one side of the room, hung with heavy crimson fabric of some kind. The ceiling above showed a display of the galaxy despite the place still being caught in the sinkhole. Hollow screens covered the walls where no art hung, displaying a dozen or more different scenes all at once. 3 of them caught her attention. One displayed the entryway they'd first stepped into and her squad in battle with a small group of fighters. The second showed the bridge, where a group of Marines defended against Santana and his squad. The last was a view of engineering, where some defenders crouched behind a barricade while Benning's Marines leapfrogged forward. She spared no more than a glance at each, but she didn't need more to see that in each case, the ship's defenders were getting the worst of the exchange. Benning's main focus fell on the 3 figures in the room. The closest figure stood between Benning and the others, wearing heavy armor and carrying a rifle in their hands. Another standing figure was male, in a blue and green spacer suit, with orange-pink hair and reddish-brown skin. He stood behind the final figure, who rested in a leather chair. That figure wore no armor and carried no weapons, but looked completely unconcerned by Benning's presence. Her hair was bright red, almost the color of fresh blood, and her skin was pale, highlighting her deep green eyes. She looked relaxed in an emerald and sea blue spacer suit that looked to be both thicker and softer than what Benning typically saw. That figure peered past Benning at the holoscreens, watching the defenders being slowly overwhelmed. Without thinking, Benning sent out her scanning nanites to investigate the trio, receiving a message she hadn't seen before from the third. Haley Baruco, Level 21, Heavy Vanguard. Damage rating, 18.7. Relaya Ramrod 11. Defense rating, 19.6. Serious Thunderplate 13. Resistance rating, 32.8. Stats: Physicality, 21.4. Coordination, 22.2. Resistance, 20.5. Acuity, 12.1. Willpower, 11.2. Social, 11.0. Ethan Abafoa, Level 28, High Director. Damage rating, 0.4. Unarmed. Defense rating, 1.0. Premier Noctis Spacer Suit. Resistance rating, 21.6. Stats: Physicality, 12.79. Coordination, 11.08. Resistance, 10.82. Acuity, 21.45. Willpower, 13.43. Social, 23.39. Error: this target cannot be scanned. Continued attempts may result in the locking of the relevant ability.
Haley Baruco was Bareth Kunishi's bodyguard, Benning Kid,
Tiddly supplied.
Even Abafoa has to be a really high-ranked functionary. High Director is a double-evolved path.
Tiddly didn't have to explain the final message. Benning understood, and seeing it confirmed that person's identity as far as she was concerned. "Hello, Lauren Doheny," she said in a voice as cold as the void itself. Chapter 26. System, silence that thing. Don't let it speak to me until I granted permission to do so. Lauren Doheny's voice was calm, authoritative, and controlled as she spoke. The noble didn't even glance in Benning's direction, and the marauder felt her cold fury burn a little hotter. She opened her mouth to reply, but to her shock, no sound came from her lips. Her jaw worked silently, and her vocal cords felt limp and numb in her throat.
Noble's privilege, Benning Kid,
Tiddly said quietly.
That's just one of the ways she can order the system to control you, at least when you're in her presence.
Pathetic, isn't it? The woman continued in a deep, rich voice, still not looking at Benning. Instead, she gestured toward the hollow screens. I hire the Kaiden Harlequins because they have a reputation as a top-line fighting company. They assured me that they could keep this ship secure from any boarding party. Does that look like the ship is secure, Ethan Abafoa? No, ma'am, the orange-haired man said, his body language and tone both obsequious as he spoke. Is their captain still alive? No, ma'am. Charlene Diego was in the antechamber. None of the mercenaries there survived. Doheny sighed. What's the failure clause in their contract? Double their original fee, ma'am. Be sure to collect that from them and the Bronze Blades. They both failed miserably. Perhaps we can hire this thing's former Marines after it's dealt with. They seem to be far more competent than the mercenaries. I'll look into it, ma'am, Abafoa said servilely. Of course you will. And speaking of dealing with that thing, the noble turned to face the armored figure standing beside her. Citizen Haley Baruco, dispose of this thing for me. And don't worry, its tricks won't work against you this time.
As you wish, Lord Doheny,
the mercenary said, slipping her rifle onto her back and pulling out a wicked double-bitted axe. She hefted the weapon in her hand.
We meet again, Benning kid.
I thought you would have learned not to stand against me, Haley Baruko, Benning said, relieved when the words came easily from her throat. Apparently, the system took Doheny's command very literally. Benning couldn't speak to the noble, but she could still speak. It seemed like the overnet obeyed the exact letter of noble commands. That was a potentially useful loophole, but it was one Benning would have to consider later. Assuming there was a later, of course. She hadn't quite counted on the Vanguard's presence.
I don't know what you did to me last time we met, the larger woman growled menacingly. But whatever it is, you won't be able to do it again, and you can't beat me without your tricks.
We'll see, Benning said, activating her usual suite of abilities. Out of habit, she reached out and tried to access the Vanguard's net, but she immediately slammed into a firewall, sealed with a now familiar lock, the same one that had hidden the bounties from her. She could unlock that, of course, but she didn't want to reveal that secret just yet unless it was absolutely necessary. Of course, she might end up having to just to survive this fight. Even with 4 fame and Heart of the Savage active, and the 18% boost she got from Strength from Pain, her physical stats were only around 18, far below Baruko's. She couldn't match the woman in speed or strength, and the Vanguard had to be an experienced fighter to have reached such a high level, so Benning couldn't even count on a skill advantage. Fortunately, she'd had plenty of practice recently, facing opponents much stronger and faster than her, thanks to Doheny's virus, so when Baruko struck, she was ready. The Vanguard suddenly shot forward, no doubt using an ability to move at an incredible speed. She crossed the 5Ms to Benning in a fraction of a second, and if Benning hadn't been ready for the attack, the battle might have ended there. Baruko's axe swept downward in a massive blow that might have bisected Benning's skull had it hit. But Benning moved the moment the Vanguard's body tensed. Just as Fodor Hendricks had, the woman telegraphed her movements without even realizing it. The Vanguard's axe swept through empty air, but the woman controlled the strike and slashed backhandedly at Benning's chest. Benning ducked, but the Vanguard lifted a hand and a wave of force slammed into Benning's chest with the impact of a grenade blast. Her armor's gravity let her keep her feet, but the blow slid her backward 3 Ms and dropped her resistance by 7%. It also made her skull ring and dazed her slightly, so she missed the tightening of the Vanguard's muscles as she shot forward again and slashed. Her axe slammed into Benning's armor, and a line of fire seared its way across the Marauder's stomach as the blade cut deeply into her. Benning fell back and twisted away from the following blow that might have cut into her neck, and responded with a low slash from her hammer. The Vanguard didn't even pause as she spun, and slammed her foot into Benning's chest. Benning saw the kick coming in time to turn with it, lessening the impact, but the blow still knocked her backward and sent her sprawling onto her back. The Vanguard leaped forward, her axe gleaming, and then flew backward as Benning's partisan flashed into being and leaped out, slamming into the Vanguard's stomach. The butt rested against the deck, and the woman's own momentum drove her into it, punching the wide blade through her armor and deep into her stomach. Benning twisted the blade to widen the wound as Baruko fell backward, then quickly shortened the weapon to 1.5 M long, scrambling to her feet. Her stomach burned, but she pushed through the pain and readied her weapon, her feet wide as she watched the Vanguard. Baruko touched her rent armor with a hand and nodded.
Not bad, she said conversationally. Maybe this'll be more fun than I thought.
Her hand flashed forward again, but Benning was ready for the ability this time, and she slid sideways, avoiding the kinetic blast that the Vanguard hurled at her chest. Her partisan leaped outward as Baruko rushed forward again, punching into the woman's stomach and lodging against the side blades. Baruko grabbed the shaft and yanked, driving herself forward onto the weapon with a grunt. Shocked by the maneuver, Benning moved too slowly to avoid the follow-up axe slash that cut into her leading thigh. She quickly turned the blade and extended it, and the outer axe blades of the partisan slammed into the back of Baruko's armor, driving her backward and giving Bening some space. The woman tore herself free from the weapon, her aura glowing golden in Bening's sight, while the Marauder's resistance hovered at 48%. Both women had been wounded, but neither grievously so, thanks to the overnet dampening the pain of their injuries and swiftly repairing torn muscles and arteries. The vanguard circled Bening, her axe held before her in both hands. She lifted a foot and stomped down, and a wave of low gravity rippled outward, sweeping over Bening. She spiked the gravity in her armor, though, and held her balance as the woman made another rush forward. Baruko was fast, but Bening saw the tiny shifts of her weight before she moved, and Bening's partisan danced out to cut into the woman's side as Bening slipped out of the way. The vanguard grabbed at the partisan, trying to knock it aside or tear it free, but Bening shifted it sideways and stabbed again, aiming for a rent in the woman's armor. Baruko turned enough to let the wide blade slide off her breastplate harmlessly and backed away once more, her eyes calculating. As she stepped back, Bening lunged forward, thrusting the partisan and extending it to its full length. Baruko grabbed the shaft with her armored fist, but the extended blade slid her backward, pushing her to 3 M's distance. The woman yanked hard on the partisan, and Bening fought to hold it, yanking backward against the woman's vastly superior strength. Then suddenly, released the weapon, letting the vanguard stumble back 3 steps as the force fighting her vanished. Baruko dropped the polearm and lifted her axe, but in that moment, the frostburn Bening had been shifting toward her wrist appeared in her hand. She pulled the trigger, barely bothering to aim at the woman, and the cloud gun fired. The swarm of tiny antimatter-coated needles exploded from the end of the seemingly solid barrel, looking like a cone of glowing smoke. The needles ripped through Baruko's armor and shredded her side and leg. Bening fired again, this time catching the vanguard higher in the chest and tearing apart the armor on her upper chest and shoulder. Blood exploded from the wounds, and Bening saw the white of bone gleaming where the cloud gun had torn the muscle free of the bone. But if the horrific wounds bothered Baruko, she didn't show it. The vanguard leaped forward, moving even faster than before, and Bening dropped the frostburn and pulled out her hammer once more, settling into a defensive stance. She ducked beneath a blow of the heavy axe and slid past a downward slash. She blocked a strike to her chest and twisted to avoid the foot that lashed at her hip. She fought just as she had so long ago against Fodor Hendricks, not worrying about offense and letting her body react without thought. Baruko was faster and stronger than Hendricks, but Bening was faster than she had been then as well. The blows drove her back and pushed her around the room. Glancing strikes carved the armor on her arms and cut deep slashes in her legs. The woman's abilities knocked her around and battered her. Bening's resistance slowly dropped, but while she fought, she gained a feel for Baruko's style and techniques. At last, her resistance sank below 10% and I Will Not Fall activated. New energy poured into Bening as all her pain faded away. Baruko suddenly rushed forward, following a blast of force as she combined her charge and kinetic abilities into a single maneuver. Bening slid easily to the side, though, and slammed her hammer down on the back of the vanguard's knee, crumpling the armor there. The woman stumbled but stayed erect, twisting and feinting a slash at Bening's head while her foot lashed out toward where the Marauder's skull would be if she ducked. Bening ignored the feint and slipped past the kick, spinning and driving the rear spike on her hammer into the woman's extended ankle. Baruko reacted instantly, slashing Bening across the back, but Bening's resistance bar didn't budge, and she responded by jamming her hammer spike into the woman's throat. Baruko fell back, and Bening pressed her advantage. I Will Not Fall kept her from taking any damage for a minute, and she intended to use that entire minute. She swept forward aggressively, crashing her hammer into the woman's ribs and dodging a slash meant for her chest. She leaped to avoid another kinetic blast and lengthened her hammer, driving the top spike into the woman's helmet and cracking it. She hooked Baruko's knee and shortened the hammer, yanking the leg out from under her, then charged forward, slamming her hammer down on the exposed shoulder she'd wounded earlier. The bones there collapsed with a loud crackling sound, and Benning spun to dodge a sloppy overhand axe slash as the woman's right arm failed her. Benning smashed her back spike into the Vanguard's damaged thigh, crushing that bone as well, then blocked a backhanded axe blow and kicked at the wounded leg. Baruko groaned loudly and fell backward, lifting her axe to block an overhead smash, but Benning dropped her hammer and pulled out her axe. Weakened by the loss of her arm, Baruko couldn't bring her weapon around fast enough to block as Benning's axe slashed down and plunged into her throat. The Vanguard gurgled and coughed, slashing weakly at Benning, but the Marauder ignored the blow and chopped downward again. This time, her axe blade clanged against the deck, and Baruko's head rolled free of her body as her aura flashed instantly to black.
"Quick, Benning kid, Metagel,"
Tiddly said hurriedly.
"Hurry, before your ability runs out."
Benning quickly triggered a dose of Metagel, then, after a moment's hesitation, a second one. The second dose burned in her veins as it surged through her. The nanites in Metagel could quickly patch injuries, but they left behind scars, chunks of bone, blood clots, and other residues that her nanofield would have to repair later. Still, as Benning watched her resistance creep from 4% up to 6%, 9%, and then past 10%, she felt a surge of relief. "I will not fall" ended seconds later, and Benning sagged as the pain of her injuries slammed back into her at once, nearly driving her to her knees. Not bad. Benning forced herself to stay erect and turned to face Doheny, who hadn't moved from her chair. The noble turned to face the man beside her. "I admit, that was kind of fun to watch, Ethan Abafua. I expected Haley Baruko to destroy that thing, especially since it's infected by my virus. It doesn't seem infected, though, does it?" "No, ma'am," Abafoa said calmly, seemingly unfazed as Benning walked laboriously over to stand before the pair. "I wonder how it managed to avoid the effects," Doheny said, tapping her chin. The woman shook her head. "Not that it matters." She looked directly at Benning. "I don't know what you did to protect yourself from the nanovirus, but whatever it was won't save you from me. System, activate nanovirus JCX7760 final protocol on infected target Benning Kid." Benning took a step forward, but as she did, the strength drained from her body. Her thoughts turned hazy and cloudy, and the world lurched and spun around her, dumping her to the floor. She tried to rise, but her body failed to respond, and her muscles shook and trembled helplessly. She could only watch as Doheny rose from her chair, her figure blurred and distorted as she walked over to Benning and knelt beside her. When she spoke, her voice was a whisper that only Benning could hear. "Your existence can't be tolerated, drone," she hissed. "You're a defect, a reject that should never have existed. And if you aren't destroyed, you could bring down the entire collective." She shook her head. "I don't know how you fought my virus so far, but I'm sure it has to do with that AI helper the system gave you. So..." She looked up. "System, copy AI helper named Tiddly into my net and delete from target Benning Kids." "Benning!" Tiddly's cry cut off as Benning felt something being pulled from her mind, a part of her yanked free, leaving an emptiness that she'd never felt before. She tried to cry out, to protest, to curse the noble kneeling above her, but her voice refused to respond, locked down by the woman's earlier command. "That should do it." The noble rose to her feet, speaking at a normal voice once more. "Goodbye, Benning Kid.
enjoy being spawn-camped back to level 1. I'll enjoy watching it happen. System, terminate target Benning Kid. Benning's breath suddenly stilled, and blackness flashed before her eyes, replaced with a blinking red screen. You have died. As a citizen of the collective, you will never suffer permanent death. Upon your death, a copy of your consciousness was made, and you will be reborn in the respawning facility of Marauder's Rest. Protocol enacted. A noble's privilege. Respawn location overridden. New location unknown. You will suffer the following respawn penalties. Path advancement, -5%. All stats, -0.2. Waived due to low stats. Conditioning, -0.3. Melee mastery, -0.3. Sniping, -0.3. Respawn delay, 48 solar hours. Chapter 27. Benning's domain formed around her, but she barely recognized it in the chaos. The floor roiled and tumbled beneath her feet. The sky overhead shone crimson, bathing her in a bloody light. The doors surrounding her twisted and shifted, flickering in and out of substantiality. Only the pedestal in the center remained still, an island of stability in the madness of her virus-infested domain. Benning took in none of it. One thing loomed in her mind, and beside it, nothing else mattered. Tiddly! The word burst from her mouth, a plaintive call that echoed oddly in her distorted space, a call that faded, unanswered. Benning's voice rose, panic lifting it from a cry to a shriek. Tiddly! This wasn't part of the plan. This wasn't something she had foreseen or even imagined.
Benning Kid!
The voice that echoed from behind Benning was garbled and warped, sounding stilted and mechanical. But it was the best sound Benning had ever heard. She spun around, her heart leaping in her chest and relief flooding her, then froze as she saw the filmy, holographic image of the gnome, standing before her and looking off to the side, not directly at Benning. She knew right away this wasn't Tiddly.
I recorded this just before Lauren Doheny took me.
The hologram of her AI guide said in a sad tone,
It's not long because I didn't have much time. I know you're probably afraid right now, Benning Kid. Afraid and angry. I know that you're going to want to lash out over this, but you can't. Lauren Doheny is too powerful. Stick to the plan. It's a good plan, and I think it can work.
I can't, Benning shouted. I need you, Tiddly. I can't do it by myself. The gnome continued, unhearing and undisturbed by Benning's cry.
You're going to have to unlock the seal yourself. There's no other way. I know that it'll be hard, but I know you can do it. Once you do, you'll have to remove the virus yourself. I left directions inside your pedestal, so you can do that.
The gnome paused.
I know you're hurt, Benning Kid, but you can do this without me. You're the only one who can show those nobles that they're not above retribution. You can't give up. You have to push on. For me, Benning Kid, and for yourself. Goodbye, Benning Kid.
The gnome's image flickered and vanished, and pain crashed over Benning in an all-consuming wave. Despair and sorrow drowned her, beating on her. Her chest burned and ached, a pain that she knew no Metagel could ever heal. She fell to her knees. She was alone. For the first time since she'd become a citizen, she was alone. And the agony of that hurt more than Haley Barucho's axe ever could have. Even as the despair washed over Benning, though, a cold ember burned in her chest. Benning had fought and suffered almost every day of her existence in the collective. Bounty hunters chased her wherever she went,
Mercenaries stalked her. Assassins hunted those nearest to her. The fleet tried to destroy her. This virus tried to do the same thing. And all of it had one thread in common. Lauren Doheny. The noble put the bounties on Benning's head, ones far too large for a citizen of her level. The noble funded her enemies, giving them the credits and manpower they needed to work against her. The noble hired the assassins and mercenaries who hunted her people. The noble set the fleet on her. The noble took Tiddly. And for all that, she had to pay. The ember blazed to life, driving back the sorrow and fear filling Benning. She'd lost. She'd been hurt. She'd been beaten down. She refused to break. She staggered to her feet and flung herself at her pedestal, pulling up the image of the seal that locked the virus inside her. She glanced at her status screen and reeled at what she saw. Benning Kid, Citizen Path, Stellar Marauder. Level, 14. To next level, 99%. Physicality, 8.3. Coordination, 8.1. Resistance, 8.1. Acuity, 8. Willpower, 19.5. Social, 8. Renown, plus minus 136. Nano defense, 63. Virus progression, 50%. Max. Her stats were back to where they'd been before she'd even gotten her path, perhaps a little lower. All except willpower, of course. The virus seemed unable to budge that stat for some reason. Benning shut the screen and focused on the pedestal. Hopefully her will was all she'd need. Will and rage. She had plenty of both. She wanted to fling herself at the seal, to tear it to shreds, but she forced herself to stay calm and methodical. Brute force wouldn't work. Benning simply didn't have enough of it. She had to use what little she had carefully and cautiously. Skill would serve when power failed, just as it always had. This wasn't the first challenge she'd faced that overpowered her. Fodor Hendricks had vastly outclassed her when she took his ship from him and swore him to her service years ago. Mildred Joyce had been massively outgunned. So did the fleet warships that came to capture her. She'd beaten them both, not by being stronger, but by fighting smarter, more carefully, and more ruthlessly. That care would serve her better than fury now, and she pushed the anger aside to focus on her task. She carefully built each loop of her algorithm, one at a time. She didn't worry about how many she'd created or how many she had left to make. That didn't matter. All that mattered was the one before her. It was like flying through space. Looking around was the worst thing she could do. She had to focus on one thing at a time because seeing it all at once would be too much for her. When she felt the final connection form, she shifted her gaze and started again, building from the back. The links burned in her brain, a weight that dragged at her fogged mind and pulled at her focus, but she ignored them. Pressure built in her skull, a painful throbbing behind her eyes that swelled with each second, but she pushed through the pain. All that mattered was the link before her, that single one. Nothing else existed. The pressure grew intolerably, pulsing in her skull as if it were trying to tear its way free, and she suspected that had she been in a body, she'd be bleeding. It didn't matter. All that mattered was this loop, this connection, the very last one. She stared in shock for a second as the final algorithm hung before her, shining golden in her vision. Only for a second, though. The pain in her skull was a thrumming agony, and she gratefully triggered the cascade that would ease that torment. The loops plunged down, slamming into the seal from both sides and peeling it apart. Layers unfolded, glowing golden and brilliant as the two sides of her construct swept toward one another. The seal unwound like a sphere unbinding, spreading out around her, and vanishing as her algorithm dispersed it. The virus hung before her, exposed and vulnerable, no longer sealed away beyond her reach, and she quickly followed Tiddly's instructions, folding the virus in on itself and packing it away, inert and harmless in her mental storage. Her domain steadied around her, and the bloody light faded to a soft, glowing shade of white. The world stopped shaking and twisting, and her thoughts and vision both cleared as strength flowed back into her body. The pain in her skull still lingered, but it slowly faded as she took a deep breath and checked her status again, reading through the notifications she'd missed before as well. Benning Kid, Citizen Path, Stellar Marauder, Level 14. To next level, 136% level up. Physicality, 16.1. Coordination, 15.7. Resistance, 15.9. Acuity, 14.7. Willpower, 19.5. Social, 14.3. Renown, plus minus 136. Nano Defense, 63. Skill upgrades. You have achieved rank 20 in one or more of your skills. With this increase, your skills achieve a new tier, and you can use them in unique ways. Fleet Tactics. Plus 15% plus 1.5% per skill rank to the attack and defense ratings of all ships in a fleet under your direct command. Strike as one. All ships in your fleet gain a boost to attack equal to 5% of the total attack and defense ratings of all ships in that fleet. Warning. Hostile nanofield encountered. Nano resistance halved against effect. Effect reduced by 50%. Progressive damage set to maximum level. Benning closed the screens uncaringly. The boost to fleet tactics wouldn't help her with what she needed to do, and while she was glad that her upgraded nano-resistance skill had apparently halved the effect of the virus, that halved damage still left her as weak as a level 1 citizen. She shuddered to think what would have happened had she not had that resistance. Would she have been reduced to drone-like stats? But she pushed that thought aside. None of it mattered. All that mattered was the plan, and for that, she needed to level up. The boost to her stats would help her, but what she really needed were the skill credits. Taking a deep breath, she thought about leveling, and the now familiar ecstasy washed through her body. Congratulations! You have leveled up in the career path of Stellar Marauder. Your new level is 15. As a Stellar Marauder, you gain the following with every new level. All stats, plus 0.2. All path skills, plus 0.5. 3 standard credits. 3 skill credits. Skill credits must be spent before leaving the overnet or they will be randomly assigned. Move ever forward, citizen. Abilities gained. As a Stellar Marauder, you gain lesser versions of abilities from the paths of Starship Captain, Arena Gladiator, Cybernaut, and Nanomancer, although you will not receive every ability from all of these paths. Persistent hack. Whenever you hack into a system or net, you create a persistent backdoor into that system that allows you future access without needing to make a hacking check. If the point of access is discovered, a citizen with the appropriate skills or abilities can remove it, but your cyber warfare skill acts to counter any attempts to remove or disable it. Again, she closed the screen after barely reading it, dropping a single skill credit into cyber warfare, bringing it to 29.1. She was tempted to slip a second credit into it, but she held off. She only had to spend the credits before she left her domain, and she had 2 standard days before that would happen. That was plenty of time to train her skills, and she would certainly do that. But first, she had work to do. She activated her pedestal and plunged into it. As she'd expected, her outside communications were cut off, sealed away behind one of Doheny's firewalls, as was access to her respawn location. With her stats back to normal and her mind clear and focused, though, unlocking those seals was simple enough for her. She found her respawn location and sent a quick message out before restoring those locks, then settled in to work. The tracking program she'd placed in Malleus's systems was still in place, and she used its access to dive into that system, quickly giving herself super-user credentials using Doheny's seal. She spent an hour gliding through the system, changing protocols, slipping small programs into various places, and placing monitoring algorithms in crucial systems. Satisfied with her work, she withdrew and took a deep breath, glancing at her clock. Looks like I've got plenty of time. She fell silent as she realized that no one could hear her words, and no bright, happy voice would respond to encourage or guide her. Another wash of pain and despair swept through her, and her eyes and chest both burned, but she blinked back the tears that threatened to fall and pushed aside the pain. She had work to do, and while 46 hours seemed like a lot of time, realistically, it wasn't much at all. If she hoped to accomplish her plan, she needed to get started. The next part of her plan was going to be unpleasant, but it was necessary. She couldn't wait to see the look on Lauren Doheny's face when it all began. Chapter 28. Benning stepped out of the training room with a sigh. Training social skills like sense deceit and deception wasn't as much fun as training melee mastery or fleet tactics, but it was necessary. She'd honestly let those skills languish, just as she'd focused much more on training her physical stats than her mental ones. It was a mistake, and while the last 2 days hadn't corrected it, it certainly helped a bit, at least with her skills. She'd never spent that many hours constantly training, rotating between cyber warfare, deception, and sense deceit, but she realized that sort of intensity paid off, pushing 2 of her skills into a new tier. She placed her remaining 2 skill credits in deception, boosting it as well, and then pulled up her skill list with a sense of satisfaction. Skills: Battle Tactics, 37.2. Combat Prescience, 11.1. Command, 34. Conditioning, 29.2. Cyber Warfare, 30.3. Deception, 10.8. Fleet Tactics, 20.9. Heavy Weapons, 5.6. Melee Mastery, 33.5. Nano Resistance, 11.6. Sense Deceit, 10.8. Sniping, 33.1. Starfaring, 28.5. Skill Upgrades. You have achieved rank 10 in one or more of your skills. With this increase, your skills achieve a new tier, and you can use them in unique ways. Deception. Plus 1.5% times rank to all attempts to deceive, trick, or bluff another. Skill Synergy. When using cyber warfare and deception in tandem, the main skill is boosted by 75% of the supporting skill's rank. Sense Deceit. 50 plus 1.5 times rank percent chance to penetrate falsehoods. Only functions against humans. You have achieved rank 30 in one or more of your skills. Rank 30 is a significant milestone, and this allows you to rank up the skill into a higher form. You can choose between 2 paths for your skill to follow in the future. Cyber Warfare. You may choose between the following paths. Cyber Terrorist. Your hacking skills are the bane of civilized systems. You gain large bonuses to attempts to damaging or disruptive attacks on cyber systems, but only a smaller bonus to non-aggressive penetrations. Cyber Spy. System engineers fear your skills, for they never know where you might be lurking or when you might strike. You gain moderate bonuses to all attempts to penetrate systems. The boosts to deception and sense deceit were welcome, especially deception, but ranking up cyber warfare was what really mattered to her. Both of the choices could be useful for what she planned, in fact, but she forced herself to think beyond her immediate needs. There would be a time after she dealt with Doheny, after all. She refused to let herself believe anything else, and in many ways, this skill had defined her more than any other. The question was, how did she use it, and what would help her the most? Benning used her cyber warfare skill aggressively quite often. She hacked into nets to disable them or gain control of them. She disabled her enemies' weapons and armor, or turned automated defenses against them. Even using slip the net on a foe was an attack of sorts, and all of those things would benefit if she chose cyber-terrorist. However, that wasn't why she first chose the skill, or how she'd originally used it. She'd gotten it to hide her status, to conceal her abnormal willpower and unique path. Since then, she'd learned to create elaborate false identities, to track those who might be her enemies, and to monitor her local area for anything that might be a threat. If she specialized with cyber-terrorist, cyber warfare would become a dangerous weapon, but her other uses of it might suffer, and she simply used it too often and frequently for those purposes. She chose Cyber Spy, and a new screen popped up. Skill upgraded. Cyber warfare has become cyber espionage. Rank 30.3. 3 plus 0.3 times rank to scan level required to pierce spoofed ID. Plus 7.5% chance of success per minute per rank. Plus 3% hacking speed per rank. Minus 3% chance of detection per rank. Access radius 1 km plus 50 m per rank. Strike from cover. When you initiate any form of attack while using cyber espionage to conceal that attack, the target's defense is reduced by your cyber espionage rank. This includes physical attacks, offensive abilities, nano attacks, and cyber attacks. Warning: possession of this skill is considered a fleet crime and is punishable in all systems with a fleet presence. Usage is considered a crime against the collective and carries heavy penalties. She shut down her screens and activated her newest skill, creating a spoofed status for herself that looked like she was still being affected by the virus, tweaking it to make it even more secure and believable as she watched the respawn timer click down. At last, her domain faded into blackness and she felt the heaviness of her new body forming around her. She chose to keep her appearance the same. She wasn't trying to hide her identity after all, just her condition, and waited while the purple light of the respawn chamber pulsed around her. She felt the changes being made to the body of the drone the system had overwritten to give her new life. Painless alterations to her face, body structure, musculature, and brain. Part of her wondered if she should feel something about destroying a fellow drone to regain life, but she simply couldn't bring herself to care. There was no room for anything inside her except rage, pain, and a need for vengeance. Everything else simply felt meaningless. The light faded and she stumbled out of the capsule, deliberately feigning weakness and confusion. An armored gauntlet grabbed her arm, squeezing hard, and she felt another seize her other arm, pulling them both together behind her back. She could have resisted, of course, but that would have given away her actual condition. Instead, she allowed herself to be bound and held in place, struggling only weakly against her treatment. She opened her eyes, blinking against the sudden light, and looked around the room. She stood in a typical respawn chamber. Rows of vertical capsules surrounded her, all filled and pulsing with blue or purple lights as the citizens within were remade or simply respawned. 4 armed and armored figures stood around her, and she fought the urge to reach out and scan them. That might give her away. Their pink and gold armor marked them as members of the same company Benning had faced in the Lux Cruiser, and she assumed that the others respawning were more mercenaries that she and her Marines had killed.
That was easier than I thought.
One of the figures grumbled in a gravelly voice. She said that she'd be weak and basically helpless. Another apparently female figure answered. Looks like she was right.
She's a whole-bound noble. Of course she's right.
What's going on? Benning asked, forcing herself to sound confused and uncertain. In response, the man who'd been speaking drove an armored fist into her stomach. She relaxed and let the blow land, curling up around it and coughing as it drove the air from her lungs. The two holding her arms dragged her back upright.
Shut the flork up. Don't make this any worse than it has to be.
The man paused as the door to the respawn room opened, and Lauren Doheny strode in, her eyes blazing and her face triumphant.
Good. It respawned. The noble glanced over at her assistant, who stood at her right shoulder. Scan it, Ethan Abafoa. Make sure it's still infected. Yes, ma'am. The orange-haired man said, stepping forward and holding up a small device that Benning didn't recognize. She quickly understood its purpose a moment later, though, as a red screen flashed in her vision. Warning, hostile nanofield detected. Nanomask successful. Level 14. All stats are at 7, ma'am. Abafoa reported. That seems to be the minimum that the system will allow. Doheny nodded. Excellent. Give them the scanner. She looked at one of the mercenaries holding Benning as Abafoa handed the man the scanning device. Take it to the adjoining room and execute it. Each time, scan it and continue spawn camping it until it's stuck at level 1. Then contact me. Yes, ma'am, the man said, bowing his head slightly. Doheny turned to face Benning. Do us all a favor. Stay in your domain. Never leave it. If you do, you can keep your levels at least. Otherwise, I'll spawn camp you back to level 1 and then toss you into a cell here for as long as the system will allow. You'll never be able to advance or grow. You'll be stuck as a pathetic, useless level 1 subhuman forever. Either way, though, your time in the collective is at an end. Benning stayed silent, letting her rage show on her face but offering no violence to the noble or mercenaries. Doheny turned and walked away with Abafoa in tow, leaving Benning behind. Apparently, the noble didn't truly want to watch Benning being camped back to level 1, despite what she'd said earlier. Bring her to the room. The man who seemed to be the leader of the group said gruffly, jerking his head sideways. Benning let herself be dragged, stumbling into a small room bare of any furnishings or decor. It was simply an empty cube, 3 M's in each direction, with white microthene covering every surface. As she entered, a foot kicked her in the back of the knee while a hand pressed her shoulder, and she let herself be shoved into a kneeling position. Something hard, small, and cold pressed against the back of her skull as she gazed up at the helmet of the man who seemed to be in charge. I'm going to make you pay for this, she told him in an icy voice. Let me go and walk away, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone in your company and make sure you never recover. The man snorted contemptuously. No, you won't. All you're going to do is die. He laughed, a dark and malicious sound that made Benning's anger burn even hotter. I know what the noble said, but I really hope you come back a few times instead of hiding in your domain. It'll take a lot of killing to pay you back for what you did to our company back there on the Queen Isis. He leaned closer to her. Hope to see you soon, Benning kid. Pain flared in the back of her skull as something tore into her brain, and her vision went black. A familiar red screen filled the darkness, and she read it with a wince before pushing it aside. You have died. As a citizen of the collective, you will never suffer permanent death. Upon your death, a copy of your consciousness was made, and you will be reborn in the respawning facility of Beta Hydri Prime. You will suffer the following respawn penalties, increased due to multiple deaths in a short period. Path advancement, minus 7.5%. All stats, minus 0.3. Conditioning, minus 0.5. Melee mastery, minus 0.5. Sniping, minus 0.5. Respawn delay, 24 solar hours. The respawn penalties had essentially increased by 50%. If they continued to do that each time, she'd be back to level 1 in 10 or 11 deaths, by her rough calculations. She didn't know if that would be the case. The system might make each loss proportionally larger, for example, or might cap the increase at some point.
but it showed her just how quick and effective spawn camping could be. She'd never used it as a punishment for her enemies, but it bore consideration. With her cyber espionage skill able to alter respawn delays, she could bring someone back to level 1 in a day or two easily. She pushed aside those musings and closed the screen, almost running to her pedestal. The block Doheny had placed on her outside communications was still intact, and she unbound it quickly and checked on Fodor Hendricks. He was where he was supposed to be, thankfully. If he weren't, she'd have to suffer through multiple respawns waiting for him. Instead, her plan could move forward immediately, limiting her losses as much as possible. She once again dove into the local network using Doheny's seal to bypass most of the security and quickly hacking into what little remained. She sent a series of commands into the Malleus network, triggering the protocols and programs she'd placed earlier, then found the respawn queue and moved herself to the top of it. She altered her status to match that of Senya Kwok, the citizen whose spot she'd stolen, and a moment later the domain vanished from around her. She waited for the respawn chamber's light to fade, then triggered her infiltrator suite. Her hair shortened and faded to a yellow so pale it was almost white. Her skin reddened and darkened, and her face narrowed painfully while her eyes developed minor epicanthal folds. At last, she stepped from the capsule and looked around at the respawn chamber. It looked more or less the same, except that instead of 4 people, only 1 figure stood by the door leading out of the chamber. The man leaned against the wall, his armor retracted to reveal teal hair and yellow-brown skin the color of sand. He glanced up at her and inclined his head with a grunt.
"Welcome back, Senya Kwok,"
he growled, his voice confirming to Benning that he was the one who'd threatened her earlier.
"Gear up, then head into the next room to get your bunk assignment."
"Bunk assignment? Elliot Hammer?" she asked with mock confusion, scanning the man to get his designation and information. He was a level 16 mercenary guardian, a path she didn't recognize, and she felt a pang in her chest when no spry voice spoke up to explain it to her.
"Yeah, we're camping here for a bit until the job's done. Should be about 6 standard days, maybe a bit more. The nobles provided quarters for the company while we wait. Nothing fancy, but it's better than bunking on one of the ships."
Benny nodded and walked to the replicator bay, waiting while her gear was refabricated. She loaded up, not bothering with her armor as she headed for the exit door. As she passed the man, whose gaze no longer focused on her, she paused.
"Oh, and Elliot Hammer,"
she said, not looking at the man as she spoke.
"I owe you this."
She triggered 4 Fame and Heart of the Savage as she moved, stepping toward Hammer and slamming a fist into his skull. His head rocked back, cracking against the wall behind him, and he raised his hands with a low cry as he tried to shield his face. Benning kicked out, slamming her foot into his knee and collapsing it sideways, then grabbed him and smashed her knee into his solar plexus. He cried out again, the sound muffled and gasping as he struggled for breath, and she slid her hips under him, yanking on his shoulders and flipping him over her back to the floor. He fell hard, with her landing atop him, and he lashed out with a fist that she easily blocked, before returning the favor by jamming her knuckles into his mouth and breaking his jaw. His head cracked against the floor again, and he reached up in a daze, grabbing at her. She seized his arm and locked it straight, then twisted, snapping his elbow with a loud popping sound. She pinned his other arm beneath a knee and began to smash her fist into his face over and over, pulping his nose, shattering his cheekbones, and crushing one eye as she unleashed some of her fury on the mercenary. At last, she leaned back, breathing heavily, and looked down at the shattered wreck of a face beneath her. The man moaned and whimpered, mumbling nonsensical phrases through his broken jaw. It took Benning a second to understand what he was saying, and she smiled cruelly as she responded. "Why? Because I promised you that I'd kill you, Elliot Hammer. I promised I'd kill every one of you, and I always keep my promises." His one good eye widened and he tried to speak, but his crushed jaw made his words incoherent. Benning didn't need to know what he said. She saw the understanding in his gaze. He knew who she was, and why he was dying. That was all that mattered. Goodbye, Elliot Hammer. She reached down and grabbed his skull, twisting hard and pulling. His neck snapped with a thump, and his aura flashed to black as her yanking severed his spinal cord completely and cut the signals going to his heart and lungs. Nanofields could repair a lot, but even they had limits. She rose to her feet and snapped her armor into place, lifting her rifle. She reached out with her cyber espionage skill and downloaded the most complete map of the facility she could find. Then triggered the programs she had waiting in the local net. Instantly, alarms began to blare as the orbital defense network shut down. Gravity in the facility turned off, and every automated turret turned against the facility's inhabitants. Doors slammed shut and locked or slid open and stayed that way randomly. The lights flickered and died as power plants went into hibernation and trickled only the bare minimum of energy into the facility. Benning waited until she was sure all her programs had triggered, then took a deep breath and activated Slip the Net. Silence descended over her instantly, a silence so profound that she could barely understand it. The noises of the alarms still blared in her ears, of course, but the silence went deeper than that. It was a cessation of sound, of sensation that she hadn't even realized she'd been experiencing until it fell quiet, as the constant chatter and noise of the overnet in her mind stilled. Panic threatened to surge over her, and she called silently out for Tiddly for a moment, before remembering that the AI was gone. That pushed her panic even further, and she reached for Slip the Net, intending to release it and end the awful stillness, but she stopped herself. She'd felt that silence before, felt it, and dealt with it. She had never let the system break her. She wouldn't let its absence do the same. She pushed the panic down, shoving it deep enough that she could ignore it, then readied her rifle and headed for the exit. She had vengeance to take, and before it was over, there would be blood. That she promised herself. There would be blood in plenty. Chapter 29.
What the flork is happening?
Lauren screamed as she stared at the bank of holoscreens covering the wall of her private room. Each screen flashed red, showing a different catastrophe happening somewhere in her empire. On one, she watched as a power plant on her research station, Beautiful Horizon, went critical, flashing into photons that caused the next plant to do the same, and so on in a chain reaction that resulted in half the station vanishing into energy, leaving the rest to drift in its orbit high above the planet Hathor in the Rana system, powerless and open to space. On another, a team of system engineers shouted as something moved through their network, erasing and corrupting data, immune to all their attempts to isolate or halt it. Over there, she watched furiously as the automated defenses of one of her facilities slaughtered everyone inside. Across the room, one of her manufacturing stations swiftly melted as its containment failed, releasing a wave of weaponized nanites that liquefied everything they touched. Everywhere she looked, disaster struck, and she seemed powerless to stop it. She couldn't even lock down her own Florkine facility. Beta Hydri Prime was dug into a 6 km-long asteroid, the only rocky body circling the soul-like star Beta Hydri. Lauren had purchased the entire system centuries ago and turned it into her private haven. No Dyson stations ringed the central star. She'd destroyed those and every other rocky body in the system to create her facility. Only one lifting station orbited it to bring up enough gas to feed her facility and act as a refueling stop on the way to Eros, the closest system. Her facility wouldn't show up on any scans, though, so those who did stop refueled and went on their way without delay. There was no reason for anyone to linger in the system, which made it far more secure than had she ringed it with defensive platforms. However, now her entire facility was in the grip of madness. The dark matter generators shut down, and the power plants running most of the facility were in hibernation mode, just feeding it the minimum amount of power to keep it functioning and give it atmosphere. Without its shroud and dark matter, though, the facility's gravity was about 1/100th of Earth standard, meaning it basically didn't exist for all intents and purposes. Half the facility's doors were stuck open, including the main airlock, which had already vented its atmosphere to space, and the other half were locked shut. Only her private quarters were secure. Those had their own power supply and a private net that ran them. Chaos ruled the rest of the asteroid.
I don't know, Lord Doheny,
Ifan Abafoa's hologram said, his voice clearly frustrated as he spoke from somewhere outside her quarters.
Systems all over the Malleus network are going haywire. Ships are being rerouted to random destinations. Personnel folders are being scrubbed. Power plants are overloading or shutting down. Defense networks are going offline. It's like someone's in the system, playing havoc with it. I can't do anything about it. The power's down, and I'm cut off from the main net.
System, isolate and delete intrusive protocols in Malleus network by my authority, Lauren said aloud for the third time. As before, her command met a flashing red screen that seemed to mock her with its message. Error. Protocol and equality of nobility enacted. No noble may be given precedence over any other noble. The system is unable to comply. The same screen flared as her fingers danced through her command pedestal, trying to lock down the wayward systems and at least contain the damage. Each time her efforts slammed into a firewall, and when she tried to use her noble's privilege to breach it, the screen blared in her vision. Some noble had attacked her, slipping a virus into her system and locking it down behind their private seal. It was the only possible answer, and it made no sense at all.
Who the flork would dare do this? She screamed.
No noble would challenge another this way. It was begging for everyone else to unite against them. Once their identity became clear, as it eventually would, the rest of the nobility would move en masse to bring them down, fearing that they might attempt a similar maneuver against each of them in the future. Of course, that would be scant comfort to her if her entire corporate empire was left a crippled ruin, but who would sacrifice their own existence in the collective just to hurt her? This had all started happening when she began spawn camping the drone. Fyodor Mosin was certainly sympathetic to the creature. Could he be the one striking at her? It didn't seem his way. Mosin was a big believer that if a citizen needed his protection in the collective, they weren't worth his protection. But she couldn't imagine any other noble caring enough about the drone to intervene. Unless the creature was Mosin's designate, of course. But if that were the case, it could have ignored her command to be silent earlier, and it would have been unaffected by her virus. She wanted to ask the whole-bound AI she'd taken from the creature, but the florking thing refused to speak to her. It ignored her orders, and when she demanded that the system force it, she got no response. It was like the AI existed outside the overnet, which was an absurdity. In any case, the thing had been no help at all, and it refused to give her any details about the drone's abilities, skills, or secrets. Eventually, she would find a way to hack directly into its command core and alter its programming so that it would have no choice but to obey her. But that wasn't much of a priority as long as the drone was trapped and being spawn-camped into helplessness. A tinge of amusement trickled out of the AI, and Lauren felt a cold chill suddenly creep down her spine. The drone was trapped, sealed behind firewalls, cut off from communications, wasn't it? A new alert flashed in her vision as the mercenary ships circling her system began blasting reports to her. She hated bringing the whole-bound mercenaries to her sanctum, but she didn't trust the drone to be kept anywhere else, and she certainly wasn't about to spawn camp the florking thing herself. When they finished their job for her, she'd simply command them all never to reveal the location of the facility. The system would see to it that they obeyed. Abafoa, it seemed, picked up the same alerts through the overnet, and his eyes widened as he read them.
Lauren Doheny, the mercenary fleet just reported dive splashes at the edge of the system. They're raiding 42 ships, including a battle frigate. All are beaconing as fleet warships. System, give me the location of Citizen Benning Kidd, Lauren demanded at once. Those weren't fleet vessels, of that she felt certain, any more than it had been fleet warships that hit her facilities or infiltrated her systems months ago. Citizen Benning Kidd is currently in the respawn queue at facility Beta Hydri Prime. Time until respawn, 10 hours, 31 minutes, 17 seconds. The drone was still in the respawn queue. It couldn't possibly be the cause of all this. It was secure behind her firewalls. Whole florking scrit! Lauren screamed as she double-checked her firewalls and found them unlocked. The drone had somehow unsealed them and was in contact with the outside world. That was its fleet in her system. It had brought them here to her place. She ran a second check of the drone's location, this time demanding that the system perform an in-depth confirmation that it was in its domain. Error. Citizen Benning Kidd is not in her domain. Error corrected. This citizen respawned 1:22:51 hours ago. Current location, unknown. Lauren's eyes widened as she realized that somehow the florking drone had escaped her cage. She shifted her holoscreens to show her facility. Piggybacking on the overnet since the asteroid's cameras were down due to the power loss, the respawn chamber was empty. Its lights dim glows as they waited for enough power to finish respawning the florking mercenaries that died on the Queen Isis. The compartment beyond was equally vacant. Where 24 mercenaries should have been waiting, nothing but emptiness remained. She swept through the quarters she'd given them. They yawned silently with no sign of life. System, status report on mercenary company Kaiden Harlequins in this facility, she commanded. All members of the company Kaiden Harlequins in this facility are currently in the respawn queue of Beta Hydri Prime. Status and location of Citizen Benning Kidd, the noble practically screamed. Status and location of Citizen Benning Kidd are both currently unknown. System, activate internal defenses, she ordered. Seal this area on my command. Evacuate the atmosphere from the rest of this facility and flood it with 5,000 sieverts of gamma radiation. Warning, unable to comply. Power levels insufficient. Restore power to activate internal defense protocols. Fear rolled down Lauren's back and made her stomach clench as she tried again without success to wake up the facility's power plants. She'd done this. She'd brought that creature, that viper, into her home. Thinking herself immune to harm, she'd come out of hiding, knowing that the drone would have no choice but to come after her. She'd planned well, capturing her quarry. But in doing so, had she given the drone the opportunity to drive a dagger into her heart? As she swept her vision through the facility, only one thought dominated her brain, a thought that fell from her lips as a whisper. Where the flork is Benning Kidd? Chapter 30.
What in the hole? I can't target them. They're not showing in my display. My abilities aren't working.
Benning ignored the shouts and screams of the mercenary company as she popped around the corner and unleashed another blast of gunfire from her rifle. The weapon bucked slightly in her hands now that the overnet no longer guided her aim and helped her body compensate for the recoil, and she had to focus carefully to keep the holographic reticle on target. In return, though, the mercenaries fighting desperately to hold her back found that the overnet wouldn't aid them in targeting her either. And unlike them, at least she'd practiced fighting without the system's assistance. She slipped back around the corner and pulled out an antimatter grenade, popping out just long enough to fling the grenade down the hallway before ducking into cover once more. As usual, the cylinder flying down the corridor seemed to take the mercenaries by surprise, and she assumed that meant that she didn't trigger threat warnings now that she was cut free of the overnet. Men and women shouted in pain and fear as the blast flooded the compartment with energy, tearing through armor and irradiating those within, and Benning slipped back out and fired at every helmet she saw. She didn't really like using the antimatter charges.
Without the overnet's assistance, it was hard for her to judge how to throw them accurately or their effective blast radius, and twice she'd caught herself in the explosion. She would have preferred a flashbang, but she'd quickly learned that those affected her far too strongly while using Slip the Net. Apparently, the overnet acted to mitigate the disruption a flashbang did to her scanners. When she used one the first time, it rendered her helmet's visual and auditory processors useless for several minutes. She'd had to retract her helmet just to be able to see her enemies, and fighting without a helmet was monumentally stupid. After that, she avoided flashbangs and stuck to regular explosive grenades and gamma bursters. The loss of her flashbangs was only one of the things that wasn't going to plan for Benning. Her original idea was to use the drone tunnels to make her way through the facility unseen. The place had a respawn chamber, which meant it had drones, and that meant drone tunnels that were hidden from the citizenry of the collective. Those tunnels would give her a fast way to move about the facility unopposed and undetected. Unfortunately, Tiddly was the one who could find those tunnels. Benning knew that the AI did that by comparing the available map of a location with its expected layout and discovering empty paths. But Benning couldn't do that for a multi-floor facility in 3 dimensions, at least not in a reasonable amount of time. She'd also thought that killing the facility's gravity would be a huge boost to her and an inconvenience to her enemies. After all, she had armor that adapted instantly to altered gravity, and she'd had plenty of experience fighting in low-G environments. Unfortunately, cut off from the system, her armor no longer adapted on its own, and she had to concentrate to keep her boots on the deck, or bulkhead or overhead or whatever surface she chose to cling to. The mercenaries, most of whom had grav boots at the very least, adapted quickly to the reduced gravity, and the environment actually helped them more than it did her. In fact, if it hadn't been for the fact that Slip the Net made her impossible to target with skills or abilities, Benning would probably have already lost her battle to take the facility. Fortunately, the mercenaries were having trouble adjusting to the fact that the system wouldn't lock onto her. Their shots were wild and erratic, as the net failed to boost their skills. Combat abilities that targeted a foe refused to trigger as they couldn't detect a valid target. Scanners and abilities designed to detect, predict, or react to danger never activated. Apparently, some of her foes relied on a fully holographical view through their helmets, and those couldn't see her at all. She didn't exist as far as they were concerned. That made fighting her way through the facility's corridors and rooms somewhat easier, since the Harlequins couldn't track her movements or predict from which direction she'd attack. Unfortunately, just because their skills wouldn't lock onto her didn't mean they weren't hitting her. Bullets bounced and whined off her armor, and the interactive module that made her armor even stronger didn't function without the overnet. A bullet had already burrowed its way into her side, and another grazed her shoulder. Both wounds burned fiercely and painfully without the system's assistance to deaden the pain. And while her nanofield would heal them both, it took a lot longer than normal. Every step and movement made her wounds throb, and only her willpower, and the fact that she'd experienced pain without the system's intervention before, kept her moving forward. The blast of light and shockwave of the grenade swept past her, and she darted back out, staying low to minimize the target she offered her enemies. Her rifle purred in her hands as she focused bursts of fire on her foes. Helmets shattered, breastplates buckled, legs collapsed as bullets ripped through them. Her rifle clicked empty, and she slipped back out of sight, ejecting the spent magazine and sliding in a new one. That was another annoyance. Typically, her nanofield would keep her magazines full so long as she had bullets stored away, and she had tens of thousands of those. Cut off from the net, though, her nanofield no longer automatically replenished lost bullets unless she stored her empty magazines. It was a minor inconvenience, but it was a frustrating one. She leapfrogged down the passage, moving from cover to cover as she mowed down her foes. A bullet struck her helmet with a loud snap, leaving a small fracture running along it. Another burned through her left thigh, missing the bone but making her stumble. She ignored the wounds as best she could and tossed another grenade, this time a fusion one. then hid as a new sun burst into being in the middle of the room ahead. The light and heat whipped past her, and she charged forward, firing into every helmet she saw before leaping over the makeshift barrier the Harlequins erected and trading her rifle for her axe. The weapon flashed and spun, severing limbs and slashing through throats. Blood sprayed and people fell back, cursing as they struggled to react to the terror in their midst. Already wounded from the 2 grenade blasts and her gunfire, the mercs simply couldn't respond to her vicious melee attack and died swiftly. She returned the axe to her hip and pulled out her rifle, accessing her map of the facility once more. Benning worried about getting lost without Tiddly to guide her or the overnet to locate her on the map, so she referred to it regularly. It helped a bit, but it wasn't as useful as she'd hoped. While the map she'd pulled from the overnet seemed accurate, not everything was labeled. She was still in what were called servant quarters that occupied an entire wing of the facility. If she kept going straight, she'd continue moving the length of those quarters. If she turned right, she'd eventually reach a security checkpoint that led into an unnamed area that she thought might link up to the main facility but wasn't certain. She sighed, and another pang of simultaneous emptiness and anger washed through her. She hadn't really realized just how much she depended on Tiddly for her day-to-day existence. The AI was responsible for a large part of Benning's success in the collective, and Benning felt somewhat lost without her. Tiddly could have figured out what the unlabeled areas were while Benning fought. She could have mapped out the best route to Lauren Doheny while Benning slaughtered the mercenaries. Instead, Benning was left struggling to do it all herself, and she knew that she was making mistakes. More than that, though, the gnome's absence caused Benning an odd sort of pain. She was nervous, anxious, and frustrated. Things were going wrong, and she felt barely in control of the situation. She wanted to talk to Tiddly about all that, and the fact that she couldn't actually hurt. She needed to hear the gnome's encouragement. She needed that optimism to balance out her cynical, pragmatic nature. She needed Tiddly, and she didn't have her, and that loss ached in her chest. She'd never really felt it before, but her conversations with Tiddly made it clear what that pain was called. This is loneliness, she thought bitterly. I get it now. She's gone, and I'm alone, and all I want is to have her back. The pain was sharp and intense, dwarfing the throbbing bullet wounds in her flesh. It was a deeper hurt, one that no nanofield could cure. She shook herself, shoving that pain aside with an effort of will. She could deal with it later. For now, she had decisions to make. Continuing through the guest quarters didn't look like it would take her into the main part of the facility, but if she didn't clean those out, she'd be leaving enemies behind her. If heading through the security lock turned out to be a dead end, she could end up trapped with the Harlequins behind her, pinning her down. Right now, she had the initiative, and they struggled to respond to her assault. But if she gave them time, they would rally against her, and she didn't like her odds facing a coordinated, organized defense alone. She continued forward through the darkened hallways of the guest quarters. The lights flickered and hummed dimly, barely illuminating the passageway and the compartment beyond. Fortunately, the mercenaries' bright armor made them easy to spot in the darkness, while her armor, now a shade of charcoal thanks to her infiltrator suite, blended in with the shadows and obscured her form. She led with her meteor, punching a few shots through the hasty defensive barricades the Harlequins erected in the room, then followed that up with another grenade blast that rocked the room and killed a few of the mercenaries. A few bursts from her arc bar cleared the rest, and she moved forward, continuing through the halls. The Harlequins, no doubt responding to the facility's alarms, had rushed to gather in the large central spaces, and it seemed that those she'd killed had warned their comrades of her coming. Each compartment was more secured than the last, as the defenders had more time to erect their fortifications. Her only advantage was that the mercenaries had built those defenses to counter someone entering along the corridor's deck. They obviously weren't used to low-G combat, and they certainly weren't prepared to deal with someone who could open a passage through a bulkhead, deck, or overhead using nano disassemblers. Benning entered the next room by opening a hole in the overhead before she reached the compartment, leaping through it into the deck above, then burrowing a small aperture into the overhead of the mercenaries' strong room that let her drop a pair of grenades into the space below. After the blast ripped through the room, she opened a larger hole and slipped through, using her gravity adapter to cling to the overhead like it was a deck. She rained fire down on the mercenaries below, and by the time they rallied, more than half of them lay on the deck, still and unmoving. She turned off her armor's gravity and leaped for a nearby bulkhead, attaching herself to that and running along it, firing at the scrambling mercenaries. When they adapted to that, she leaped up through the hole in the overhead again and left another grenade behind as a present. She dropped back through the hole and landed on the deck to mop up the remainder of the defenders, then moved on to the next. That compartment she entered through a bulkhead, opening a small hole and firing her meteor through it at their flank. They returned fire, but without being able to target her accurately, almost all of their bullets and both of the grenades they tossed exploded against the bulkhead, with only a few rounds slipping through the hole to strike her helmet or shoulders. She emptied the meteor's magazine, then finished the wounded off with her faux hammer. In the final room, the defenders had pulled their barriers into a circle, facing outward in every direction. Benning responded by coming up through the deck in the center of that circle, leading with another grenade that slammed the Harlequins into their barriers before popping her head up and killing 4 mercenaries with her faux hammer. As she ducked back down, though, a figure held up their hand, waving it in the air.
"Wait!" a woman's voice shouted. "I want to talk terms."
"Terms?" Benning shouted up through the hole in the deck. "Why would I want to offer you terms? It seems to me that I've already won."
"Because even if you kill us, you still have to get out of here and my ships will stop you," the woman called back.
"No, they won't," Benning laughed. "I brought a fleet as well, and by now they've already destroyed or captured all your ships, I'm sure. In fact, I think you're the ones who might have trouble getting off this place."
"I can offer you credits for letting us surrender," the mercenary said desperately. "We'll drop our contract against you and not take any more contracts on you in the future. We can even work with you at a discounted rate. I heard that you were hiring."
"Why would I want to hire a company when I've just killed most of its fighters by myself?" Benning sneered.
"If you let us surrender, Benning Kid, then we'll walk away," the woman said ominously. "Otherwise, when this is all over, I'll make it my company's mission to bring you down. And not just you, but everyone you care about. You caught us by surprise, but—"
The woman cut off as Benning leaped through the hole, reversing her armor's gravity so she flew upward past the startled mercenaries. She twisted in midair and slammed into the overhead, already firing her faux hammer. 2 more of the Harlequins dropped before the rest even began to return fire, and she took out a third before pulling out her partisan and extending it to its full length, slamming it through the stomach of the woman who'd been talking and pinning her up against her own defensive barrier. She dropped to the floor, pulling out her hammer, and quickly finished off the remaining mercenaries. Gunfire roared around her, and pain ripped through her body as bullets tore into her stomach and torso. But the woman's threats had ignited the rage in her chest once more, and she welcomed that physical pain. Blood exploded around Benning as she shattered bones and crushed organs. She crumpled a helmet, and the skull beneath splattered into a gray and red paste. She buried the back spike in a chest, then yanked, ripping it free in a wash of blood and torn ribs. The feeling of flesh, bone, and armor yielding to her rage soothed her, though. These people had threatened to take from her, the way Doheny took from her, and there was only one response to that. They would suffer pain and death at her hands. She would make sure they were too terrified to ever consider attacking those she considered hers again. Nothing less would satisfy her. Somewhere in the haze of blood and near madness, though, she could practically hear a tiny voice speaking to her.
Is this what you want, Benning Kid? Who you want to be? Do you want to enjoy the killing?
Tiddly was gone, but her words lingered in Benning's mind, and in the midst of her slaughter, she paused. Broken and shattered bodies littered the room around her. Blood splattered her armor thickly, obscuring her vision in places and streaking her armor with wet crimson patches. Most of the mercenaries still lived. She'd been careful to keep them alive, to make them suffer more, to drag every ounce of pain from them that she could.
And did it make your pain less? Did hurting them make you feel better?
No, it hadn't. It suited her fury, but it served no real purpose. Killing the mercenaries was fair vengeance. They were her enemies, and they'd fought against her. They would have killed her if she gave them the chance. In fact, a glance at her resistance bar hovering around 29% showed her that they'd gotten a lot closer to that than she'd realized. But torturing them, just to soothe her anger, was wrong by her own definitions of the word, the only measurement that mattered to her. She'd decided long ago that killing and torture were fine so long as they served a greater purpose. This served nothing but her rage, and a wave of shame flowed over her. She lowered her hammer and walked over to stand before the pinned mercenary captain. At some point in her rampage, Benning had crushed the woman's arms and legs, and the mercenary hung limply, pinned in place by the partisan wedged between the barrier and the overhead above. "Retract your helmet," Benning ordered as she neared the woman, scanning her quickly to get her designation. When nothing happened, Benning lifted the hammer again. "Don't make me open it for you, Charlene Diego." Diego's helmet swiftly retracted, revealing a woman with lemon-colored hair framing dark brown skin. Her deep blue eyes gazed at Benning with a mixture of terror and hatred so plain that even the Marauder could read it there. "Go ahead, send me to respawn, Benning kid," Diego spat, her voice a deep, husky hiss. "When I come back, though—" Benning's hammer flashed out, and Diego screamed as it crushed 3 of her fingers, flattening the armor encasing them and turning them into torn meat. "You were about to threaten my people, Charlene Diego," Benning said in a cold voice. "You're hoping that if you do, I might offer you a surrender contract that lets you live through all this. I'm not going to do that, though. I'm going to make you a promise." The hammer whipped out again, this time crushing the woman's toes. "If you come after my people, I'll tear down your entire company," she continued, letting her icy anger seep through her voice. The hammer moved again, shattering the thumb on her unwounded hand. "I'll destroy your fleets. I'll drain your accounts. I'll slaughter your people. I'll leave you with nothing, Charlene Diego." "Florky you, Benning kid," the woman snarled. "I don't give a scrit what you think you'll do. I'll—" Benning's hand snapped out, grabbing the woman's face. Diego's eyes widened as Benning reached out, using the physical contact to connect to the woman's net, and twisted. Her nano field wouldn't work for this, not while she was under the effects of Slip the Net, but physical contact let her link her net directly to Diego's. The captain gasped as Benning hacked easily into her net and shifted it, cutting her off from the overnet and the system. As Benning altered the woman's net, she felt the virus sealed away try to stir and awaken, but she clamped down on it. She wanted the woman to leave her alone. Infecting her would probably drive the mercenary to some form of vengeance. "What did you do?" Diego demanded, her eyes wide and fearful. "Stop it! Stop it now!" Benning understood the woman's terror. Diego was feeling the same pain that filled Benning. Loneliness. The woman had probably never been truly isolated before, cut off from everyone and everything, and the loss of those connections was both agonizing and horrifying. That understanding didn't remotely deter Benning from continuing, though. Pain had to be endured, no matter the source. That was the reality of the collective, the reality that the system tried to shield citizens from. "I've just taken away your respawn ability, Charlene Diego," Benning said flatly. The woman's eyes grew even wider, and Benning pressed on. "If I killed you now, that would be it. You would simply stop. Forever. Still want me to end it?" Diego shook her head as much as she could with Benning clutching her chin. I thought not. She stepped back, releasing the woman's face. Of course, instead I could just leave you like this, cut off from everything and everyone, trapped in silence, knowing that your next death will be your final one. Should I do that, Charlene Diego?
No!
The woman sobbed, breaking down as tears flowed from her eyes and her body started shaking.
No, please, make it stop!
If you come after me or my people again, this is what I'll do to you. I won't bother with your fleets or people. I'll find you, no matter where you hide, and I'll leave you like this. Forever. Do you understand me?
Yes, I understand. I won't come after them. I swear. I'll sign whatever you want me to.
No. We don't need the system getting involved, Charlene Diego. This is just between us. If you or your people do anything that I think opposes me, then this will be the result. That's my promise to you. Now, tell me about this facility. What do you know about it?
I can't say anything.
The woman shook her head.
There's an NDA.
That the system can't enforce right now. It can't punish you, but I can. Talk, Charlene Diego.
The woman took a deep breath. It's a private facility,
she said, her eyes widening as the words spilled out, unhampered by the system protocols that should have silenced her.
It's not really part of Malleus, although I think they're doing some sort of secret research here.
Where?
I don't really know. We aren't allowed to leave this area, and Lauren Doheny warned me that any of my people who approached the security gate leading out of the area would be killed and camped back to level 1, so I haven't tried to find out.
Is that the way to Lauren Doheny, then?
It has to be. She comes and goes to the security gate, so she must be somewhere beyond it. I don't know what kind of security she has at the gate or past it. I don't know how many people live here. I don't know the layout. That's all I know, I swear.
I believe you. And for being honest, you get a reward. Benny grabbed the woman again and restored her net, reconnecting her to the overnet. Diego sobbed in obvious relief, her head sagging as Benny let her go. Stay far away from me, Charlene Diego, she said coldly, and make sure anyone else who might think of coming after me does the same. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Good. Benny drew her pistol and put 2 bullets in the woman's forehead, killing her instantly, then turned and left the guest quarters, heading into what was hopefully the heart of the facility. Chapter 31. The security gate was just that, a sealed transtanium door with automated defenses ringing it, all inert without the power needed to activate them. Her nanites made short work of the gate, revealing a narrow corridor lined with similar defenses that were just as silent as she walked through it. She tore a hole in a second door and followed her map down a set of stairs, actual stairs, not a ladder or elevator, and through several branching corridors. No patrols or defenders walked these halls, only automated defenses guarded them. The defenses were formidable and thickly clustered, and had they been working, Benning wouldn't have liked her chances of penetrating this area. However, with them offline, the facility lay open and totally unsecured. Doheny would have done better to hire actual soldiers, in Benning's estimation. The automatic defenses were powerful enough that anything less than a full battalion, 1,000 Marines by fleet reckoning, would probably be slaughtered. However, automatic defenses were easier to disable and circumvent than human soldiers were. If something went wrong, Benning would have wanted a backup line of defense. Doheny obviously hadn't seen the need, and the noble was paying for that now. Benning wasted time exploring various tunnels, most of which either led to empty quarters or areas marked for storage, maintenance, and disposal. Non-functioning elevators and wasteful stairs led to higher and lower decks, and she took the ones she could, discovering that they led to small sleeping quarters and empty lounges. This area was set up for inhabitation, but no one seemed to be inhabiting it. She again keenly felt Tiddely's loss, as the AI probably would have known exactly where to go, But she shoved those thoughts aside. She could deal with them later. She had a noble to find first. She followed the stairs up a level and walked through what looked like a dining room of some sort. 3 doors led from it, 2 open and 1 sealed. One of the open doors led to a replication chamber filled with depowered bots that had probably once served food and drinks to whoever lived there. The other led to a small lounge with blank hollow screens and comfortable-looking chairs and couches, with a basic pleasure chamber attached that was unoccupied. She walked back into the dining hall and shredded the closed door with her nanites, then stepped into the first inhabited chamber she'd found in this area. Hollow screens covered 3 of the 4 walls of the compartment, all blank and non-functioning. Consoles rigged the room, all equally dead, while 8 people sat at them, 4 of them sliding their fingers madly and pointlessly across the unpowered device. 2 more stood beside a defunct pedestal, while a third simply sat at their console, motionless. The last, a tall woman with dark red hair and light brown skin, stood in the middle of the room snapping orders.
"Try a root level restart,"
the woman said briskly to one of the figures at the consoles before turning to a second.
"Elaine Boober, try triggering a cascade shutdown. That might reboot the system."
I'm trying, it's refusing to take it.
Skrit! Tatum Hirachi, can you get a direct link? Maybe you can trigger the awakening protocols.
No. The black-haired man shook his head. Not from here. I'd need to be in engineering.
That's what I've been telling you,
the motionless figure said dejectedly in a voice that Benning recognized at once.
The plans are all in hibernation mode, and all access has been firewalled. Nothing you do is going to get through it. Someone will have to go do it manually.
You think I don't know that, you worthless piece of plan trash?
The red-haired woman demanded.
There's a whole-bound alarm going on. I'm not sending anyone out into it without trying everything we can first.
Then you're just wasting time, Shoafa Hassan. Either go fix it, or stop trying and let us all relax.
The woman took a step toward the defeated-sounding man, her voice angry as she spoke.
Maybe I should send you, then. You can go out there and brave the defenses. It won't be much of a loss if they kill you, after all.
He snorted.
You're right about that. It wouldn't be much of a loss. I'm happy to go if you want, Shoafa Hassan. I really don't care what happens to me at this point.
The woman flung her hands up in the air and let out an expression of disgust.
I don't know why Lauren Doheny wanted you on this team. You're basically useless. You do nothing but complain and tell us why things won't work. Still, she told me to use you, so I don't have any choice but to keep you around. And safe. If I had my way, though...
Benning stepped forward as another surge of anger rose up in her chest.
Emid Oswald?
She said in a cold voice that cut through the argument and froze everyone in place. As one, all 8 heads turned to look at her, their faces shocked.
What? Who the flork are you?
The red-haired woman demanded, taking a step toward Benning.
Are you one of those mercenaries? Is that what this is all about? You're all trying to take over this place?
She laughed derisively.
Lauren Doheny will have you all killed and spawn-camped back...
The woman's tirade cut off in a scream as Benning shifted her rifle slightly and pulled the trigger, sending a trio of bullets ripping through her spacer suit and tearing into her lower abdomen. The woman dropped to her knees, clutching the wound in her stomach and moaning with pain, and Benning took the moment to send out her scanners, focusing them on the dejected figure. It was an odd feeling. Her nanites vanished from her senses the moment they left her body, then suddenly reappeared as they returned to her, bearing the information she'd ordered them to gain. Her scan returned statuses for 5 of the 8, but not her main target or 2 others. Oswald remained seated, staring at Benning with wide eyes.
Benning, kid?
He said, turning his chair until he faced her. A wide grin spread across his face, and he laughed loudly.
Of course you're the one behind all of this. I should have known.
The rest of the figures scrambled to get away from her, 2 of them moved to kneel beside the injured woman, whose designation Benny's scans confirmed was Shawafa Hassan, a level 18 research administrator. One of the people, the one Hassan had called Tatum Hirachi, glared at Benning, but his eyes widened a moment later.
"Who are you?" the man whispered. It's like you're a ghost. According to my nanofield, you're not even here."
"Your nanofield?" Benning echoed.
"He's a nanomancer," Oswald volunteered.
Benning didn't even look as her rifle spat, sending a half-dozen bullets tearing through Hirachi's chest. She wasn't a fan of nanomancers after dealing with Vera Myers. It seemed that the man had already tried to use his abilities on her, and she wasn't giving him another chance. She pointed her rifle at a sapphire-haired woman cowering against the far bulkhead, one who had also evaded Benning's scan. "And her?"
"Nano-engineer," the man shrugged. "Probably harmless."
Benning's rifle spoke again, and the woman dropped to the deck. 3 holes leaked blood from her forehead. "Probably isn't enough. I don't leave potential threats alive, Emmett Oswald, as you should know well." Oswald winced but remained silent as Benning walked toward him.
"Who the flork is this, Emmett Oswald?"
The kneeling Hassan groaned.
"This is Benning, kid,"
Oswald said quietly, his face sobering as Benning's rifle shifted to point at his chest.
"I assumed she was here to come get me, but you aren't, are you?"
"That depends on why you're here, Emmett Oswald," Benning said coolly. "Why are you working for Lauren Doheny?"
Oswald snorted. "You think I want to, Benning, kid? Here, scan me again. I'll let you this time."
Benning hesitated. If he'd learned cyber warfare as he'd wanted to, he might be able to beat her scanners. But after a moment, she sent them out. Her eyes widened at what she saw. Emmett Oswald, Level 9 Nano-Engineer. Damage rating, 0.1. Unarmed. Defense rating, 0.0. Basic spacer suit. Resistance rating, 4.0. Stats. Physicality, 8, parentheses 9.6. Coordination, 8, parentheses 10.4. Resistance, 8, parentheses 9.2. Acuity, 8, parentheses 11.3. Willpower, 8, parentheses 9.5. Social, 8, parentheses 8.9.
"You see," he said, "I wasn't given a choice. Lauren Doheny infected me with some whole-bound virus, one that Shawafa Hassan here helped develop. The virus has massively corrupted my net and the communication protocols."
He shook his head.
"It doesn't matter. What matters is that it shot my stats down to the minimum for a citizen."
"And Doheny promised you a cure if you worked for her?"
"Exactly. She said that she had a nano-research project and that if I helped out, she'd remove the virus when we were successful."
"You created this virus?" Benning asked, swinging her rifle to focus on Hassan, whose eyes widened.
Not personally, no,"
the woman stammered.
"I oversaw the project, that's all."
"Can you remove it from him?" The woman shook her head.
"No. Lauren Doheny might be able to, with her noble privileges, but there's no way a citizen can remove it, not even by respawning."
"Trust me, they made sure of that," Oswald muttered angrily. "I was their experiment, Benning, kid. They wanted to see how it worked."
He barked an angry laugh.
"And you know why Lauren Doheny chose me?"
"Because you work with me," Benny nodded.
"Exactly," he said, sighing and leaning back. "You were supposed to be the real target. They didn't want you having access to a nano-engineer just in case I could find a solution for it. In fact, I heard that they got you, but you seem fine, so I guess that was a lie." He shrugged. "So, go ahead, Benning, kid. Kill me. Again. It won't matter. I can't level up anymore. My stats won't increase. The respawn penalties have eaten into my skills. To be honest, I'll probably just stay in my domain. even though it's kind of a nightmare right now. I just don't care anymore."
Benning gazed at the man expressionlessly, then looked at the others. "Are any of the rest of you here because you have no choice?" When no one answered, Oswald spoke up.
"They're all Malleus employees. They consider being on this project an honor."
"Are any of them critical to the project?" The man made a face.
"Show Afa Hassan. She knows everything about the project. The rest of us have only seen a single piece at a time."
"That makes this easier." Benning pulled out her pistol, and the weapon spoke repeatedly. The researchers cried out and tried to flee, but her weapon sought them out mercilessly. One by one they fell, dead or dying with their skulls blown half away. In the end, only Oswald and Hassan still lived. The administrator huddled against one of the consoles, her hand pressed to the wound in her stomach, and her eyes wide and fearful as Benning approached.
Please,
she begged, holding up a warding hand toward the Marauder.
Don't kill me. I didn't have any choice but to make that virus. I didn't want to use it on you.
Benning stopped and shook her head. You misunderstand me, Shawafa Hassan. I'm not angry with you. I'm impressed. Few citizens would be willing to create something so terrible. They'd consider it wrong or unethical. She knelt beside the woman and reached out, placing her hand on the woman's cheek. You obviously don't, and that means you could be useful. First, though, you'll need convincing. Benning swiftly hacked into the woman's net and reached down into it, twisting and shifting it to cut her off from the overnet. As she did, she reached out to the virus and transmitted it through her link, uploading it into Hassan's net. The woman's eyes widened, and she tried to jerk away, but Benning held her tightly as Slip the Net settled into place. The woman screamed and clutched her stomach fiercely, doubling over and falling onto her side. It took Benning a second to understand what was happening. She'd forgotten that the system would be mitigating the pain of the woman's wound, which she'd be feeling fully. On top of that, the virus, unchecked by the overnet, ravaged her net, and Hassan would likely be feeling the same silence and emptiness that every citizen felt when they were torn from the overnet. The woman was likely terrified, in agony, and suffering as her stats plummeted all at the same time. It didn't really matter. Hassan was currently an enemy, and Benning didn't care what happened to her at that point. Plus, the more she suffered, the easier what Benning wanted to do next would be. Benning waited while the woman adapted to her new reality, and her screams degenerated into soft moans.
What did you...
I took away your respawn ability, Benning said casually, hearing Oswald whistle in amazement behind her. And I infected you with your own virus. She glanced back at the nano-engineer. It turns out the overnet actually holds the effects of that in check, Emmett Oswald. That's why it stopped when your stats got to 8. I guess Lauren Doheny can force that limit to 7, but that's it. She looked back at the crumpled, shivering Hassan. But not for you. I wonder, will it keep going until your net is totally destroyed? What will happen if it does? Will you be trapped in your body, paralyzed, barely able to think and sense the world around you? Will it kill you? She gave the woman a cruel smile. I hope not. If you die right now, that's it. You don't come back.
How?
It doesn't matter. Here's what does. I can cure that virus.
What?
Oswald demanded, rising from his chair. Hassan gasped. No, just very difficult. You were wrong, Emmett Oswald. They didn't lie to you. I was infected. As you can see, I've cured myself. She rose to her feet and walked over to the man. I can cure you too, if you give me access to your net. The man's eyes narrowed.
What's the catch?
He asked. No catch. She shook her head. You're one of my people, Emmett Oswald, and I take care of my people so long as they stay loyal to me. You never turned on me, so I'm not going to turn on you. He stared at her, then lowered his head.
Fine. It's not like things can get worse. You've got access.
Benning placed a hand on the man's shoulder and reached out. As he'd said, his defenses were down, and she linked to his net swiftly enough. She almost recoiled when she did. The virus had wreaked havoc on his system, and large parts of it were barely recognizable. It took her nearly a minute to navigate it until she found the virus code, locked behind Doheny's firewall, then 2 more minutes to unseal that firewall. Once she did, she isolated the virus and withdrew it from his system, allowing his net to begin repairing itself. She packed the virus back into its container, then ordered it to delete itself, and the code vanished from his net. The man's eyes widened and he straightened. You did it! It's gone! How did you do that? Later. She shook her head. She turned back to Hassan. For now, what matters is that I can do it. I can clear that virus from your system and restore your respawn ability. She walked back and squatted beside the woman again. And in return, you just have to come work for me instead of Lauren Doheny.
Work? You?
The woman gasped as her body seized and spasmed. Benny nodded. I could always use a good researcher who isn't overly worried about things like right and wrong. I'll pay you well, and all I ask is that you do your best, and that while you work for me, you remain loyal to me. If you betray me, though, she gestured, you'll end up right back here. Do you agree? You might want to think quickly.
Will do,
the woman managed, and Benning reached back out and connected to her net. She deactivated the virus. It had truly trashed the woman's system, far worse than it had Oswald's, and packed it back up, locking it away but not deleting it. If the woman betrayed her, well, Benning was very much out of mercy. She restored the woman's connection to the overnet, then rose to her feet as the woman lay on the floor, gasping and moaning. It took her only a moment to send the researcher a contract, and to her satisfaction, it came back signed in seconds. Welcome aboard, she said. She glanced at Emmett Oswald. If I turn power onto this place, can the 2 of you download all the information on this new project and send it to me?
I can't. Shoafa Hassan probably can. Are you thinking about going into nanotech, Benning Kid?
He laughed.
Going to race Malleus and Lauren Doheny to their newest project?
Just Malleus. Benning lifted her rifle. Doheny won't be in the running. She glanced at Hassan, who was slowly recovering. How do I get to her?
Down that way,
Hassan said, pointing at a door.
Straight through 2 security gates. One has its own power supply, so do her quarters.
That will make it more interesting. While I'm gone, you 2 download everything you can, then delete the data from Malleus' system. When I'm done, I'll come back and bring you both out. For the moment, I'm late to meet a noble. Dimly lit corridors flashed past Benning as she raced down the hallway, glancing down passages she passed but not slowing. Far too much time had passed already since she respawned. Her initial plan had been simple. Respawn into chaos, use it and the drone tunnels to move quietly through the facility to where Doheny hid, confront the woman, then slip out before anyone knew what was happening. She didn't want to fight a pitched battle through the station, and she definitely didn't want to give the noble any time to prepare for her coming. Losing Tiddly forced her to change that plan. Without the AI's guidance, Benning couldn't find the drone tunnels, so she had to use the main passages. That pushed her to fight the hole-bound Harlequins just to make sure they didn't fall on her from behind. Discovering Doheny's research project and Emmett Oswald's presence was another distraction, as was co-opting that project for her own benefit. While wiping out the mercenaries and regaining access to her preferred nano-engineer and gaining a new research coordinator were useful, they also took time. Time that Doheny could use against Benning. Benning didn't know much about Lauren Doheny. The system shielded the nobility from even the most skilled penetration into their doings, but she could make some guesses. The woman had built the collective's premier nanotech business from nothing. That meant that she had to be an exceptionally skilled nano-engineer, nanomancer, or similar path. She was no doubt very high-leveled with skills to match as well. Benning's cyber espionage skill was powerful, but it wasn't invincible. Given time, she had no doubt that Doheny could find a way around the locks she'd put on the facility systems and restore their functioning. She'd given the woman too much of that time already. As if the system agreed with Benning's thoughts, a weight settled on her as the facility's gravity suddenly reverted to Earth standard. She stumbled at the extra weight, but continued running, quickly reaching the first security gate and slipping through it. As she exited the other side, the dim lights overhead flared to full brilliance, and behind her, the automated defenses whirred to life. Benning whirled, grabbing a grenade and preparing to hurl it into the security tunnel. She relaxed as the turrets remained still. Apparently, either they weren't designed to attack anyone behind the gates, or they couldn't find her with Slip the Net active. She sincerely hoped that the second choice was true. She had another gate to pass, and she didn't want to fight her way through it if she could avoid it. Benning's armor suddenly warmed as a red screen flared in her vision. Warning: extremely high levels of gamma radiation detected. A surge of nausea rolled over Benning as the radiation found its way through the holes in her armor and sank into her flesh. Her resistance bar began to drop, slowly and gradually but inexorably, but she simply pushed herself harder, ignoring the pain of her wounds or the growing sickness roiling in her stomach and throbbing in her temples. Another warning flashed in her vision, telling her that the air pressure around her was dropping, but that didn't worry her. Her helmet's seals remained intact, and it worked to refresh her air, turning carbon dioxide back into breathable oxygen. With the system's assistance, it could keep her breathing indefinitely. Without it, she should still have more than an hour's worth of air, which she hoped would be plenty. She slowed as she approached another security gate, but the defenses showed no response as she bored a hole through the sealed door and walked carefully down the tunnel. She exited the other side and faced another sealed door. This one yielded just as swiftly as the last ones, and she stepped through into a large room. She got a single glimpse of the luxurious nature of the room before a red screen flared in her vision, blocking her view beyond. Hostile nanofield detected. Nanofield failure. Cybernet failure. Instantly, Benning felt her nanites vanish from her senses completely, swept aside as if they never existed. Her body froze and went numb, refusing to respond to her commands, and fear surged in her as her sense of her limbs disappeared as well, leaving her standing, frozen and helpless, unable even to blink, her heartbeat and the rise and fall of her chest the only movement she felt. A familiar figure walked into Benning's view. Lauren Doheny stood 2 M's from the Marauder, her hands on her hips, shaking her head with a smile that Benning couldn't decipher. "Welcome to my sanctum, Benning kid," the woman said in a cold, cruel voice. "It's a shame that it's the last thing you'll ever see." Chapter 32. Panic surged in Benning as she struggled to move. She knew that the system gave Doheny power over any citizen, but she'd hoped that by cutting herself off from the overnet, she'd stripped that power from the noble. Apparently, she'd either been wrong, or Doheny had some other way to attack her. Whatever the woman had done, it was both terrifying and overwhelmingly potent. Benning's limbs refused to respond to her brain's commands. She couldn't even feel her arms and legs, in fact. She tried to reach out to her nanites, sending them commands to attack the noble, but she couldn't tell if they received her messages, and if they did, they showed no response. None of her abilities would trigger. She stood, utterly helpless and powerless, as the noble walked closer and stood less than an M from her face. "Interesting," the woman said, tapping her chin thoughtfully and peering at Benning with curious eyes. "According to all my senses and abilities, you aren't even there, drone. It's like you don't exist, but you obviously do. You've cut yourself off from the overnet, haven't you? The woman nodded, not waiting for a reply from Benning, not that the Marauder could have replied anyway.
Yes, that seems to be the case. She laughed loudly. Of course. That doesn't shield you from the kill switches I had built into every nanite and net that use my self-powering technology. Which means all of them, I'm afraid. It's hard to function when your nanofield and net refuse to respond to you, isn't it? She laughed again, shaking her head. Idiotic drone. What did you think? That you were going to come here, shielded from the system's control by whatever you're doing, and kill me? That someone like me, who's lived for more centuries than you can imagine, wouldn't have a way to make sure no citizen or noble could harm them, even if they somehow convinced the system to let them? Foolish mistake. And a fatal one, I'm afraid. She walked sideways, looking Benning up and down as she moved out of the Marauder's line of sight. Let's look at what you've done, though. I can't quite figure out how you managed it. It's like the overnet just ends at you. You're a hole in the collective, which would explain a great deal, actually. No wonder you can move about undetected. And is this how you permanently kill citizens? Cut them off from the net, then execute them so the system doesn't have the chance to copy them and can't respawn them? Clever. And dangerous. She stepped back into Benning's sight. Of course, I should have expected something like that. Your entire existence is dangerous, drone. Do you know that? Do you understand? She shook her head again. No, probably not. You probably don't comprehend the danger that you represent to the entire collective, or why I've had no choice but to hunt you down and destroy you. She turned her back on Benning and began walking away. Don't feel bad about that, though. Very few, even among the nobility, understand, and the florking system won't let me tell them about it. She laughed again. Actually, in a way, I'm glad that you have that ability. It seems that as far as the overnet is concerned, I'm alone right now. It's not stopping me from calling you drone right now, as you can see, which means that perhaps I can actually explain what I've learned to someone. It'll be good to get it off my chest, and maybe once you understand, you'll stop fighting me and realize that the best thing you can do is simply die. Benning did her best to ignore the woman's rambling as she struggled to act, to move, to do something. Her thoughts focused inward, trying to access her net, but instead of a firewall or block, she simply felt nothing. Her net didn't exist as far as she could tell. It was possible that, with the overnet's help, she could hack her way free of the restraints. But if she slipped the net, she'd be at the mercy of the system, a system that Doheny could use against her. It seemed that she was in a no-win situation, a place where she had no choice but to lose. Anger flared in her at that thought, and she pushed down her rising fear and renewed her focus. There had to be a way around the paralysis she experienced. Doheny called it a kill switch, one she'd built into every nanofield and cybernet in the collective. But the system wouldn't have allowed even a noble to make such a thing without there being a way around it. The system didn't seem to care about Benning herself. In fact, it often seemed determined to punish her simply for existing.
but it wouldn't permit a threat to the entire collective like that.
You see, drone, you are a mistake,
Lauren continued, moving to sit in a large overstuffed chair that was covered in what looked like soft leather.
Oh, I'm not talking about your becoming a citizen, although that was a mistake too. I'm talking about your very existence. You shouldn't be here.
She spoke each word of that last sentence slowly and firmly, leaning toward Benning as she did, then rested back in her chair again.
Do you know why you shouldn't exist? Why you're a broken thing, drone? She grimaced. No, of course not. None of the other nobles understand either. They think that I'm worried that you'll lead a drone uprising of some sorts. She snorted, as if such a thing were possible. Drones are barely aware of their own existences, as you can certainly attest. And anyone who studied you at all would know that you couldn't care less about your fellow drones or their plight anyway. No, if you were simply a drone raised to citizen status as a freak accident, I wouldn't care. It wouldn't matter in the slightest. It's not that you were once a drone that's the issue. She leaned forward. It's why you were elevated in the first place. That whole-bound willpower of yours, drone. That's the real danger, and no one but me seems to see it.
She rose to her feet again and began pacing.
Do you know how drones are formed, Benning Kid? They're grown, of course, fashioned out of mixtures of DNA to ensure genetic diversity. But did you know that they don't receive a net until they reach adult growth? There's simply no need for them to have one before then, you see. Until a human reaches their majority, they aren't a citizen, so there's no need to respawn them. Plus, the process doesn't work as well on juvenile brains. The minds of young people are so malleable, plastic, and fast-developing that the respawn process warps them, changing them into someone or something that they're not.
Benning didn't really listen to the woman's words. Doheny wasn't speaking to her anyway. The woman was talking to herself, to the room. Benning remained focused, probing at her net and nanofield. She had to still be connected to them both, she realized. Slip the net hadn't failed, and if her cybernet were truly shut off, it would have. Her resistance bar rose slowly as well, meaning her nanofield still healed her. What Doheny must have done was to kill Benning's active connection to both. That meant Benning just needed to find a way to reconnect to them. Once she had a connection, she felt confident she could restore her field and net without difficulty.
When a net is introduced to a drone, or a human baby for that matter, sometimes it doesn't take correctly, the noble continued. Mistakes happen. It's not common, but it does happen, and the system has a protocol to deal with that. Most of the time, it simply repairs the mistake, restoring full functionality. If it can't, it destroys the drone or person, marks that particular mixture of DNA as faulty, and moves on. It's a simple process, and even though such mistakes are rare, there are so many humans and drone in the collective that at any given moment, hundreds of them are happening. You're just another mistake, Benning Kid. Or you should have been. The woman shook her head disapprovingly. Your willpower is a fluke. It's far higher than it should be. Higher than should be possible, in fact. For some reason, the system chose not to destroy you. I have no idea why. Perhaps it made a mistake. Perhaps, like some of the nobles think, you're an experiment that it's running. For whatever reason, though, you were allowed to exist, grow, and reach maturity when you should have been turned into paste and recycled decades ago.
Doheny collapsed back into her chair, rubbing her temples tiredly.
Listen to me. Soliloquizing like a villain in one of those cheap hollow vids.
She laughed hollowly.
And for what? Just to have someone else to talk to. Just to be able to say the words aloud. To share what I know with another thinking being, even though you barely qualify. She chuckled. Solitude is a powerful enemy, drone. It makes even nobles reach out to those who simply aren't worth their time and energy, just to have someone to talk to. Foolish of me to indulge in it, I suppose, the noble shrugged. You won't understand, so I might as well be talking to a wall right now. Of course, I can say that I'm trying to convince you to cooperate with me, but we both know that isn't happening. I know you, drone. I know that you're a selfish, heartless thing that cares only for its own pleasure and power and nothing for anyone or anything else. You'd probably happily bring the collective crashing down if it gained you a fraction more power, wouldn't you? She shook her head. Sadly, I'm not giving you the chance.
The woman gestured, and Benning felt another thrill of fear race through her as her helmet began to crackle, lines spreading through it like spiderwebs. Clear fluid ran down the visor, and she understood. Doheny had her own disassemblers, and she was going to use them to destroy Benning. If Benning died now, under the influence of Slip the Net, then that would be it. She'd be dead forever. As the cracks spread across her helmet, she tried to release the ability, and nothing happened. Fear turned to panic as she realized that, cut off from her net, she had no control over her abilities. She was going to die, and when she did, she wouldn't be coming back. She hammered desperately at her net and nanofield, sending every type of connection request she could think of, spamming them both furiously with pings. Silence greeted her efforts. She tried again, and once more her attempts returned nothing resembling a response. Fear and panic swelled to terror as one of the cracks shattered, and pain seared her cheek as nanites began devouring it, ripping into her flesh and tearing out chunks that ran fluidly down her neck to pool at the base of her helmet. She lashed out, pinging everything within reach, trying desperately to make a connection, and a faint echo whispered in her mind, one so quiet she could barely hear it.
Benning, kid.
Tiddly! Benning screamed mentally, latching onto that echo and hurling her thoughts at it. She understood in a flash. Doheny had taken Tiddly, and the AI was now locked in the noble's net. Somehow, Benning had touched that net, reaching through the connection Doheny must be using to keep her nanofield and net switched off. She tore at that faint shadow of a connection, flinging every request she could think of at it.
Seal?
Benning's eyes widened as the whispered word rolled through her mind. Another hole cracked open in her helmet, and she shrieked silently in agony as nanites struck her right eye and began to tear at it. She pushed aside the pain, though. She'd felt it before, the fire of having her body slowly ripped apart, and she dealt with it. She could do so again. Even as nanites tore through her helmet and latched onto her forehead, ripping through her skin and tearing at bone, Benning pulled up Doheny's seal and wrapped it in the loops needed to open it. She hurled it at the connection with a demand for access, and the seal blossomed like a flower, unfolded, and sank into Doheny's net, plunging Benning inside it.
What the skrit? Doheny screamed, leaping up from her chair. How?
Benning felt the woman's attempts to sever the connection, to eject her from the noble's cybernet, but she dove into the woman's net with brutal efficiency. Doheny's skills were no doubt higher, and the woman probably had centuries more practice at them than Benning, but Benning had an advantage that the noble didn't. Doheny had no doubt spent the last centuries relying on the system to shield and protect her, while Benning had only her own skill and strength on which to depend. The effectiveness of Benning's sabotage of the noble's systems was ample testimony to that. With Doheny's level of access and skills, Benning could have restored in minutes what took the woman hours. As always, strength meant little without the skill and ability to use it, and Benning had both. She reached out to the noble's net and twisted it, shifting and changing it, and cut the woman off from the system with a wrench of her will.
No!
Doheny screamed, raising a hand toward Benning. More pain flared in the Marauder as nanites continued to rip through her face and into her skull. But the moment she severed the noble from the system, it cut the connection, muting her net and nanofield. The sense of both flooded back into her body, and she quickly willed her own nanites to attack at the invaders, ripping them free from Benning's body and linking to them. Like most disassemblers, the nanites lacked any real protection from hacking, and Benning's nanofield quickly expanded as she co-opted Doheny's nanites for her own purpose.
Stop!
The woman screamed as Benning took a step forward.
System, kill Citizen Benning Kid! Kill her!
Benning couldn't help but smile as nothing happened. Doheny was cut off from the system that she counted on to protect her, and now she was alone. You're right, Lauren Doheny, she thought grimly. Solitude is a powerful enemy. Let's see how you like suffering real loneliness.
Unbind me at once!
The noble screamed, her voice high and panicked.
System, unlock this ability on my authority! System!
Again, nothing happened, and Benning took another step closer to the noble, who scrambled backward away from her.
The system can't hear you, Lauren Doheny,
she said, spitting the words through torn and bleeding lips. Her face burned and throbbed. Her body ached. Pain stabbed into her head where she suspected the nanites had pierced her skull. Her vision blurred from the damage to her eye, and she swayed slightly on her feet from the pain and resulting weakness. Her resistance bar hovered at 16%, and while it still crept upward, she knew it wouldn't heal the damage done to her face and skull. She didn't care. When this was done, she'd go to respawn. But first, she had a noble to deal with.
It's just you and me here now.
The woman pulled out a pistol and aimed it at Benning's face, but Benning moved faster, whipping out her hammer and slamming it into the noble's hand. Doheny cried out and clutched her hand in pain as the hammer shattered fingers and knocked the gun flying. The woman fell back into her chair and stared at Benning with wide, fearful eyes.
No!
The noble shouted, lifting up her unwounded hand.
Let me explain!
I don't care, Benning spat. Why you hounded me through the collective doesn't matter. I don't care why you posted those bounties on me, or why you funded my enemies. I don't give a skrit why you sent the fleet after me. I don't even care why you went after my people. Anger flared in her, and she reached out, grabbing the noble and flinging her to the deck. The woman twisted onto her back, but Benning buried the spear point of her hammer in the noble's shoulder, pinning her in place before she could move. Doheny screamed as she felt more pain, unmitigated by the system, and tried to grab the hammer with her broken hand, screaming again as the shattered bones ground and shifted. I'm sure you think you have a reason, Lauren Doheny. I'm sure you believe that you're doing the right thing. You might even be. I don't florking care if you are. She leaned on the hammer, and the noble screeched in new pain, a sound that soothed Benning's battered mind. All that matters is that you won't do it again, Benning snarled, twisting the hammer in the woman's shoulder and making her shriek and writhe in agony.
Never again! Flork you!
Doheny screamed, flinging her hand at Benning. "I'm more than you'll ever be! Die, drone!" Benning staggered back as pain flared in her body as another wave of disassemblers slammed into her. But she struck back with her own nanites and drove back the assault, holding it at bay. She straightened, then knelt down and slammed a fist into the noble's face, rocking her head back and slamming it into the carpeted deck with a muffled thump. She grabbed the woman's face and squeezed, feeling bones crack beneath her fingers. "No, you won't." Benning reached through her contact with the noble and dove into her net once more. Benning touched the virus sitting in her net and unpacked it, willing it to surge into the noble. Doheny screamed again and tried to drag herself backward, but Benning held tight, crushing the woman's cheekbones and refusing to let her escape. The virus raced into the noble's net and unfolded, tearing into her system and ripping it to shreds. At last, Benning released the woman and stepped back. "I could kill you, Lauren Doheny," she said coldly. "I could kill you now, and you'd never return." The noble shook and shivered beneath Benning as the virus ravaged her net. "In fact, that's exactly what I should do." No, the woman gasped in pain as her convulsions ground her shoulder against the spear point holding her down. "I can pay you." "I don't need your credits, Lauren Doheny. I can get those myself." Benning cut her off. "I'll rescind all bounties, negate the contracts." "Killing you would do both of those." Benning shook her head and pulled out her pistol. "Your AI!" the woman half screamed, her voice panicky. I can give it back to you." At that, Benning hesitated. She could have Tiddly back? That was something worth bargaining for, but it wasn't enough to let the noble live. At least, not as she was. "Plus your patent of nobility," she said coldly. What? Doheny's eyes went wide, and she stared at Benning in shock. "No, I won't." "Then you'll die. And what good will it do you?" Benning twisted the spear point in the woman's shoulder again, and Doheny screamed in pain. "And you won't die quickly, Lauren Doheny. I'll take you with me from here and kill you very, very slowly over the next few months. I'll crush your bones and shred your organs, then let them grow back so I can do it again. I'll pluck out your eyes and tongue, cut pieces off you, sever your limbs." She straightened and her eyes flashed angrily. "And I'll find a way to record it so every other noble out there can see it," she said. "They'll all witness your humiliation as you beg me to kill you, as you promise me anything to end it all. The holovid will spread across the collective. Every citizen out there will have the chance to enjoy watching a noble shatter and break." She leaned forward. "And I will break you, Lauren Doheny. If you know me the way you think you do, then you know that there's nothing I won't do to get what I want. Nothing. Eventually, you'll be a wrecked shell of a human, begging for death and swearing to give me anything in your power to get it." Benning chuckled darkly. "Maybe instead of that, I'll offer you the chance to come work for me. Imagine that. You spending the rest of eternity serving me. Terrified that if you displease me, you'll end up right back here again. That would be a fitting end to you." Doheny's face grew paler and paler as Benning spoke, but she remained silent, and Benning shrugged. "Suit yourself. Might as well start now." She yanked her hammer free and slammed her boot down on the woman's good hand, pinning it in place. The hammer rose and fell, crashing into the woman's fingers and shattering too, reducing them to paste. As the noble screamed in agony, Benning turned and pinned her foot down, crushing her toes with another blow. Doheny lasted longer than Benning had thought. The noble might have been pampered and protected by the system, but she had a fierce will, and it wasn't easy to break it. The woman's hands and feet were red smears on the deck, her knees and elbows twisted like rubber, crushed into powder. One of her eyes was gone, lost to Benning's thumb, as were most of her teeth, shattered or torn from her mouth. Benning cracked her pelvis and several ribs and cut off both ears with her axe, and she thought that she might have to carry through on her threat, to take the woman from the facility and spend days torturing her when the woman finally broke.
No,
she mumbled, her words barely legible.
No more. Please.
You want this to end? Benning said coldly. You know what to do. Give me back Tiddly and transfer your patent of nobility to me, and I won't hurt you anymore.
Can't. Need overnet.
No, you don't. Give me Tiddly now and sign the contract I send you. Then, when I reconnect, the system will recognize it. The woman hesitated, and Benning lifted her hammer with a shrug.
No!
Doheny screamed.
I'll do it!
Benning linked back to the noble and sent her a contract. It didn't come back immediately, but something much better did. She felt a surge as the noble transferred Tiddly back to her, and that empty place in Benning's chest suddenly filled with warmth and contentment.
Benning kid!
The gnome said happily, her voice bouncing around in Benning's skull. Relief flooded the woman at the welcome sound.
You did it! I can't believe you did it!
Welcome back, Tiddly. Benning sighed with satisfaction. I missed you.
You did? Really?
The gnome's voice sounded surprised.
Well, I missed you too.
Benning refocused as the contract came back. Is it right?
Yep, looks like it. She didn't add anything. I wouldn't expect her to, though. I really think you broke her, Benning kid.
Good. It's no less than she deserves. She paused for a moment. And thanks, Tiddly. I never realized just how much I needed you until you were gone.
I told you. I'm always useful.
The gnome laughed. No, not just that. I never realized how much I needed you with me. Not just to help me, to talk to, and to share things with. I never knew how much I relied on that until it was gone. How lonely the collective would be without you. So thank you.
Well, Benning kid, that's what being friends is all about. I'm glad that I can be here for you.
Friends. Benning had never really given that word much thought. She never saw a need for friendship, and she honestly still wasn't sure what it was all about. Tiddly would help her figure it out, though. In the end, that was all that mattered. She had Tiddly back. Everything else was just words. Benning accepted the contract, then stepped back from Doheny, locking her hammer at her side. Thanks, Lord Doheny. I'll try to be a better noble than you were. She turned and began walking away, but a cry of protest rang out behind her.
No! Can't leave me this.
Benning turned back and took in the broken, blood-spattered wreck of a woman lying on the floor. The former noble's chest heaved, and her broken body twitched and shook from the effects of the virus still ravaging her. Benning sent out her scanners and read the result, one that the system no longer withheld from her, with satisfaction. Lauren Doheny, Noble of the Collective, Level 42 Nanomagus. Damage rating 4.7, unarmed. Defense rating 5.8, Malleus Ultima Defense Suit. Resistance rating 19.3. Stats: Physicality 12.1, parentheses 31.5. Coordination 12.8, parentheses 34.9. Resistance 17.2, parentheses 44.3. Acuity 18.5, parentheses 47.9. Willpower 8, parentheses 20 max. Social 13.3, parentheses 37.7. Yes, I can, Lord Doheny, she said. Once I'm clear, I'll lock down this whole station, clear the respawn queue, and shut down all external communication. You'll be trapped here, alone, locked away from the overnet, unable to level and growing weaker by the day as the virus ravages your system, without even the haven of your domain to flee to. Your only way out will be to end it all. Will you do that? Or will you spend your life in your research facility, trying to undo what I did to you, hoping to regain what you've lost? Benning shrugged. Either way, you're no longer a threat to me, Lauren Doheny. And if you do escape and come after me, Benning's voice turned hard, the hollow vid I'll make of breaking you endlessly, over and over for months, will be something that every noble will learn to fear. Maybe it'll be enough to convince them to leave me the flork alone. She turned her back again. Goodbye, Lauren Doheny. No! Come back! The woman's screams followed Benning as she made her way back through the facility. She had to pick up Emmett Oswald and show off a Hassan, assuming the pair survived the defenses that Doheny triggered earlier, which Benning doubted, then messaged Fodor Hendricks to pick her up. She supposed she should check on the status of her fleet as well, but she wasn't worried. Hendricks was a skilled commander, a commodore really, and at the helm of the Noble's Wrath, he would have swept aside the mercenary ships without effort. If she hadn't ordered him to keep her Marines away from the facility, they'd probably already be aboard, securing the place. She'd also need to get someone to send her to respawn, she realized. Her face still burned, her head throbbed, and she knew that those injuries wouldn't heal until she died and came back.
You could also go to a doctor to do it, Tiddly suggested. There's bound to be one in Eros, and that's only 8 light years from here. You could be there in a couple hours at max velocity in the Wrath.
Good point, Tiddly. Thanks. She cleared the 2 security gates, finding the research lab empty as she'd suspected, then continued into the also empty guest quarters. With power restored, the respawn chamber would be back online, which meant that soon she'd have to deal with the Harlequins again. Although she felt certain they'd be happy to flee the station and get the whole out of the system. My system, she thought with satisfaction. She still needed to claim that, though, so she reached into herself and finally released Slip the Net. The hum of the system swept back over her, and she sighed with relief as the net's pain mitigation kicked in, lessening the agony in her face to mere throbbing pain. As she did, the contract Doheny signed flashed, and notifications burst into her vision. Nanovirus expiration. The nanovirus JCX-7760 has reached its system-determined maximum number of uses. This virus cannot be spread further, and all research into it has been erased. Error. Your contract with Noble Lauren Doheny cannot be fulfilled, as you do not meet the minimum qualifications to receive a patent of nobility. This renders the remainder of this contract invalid. System announcement. Noble Lauren Doheny has ceded her patent of nobility. As she has no designate and her declared heir is unfit to receive it, this patent is lost, and her remaining holdings are considered properties of the system, to be managed by local system administrators or the fleet, when none such exist. What? Benning roared, staring at the notification that hung in her vision, seeming to mock her. Tiddly, what the hole is this?
I don't know, Benning Kid,
the AI said hesitantly.
I've never heard of the system denying a declared heir before. It's only happened a few times, but each time, the system just passed the patent on to the heir.
As Benning read the announcement once more, she understood. It was the system, Tiddly, she thought, rage seething in her mind. It doesn't want me to be a noble, so it stopped me. The gnome took a deep breath.
I want to argue, but I can't think of any other explanation. I think you're right, Benning Kid.
She fell silent for a few seconds.
So, what are you going to do now?
Do? Oh, I'm going to become a noble, Tiddly. I'm going to force the Florkine system to make me one, and when I do... Benning pulled out her hammer and slammed it into a nearby wall, cracking the microthene. I'm going to rip the whole bound system apart. Epilogue. Fyodor Mosin stared at his screen as the world expanded around him, as his ship exited the shallow dive and soared into the seemingly empty system. It had taken him weeks to track this place down, and days more to convince the person in the ship soaring 5 lekens from his to join him. That one had only agreed with a fleet escort, so 24 heavy destroyers, frigates, and fast frigates surrounded their vessels. Mosin himself didn't feel the need for that sort of escort, but then he had no reason to fear a certain Stellar Marauder either.
Not that it would matter, he thought with a silent laugh. If Benningkid decided to take this convoy, she would. Each of her ships is better than an equivalent fleet warship these days, and her crews are both more experienced and better trained, which is why Sonepril has a contract with her to escort its ships everywhere. After what she did to those mercenary companies, no one in their right mind is going to want to cross her.
His destination was a set of coordinates that looked blank in the system's map. No communications beaconed from it, no ships moved around it. As far as his scanners were concerned, the coordinates were an empty ellipse surrounding a star that no one had bothered to settle. He knew that to be a lie, though. Or at least, it was a mask, a convincing screen to encourage others to stay away, and it was effective. Most people, Fyodor had found, preferred to protect themselves or their treasures by erecting powerful defenses to shield them. That certainly worked, but it also screamed a challenge at the type of person who had to know what was inside those defenses. This place had hidden in plain sight for centuries. It was too bad that when that mask finally failed, it did so in spectacular fashion.
"I'm reading nothing, Fyodor Mosin," his traveling companion said through their open holographic communication, and Fyodor withheld a sigh of exasperation. Doheny Silva was a powerful noble, one of the most powerful in the collective, but he was also far too used to having his desires met instantly, in Fyodor's opinion.
That's because we're 4 light hours from it, Doheny Silva, and it's masked from your scanners. As I told you, we'll have to wait for visual confirmation.
Fyodor managed not to roll his eyes, but only just barely.
"I could have had visual confirmation from one of my bases," the noble replied.
Not if I'm right you couldn't have, Doheny Silva. Trust me. I believe this is something you'll want to see with your own eyes.
The other man fell silent while the 2 ships dove 3 more times, finally coming up within a lekend of their target, close enough to get visual confirmation with their scanners. It was a small body, a rocky asteroid a few chems across, but it was there, exactly where Fyodor thought it would be. He ordered his shuttle readied, and he and his escort of 2 soldiers traveled to the asteroid's docking station, where he waited for his counterpart to arrive. Silva appeared a few minutes later with his own escort, a contingent of 12 soldiers, all armed with the best that Isilon could provide them.
Feeling a little nervous, Doheny Silva?
Fyodor chuckled as he looked at the ridiculously large escort.
"You can never be too careful, Fyodor Mosin," the man said shortly.
She's not here, you know. She left and went back to Marauder's Rest months ago. She's been there, building up her fleet and participating in tournaments ever since.
Fyodor couldn't help but smile.
And if she were here, that escort wouldn't help you in the slightest.
The other noble simply grunted and began walking into the facility, and Fyodor fell into step beside him.
"How did you find this place?"
Silva asked after a few minutes of silence.
A mercenary group called the Kaiden Harlequins, actually. Apparently, they were hired to secure this place and spawn camp Benningkid back to level 1 after capturing her.
"I assume that failed."
"Yes. The whole thing went very badly for them. She respawned early, killed all the mercenaries in the facility, and called in her fleet to destroy or capture the rest. She gave them no option for surrender. She simply sent them all to respawn."
"Brutal but short-sighted. With a contract,
she could be sure they wouldn't come looking for revenge.
Silva's voice was distracted as he spoke, and his eyes darted every which way, scanning every passage and the edges of every room they passed through.
Oh, she made sure they'd never come after her again. Fyodor laughed easily. It took me 2 months to locate their captain, one Charlene Diego. She was hiding in a backwater station in Kappa Delfini, operating under a different designation and doing everything she could to not be found. She would only talk to me when I assured her that I could broker a peace between her and the Bending Kid.
And did you? The man asked, his voice sounding interested for the first time since they'd reached the station.
Of course.
Fyodor turned and gave the man a sympathetic look.
You could approach her yourself, Doheny Silva. Admit to your part in Lord Doheny's madness and offer amends. Bending Kid holds grudges, but she's ruthlessly pragmatic. She would rather have her enemies working with her, or for her, than against her.
What sort of amends are you suggesting?
She's expanding her fleet, as I said, and that means more Marines. Offer her a discount on all Isilon weapons and templates. She'd likely snatch that deal up in a hurry. It would save her thousands of credits.
Perhaps. The man looked unconvinced, but Fyodor was certain he'd change his tune soon enough.
What I don't understand is how all this happened,
Silva said after another long silence, looking around at the apparently empty facility.
The system should have made this impossible, and I can't believe that Lauren Doheny willingly gave up her nobility. She was the most ambitious of us all. First, I'm quite certain that Lauren Doheny's abdication was anything but willing.
Fyodor agreed.
And second, you know how I feel about the system. It coddles humanity, addicting them to pleasure and providing them with random gifts so that they don't have to face the true consequences of their choices.
Yes, when in reality its only desire is to perpetuate itself.
We've all heard the arguments, Fyodor Mosin. Some of us choose to believe that the system was designed to uplift humanity, not repress it. Unless you happen to be a drone, worker, or soldier.
Silva shrugged.
Necessary elements of society. You mean necessary to keep the system running as it is?
It means the same thing, Silva sighed.
You've been trying to convince us that the system is evil for centuries, Fyodor Mosin. You've yet to change anyone's mind. We have centuries more for me to try, Doheny Silva. Maybe.
Fyodor only thought that word, but he felt a slight stirring of hope as he did, a hope that he would never express aloud. The facility's automatic defenses whirred to life as the group approached a security gate, but a command from Fyodor shut them down instantly and opened the sealed gate. He looked up at the thickly packed defenses as they walked down the tunnel and wondered how Bending Kid had gotten through them. The woman's new armor upgrades were good, to be sure, and her weapons were decent, but the tunnel was a death trap. An invading force could easily lose 100 Marines or more clearing that gate, and he doubted it was the only such gate the woman had been forced to fight through. Apparently, Silva's thoughts ran along the same lines.
This seems like ample security,
the other noble mused.
Do you know how she penetrated it?
No. Fyodor shook his head.
The facility is cut off from outside communication, locked under a noble seal, so I can't access its video logs.
He hesitated.
However, I'm certain that if I could, they wouldn't answer your question. Bending Kid has a way of remaining unseen when she wants to, even to the overnet.
Silva nodded slowly.
I recall something like that during that mockery of a trial. I assumed she was using the hidden tunnels, and that she knew of them because of her peculiar background. Perhaps, but even then, we should have footage of her entering the tunnels. Fyodor laughed. Or suddenly vanishing since the system won't show anyone the actual tunnels. For the most part, she just isn't there. But she obviously was.
You have an idea of how she does it? Silva said flatly. I can tell from the tone of your voice.
A guess, nothing more. An absurd hypothesis, utterly impossible. But yes, I have an idea. Fyodor shrugged. If I'm correct, we should know soon enough. They passed through another security gate into what Fyodor immediately recognized as a high-end research lab, and froze as a figure sat at one of the consoles, their fingers stabbing directly at the panel below rather than flicking through the screens as expected. She muttered to herself constantly as she worked, tapping and sliding her hands along the transtanium interface the way a worker would have. She seemed unaware of their presence, her entire focus on the screen before her, one that Fyodor couldn't quite make out at this distance. The figure was a familiar one, but Fyodor felt a sense of revulsion as he looked at the woman he'd once considered a colleague. He'd never seen a person in such a state of disrepair. Dirt and other, less savory substances coated a torn and stained spacer suit, one that looked to be expensive and finely made. Her bright red hair was matted and dull, hanging in limp strands, and dirt and dust smeared her pale skin, which shone through the numerous rips in her clothing, rips that were each stained with what looked like old blood. The sight bothered him at a deep level. The system was supposed to keep humans relatively clean and in good condition, and seeing one so utterly soiled just felt wrong to him. And apparently, he wasn't alone.
Lauren Doheny.
Deshane Silva's voice was thick with the same revulsion Fyodor felt, and a glance at the man revealed a horrified, disgusted look plastered on his face.
What in the hole happened to you?
The woman spun and leaped to her feet, lifting her hands defensively and stepping back from them. An odd thought struck Fyodor. The woman's behavior reminded him of some of the animals he'd seen in zoos across the collective. He remembered a group of tigers he'd seen in Sigma Corona once. The once mighty predators shied away from the humans that entered their cage to feed them, having learned that attacking their handlers led invariably to painful shocks. It had saddened him to see the fierce beasts so cowed. Lauren Doheny gave him the same sense, that of a formerly deadly creature broken and shattered, and he felt a sense of sorrow as he looked at her. The woman's eyes widened in recognition, and she lowered her hands.
Deshane Silva,
she said in a hoarse whisper.
Fyodor Musin?
The hunted look in her eyes vanished, replaced with a flash of hope.
You found me. Oh, thank the system. What's wrong with you, Lauren Doheny? Silva asked again. Why do you look like that?
Fyodor sent out a quick probe, and the results confirmed his suspicion and his fear.
Try skinning her, Deshane Silva,
he murmured to the man at his side. Silva's eyes narrowed slightly, then widened in surprise and alarm.
It's like she's not there, he gasped. Is she a hologram?
No, I'm not a hologram, Doheny snapped, taking a few steps closer to the men.
And what are you doing just standing there? Get me out of this place so I can connect with my people and find a way to undo this.
We should send our escorts out of the room, Fyodor suggested. I have a feeling that we won't be allowed to talk about this freely where they can hear, and I don't think she's much of a threat anymore. Silva nodded and issued curt orders to his Marines while Fyodor did the same. In moments, the room was empty except for the two nobles and the single former noble.
Tell us what happened, Lauren Doheny,
Fyodor said gently.
Did the Benin kid do this to you?
The woman's face blanched at the noble's words, and she took another step back, looking around fearfully for a moment before seeming to regain her courage.
Yes, the drone did this. How? Silva demanded. And what did she do?
Start from the beginning, Fyodor suggested. You set a trap for her, trying to capture her, correct?
Yes.
The woman nodded her head, her shoulders slumping.
It was my fault. I brought it here.
Her voice trailed off, and her shoulders slumped in defeat. Fyodor could only stare in mingled horror and fascination. It had been months since Benning Kid had been here. Whatever she'd done to Doheny had shattered the woman, left her broken. That the Marauder could so thoroughly destroy one of the proudest nobles in the collective both terrified and heartened him. It also made him very, very glad that he'd supported Benning Kid from the beginning.
You held yourself out as bait, he said, trying to pull the woman from her reverie. You captured her and set her to be spawn camped to level 1, but it went wrong.
Doheny nodded, and when she spoke, her voice was dull and emotionless.
I've thought about it a lot since.
She drew a deep breath.
Since it left me here, it hacked the respawn queue. Had to have. It made itself respawn right away. Then it broke my seal somehow and used it to sabotage everything. It killed the power and gravity, shut down my defenses, and scrambled my networks. Killed all the mercenaries and my research team, stole my research, and found me.
Tears rolled from the woman's eyes, etching a path through the dirt on her face, a path that Fyodor now saw had been etched there repeatedly before.
You were right, Fyodor Mosin. I should have left it alone. I should have never brought it here. What did she do to you? Silva asked in a subdued voice, obviously as troubled by Doheny's state and distress as Fyodor was. The woman blanched at the man's question, and she seemed to shrink, wrapping her arms around her chest and hunching over slightly in a defensive posture.
She hurt you, Fyodor guessed, and then she cut you off from the overnet, didn't she?
Doheny nodded slowly, more tears pouring from her eyes.
How? Silva demanded,
taking a step toward the former noble who cowered away. Fyodor reached out and touched the man's arm, drawing him back. Silva flashed him an irritated look, but Fyodor shook his head.
She's hurt, Doheny Silva. Scaring her won't help.
Silva's face softened, and he looked at the woman with obvious pity.
What's wrong with her? I've seen people tortured for information before. They're never this broken.
Fyodor sighed.
Because the system fixes them, Doheny Silva. It softens the memories, removes most of the fear, and helps them recover quickly. Without its help,
he gestured at the woman.
And you still think that the system is hurting humanity?
Silva asked quietly.
Yes, and she's proof. She's depended on it for centuries, and without it, she's practically helpless. A human who grew up without the system could put whatever happened behind them and move on, or learn to cope with the damage. She can't, and a month later, her wounds are still fresh. She might never recover fully.
He gave Silva a piercing look.
And this could be anyone who stands against Benning Kid, you know. If she could do this to Lauren Doheny, no one is safe.
The other noble remained silent for a few seconds, then nodded slowly.
Perhaps your suggestion about making amends with the woman isn't such a bad one after all. The loss of a few thousand credits is nothing compared to...
He gestured at the broken woman.
This. Do you really think she'll be amenable?
Very much so. She just wants to be left alone. None of this was necessary.
Fyodor looked sadly at the broken woman.
I warned you, Lauren Doheny. I told you to leave her alone. Why were you so obsessed?
Fyodor didn't really expect the woman to answer, but to his surprise, she spoke up immediately.
It's wrong, the former noble replied in a whisper, and it'll destroy everything.
What?
He asked, looking curiously at the woman.
What do you mean, wrong?
Because she was a drone, Silva asked, but the woman shook her head. No, that doesn't matter. It's her willpower.
Doheny's face seemed startled, and after a moment she barked a quick bray of laughter.
Finally, the system can't stop me from telling you. What do you mean, the system can't stop you? Silva asked. I mean, I wanted to tell all of you this, but the system wouldn't let me, she said, her words coming out in a rush. I even tried to tell the drone, but it stopped me before I could finish. She grimaced. Now, though, it has no power over me, so I can tell you the truth. The drone is wrong, and that wrongness could spread across the collective.
Wrong how? Fyodor asked. I know that her willpower is high.
I know more about the respawn process than probably anyone in the collective. Doheny cut him off. That was my original area of specialty, and I've kept up with it all these centuries. None of you understand it the way I do. Understand the danger. She stopped and took a deep breath. You both know that sometimes when a person receives a net for the first time, it doesn't take correctly. When that happens, the system either repairs it or destroys the mistake, right?
Fyodor nodded, as did Silva. That was common knowledge.
What you probably don't know is why. It's all about stability and respawns. For the overnet to function correctly, it needs a stable field. It's spread across the entire universe, so any instabilities can be magnified and cause massive disruptions of that field.
She turned back to her console and began tapping at it, working it manually now that her net could no longer access it. The hologram above it changed, showing a glowing green sphere with a single blinking red dot at the center.
A person with a malfunctioning net is a blip in that field, an incongruity, she said, tapping at the screen again. When they die, the overnet absorbs the energy of their field, incorporates it into itself, and then duplicates it somewhere else, wherever they respawn.
A second red dot began blinking in the green field.
The overnet retains the original net pattern as a sort of backup, though, so now there are two anomalies. And when someone respawns near the first, they add to that disruption as the overnet uses unstable energy to create them, causing a greater chance for something to go wrong with their respawn as well.
Her fingers continued to fly across the console, and more red dots began to appear, slowly at first, but then popping into view faster and faster.
And if it does go wrong, they carry that imbalance off and create their own instability, which can be spread to someone else, and so on and so forth. It can cause a cascade reaction, and when the overnet stability reaches a critical level,
the entire globe flashed to red and collapsed.
Gone. No more overnet. No more system. The whole thing would have to be rebooted and restarted. That can't be possible. Silva shook his head. If the overnet were that fragile, surely it would have collapsed long ago. It did, early on. This exact thing happened. She shrugged. After that, the system enacted a new protocol that destroys all possible anomalies before they can be an issue.
She tapped the screen again, and the original green sphere with a single flashing dot appeared.
It missed one.
How?
Fyodor asked.
How did it miss Ben Kid?
I've thought a lot about that, Lauren laughed. I've had a lot of time to think since...
She fell silent for a moment before continuing.
I was the one who discovered the anomaly, you know. I ordered the system to destroy it. It tried, but it did it in the worst possible way by sending it to respawn. I think that the system let the drone exist on purpose. On purpose? Silva echoed. You mean, like an experiment? Maybe. Or maybe it wants the chaos and destabilization. I don't know. She shook her head. But the system has given the drone the hardest path through the collective that it could. The creature respawns at more than 3 times the average rate. It's also leveling exponentially faster than it should be. The system is forcing it to either grow or fail. It's not giving it the option to coast slowly along its path the way it usually does. Perhaps Benning Kid is simply excellent at drawing challenges to herself, Silva suggested, but Doheny shook her head again. No, I think the system was driving me to oppose it. The moment She swallowed hard. The moment I was cut off from the overnet, I started to wonder why I had done what I did. I know why the drone needs to be driven from the collective, but I should have taken a longer-term strategy, stripped away all the challenges facing it, reduced it to a menial existence that it despised, then offered it the chance to spend its days in its domain, with me funding its needs there. It's an obvious strategy, but instead I piled up challenges before it and forced it to get stronger or fail utterly. She took a deep breath. I think the system was using me. The two nobles exchanged glances. The system could certainly affect citizens the way Doheny suggested, but it wasn't supposed to do that to nobles. Of course, not doing it and not being able to do it are 2 different things, Fyodor thought silently. Do you know how the drone did this to you? Silva asked after a moment of quiet. No. She turned to her console. I've been trying to figure it out, though. I need to figure it out. So that you can undo it, Fyodor said. Yes, she said, straightening slightly and reaching out to the console, her eyes brightening a bit as she tapped at it feverishly. And to find a counter to it. I can't work out how it did it by myself. I need more people, more resources. That's why I need to get out of here, to get to my people, so we can work this out and I can fix myself. Your people? You mean Malleus? Silva asked. Yes, of course, the woman snapped. I've got a facility in Acelius that focuses on overnet research. I need to get there, gain access to that research. I'm reinventing the wheel here, and I don't have the centuries that will take. Lauren Doheny, you don't have people anymore, Fyodor said gently. Her head snapped around to look at him, her expression glaring. What? You gave up your patent of nobility, Silva explained, and whoever you named as heir was deemed unsuitable by the system. The woman's eyes brightened and she laughed. The first happy sound Fyodor had heard from her. The system didn't give the drone my patent? Excellent. I can reclaim it, then, and... It's gone, Lauren Doheny. Fyodor cut her off softly. And when it vanished, all of your properties and holdings became available for purchase. Malleus's facilities were carved up and bought in chunks by Midnight, Softworks, and Scheherazade. It no longer exists. The woman stared at him in disbelief, growing horror spreading across her face. But, no. How can I fix this, then? What would you do if you did fix this? Fyodor asked. Let's say you freed yourself and regained your nobility. Would you continue to go after Benning Kid? Yes, the woman said promptly. I told you of its danger. However, I'd do it differently this time. I wouldn't directly oppose it. I would work to isolate it, to make the collective a place of boredom and loneliness, not of fighting and challenge. It's a much better strategy. Even if your attempts might turn her against the entire nobility, Silva said in a quiet voice. There are greater dangers than the drone, Doheny Silva. It doesn't matter. What it represents is. The danger it presents to the system. That's what matters. I have to stop it before it brings us all down. Silva glanced at Fyodor and shook his head. You know what has to be done. I do. The owner of Sinepral Shipping, the single largest carrier of cargo in the collective, gave Doheny a sad look. I'm sorry, Lord Doheny. This has to end. He turned and walked away from the woman, summoning his escorts as he did. Wait! The woman cried out. You can't leave me here. You don't understand. The silence, the quiet. It's too much. Doheny! Fyodor! The woman's voice rose to a shriek as one of his Marines walked past him into the room. No, you can't. Not now. Madness and terror filled her voice, and Fyodor told himself that the gunshots that echoed through the room were a mercy, and that ending the woman's existence was the kindest thing he could do. Perhaps if he told himself that enough, he'd one day believe it. Permanent death alert. A citizen has died permanently in your vicinity. It is recommended that you leave this area as quickly as possible. Respawn in this area is no longer guaranteed. He closed the screen with a sigh, then squared his shoulders. He had plans to make. Doheny's revelation was an astounding one, and it changed everything. He'd always supported Benningkid, seeing a potential in her that he thought most others missed, and a danger as well. The woman was ambition without restraint, ruthlessness without kindness, and passion without morality. She would do whatever she had to in order to survive. No, to grow and succeed. He'd seen that early on, and he'd carefully maneuvered to keep himself out of her way. Now, though, he saw something else in the Stellar Marauder. Hope. He understood what Doheny said, and even knew a few things that she'd left out, or hadn't known herself, he supposed. The more powerful a citizen was, the more influential they were, the more power they drew from the overnet. The stronger Benningkid became, the more her disruption would spread. He would see that she grew stronger and never had the chance to rest on her achievements. If she grew powerful enough, she could do what he'd always wanted and never achieved. Benningkid could bring the whole system crashing down and free humanity at last. Benning's adventures will continue in Drone Admiral, available in 2024. We hope you enjoyed Drone Commander, Book 4 of the Drone Rising series. Written by Kyle Johnson and performed by Stephanie Nemeth Parker. Text copyright 2023. Audiobook production copyright 2024. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. To continue to follow Benning's adventures, go to singularityonline.org. Thank you for listening. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.